operations. One daughter will hold the principal owner vote, but that position is not fixed. He did not assign it to anybody. That could rotate depending on what the daughters decide to do. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Be white and be, but don't crep for rope. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I believe New York is about 200 miles north. And everybody thought they were about to have a big old party, Penn Station, and then they weren't. We were all texting last night. I know you and I stayed up watching that game.
I watched the whole game.
Wow.
And I'm going to tell you, you have to put blame on their coach and a lot of all these players, to be honest with you. When you have 5 minutes left, you're up by, I think, 16, 17 points.
They're up 14 with 2.5
You can score. Brunson is scoring whenever he wants to. But why on earth are they jacking the ball up with 18 and 20 seconds left on the shot clock? Why not run it down more? Then get your points. He's getting fouled. He's getting his tools. They're doing everything. But then you flip it over, and you got a man who stresses defense, and his team played no defense down the stretch. The dude, Nesmith, whatever the hell his name is, I'm going to just say
5 threes in the fourth quarter.
5 threes in a row. Now, listen. I know this is new school basketball. After he scores 2, he will not get another one off. Nobody is within 5 feet of him when he's pulling up J's. Like you said, choke. That was a choke job.
Dude,
if you don't know how to play it down, you don't know how to get deep. Like, your coach has to call a timeout and say, look, he don't get another shot off. But they didn't do anything.
When I just pulled this up on the game tracker, right? With 51 seconds left. With 34 seconds left, 34 seconds. 123-118 Knicks. The Knicks had a 95% win percentage. 95% win probability. In OT, they got up 4. The coldest moment of the night, and I recognize it ended up only being a 2, so it wasn't a game winner. It tied it. When Halliburton hit him with the choke, was an unbelievable moment. Just an unbelievable moment. I just
Let's see the thing about
I can't believe.
See all that percentage chance, that doesn't take into effect human nature. Human beings get up, they get complacent, they relax. And then there are other guys who say, to hell with that, we're not stopping. And I don't think any time, that's why analytics just pisses me off, because it doesn't take into account of that fact of human beings. Human beings can be all high when things are going well. But I always tell you, when all of a sudden, if the team that is winning or the team that's supposed to win, it gets late and they get stressed, they make dumbass mistakes. What did the Knicks do all night? Dumbass mistakes.
Dude, I also think the Knicks aren't a deep team. They don't play a lot of guys, a lot of minutes. And Indy is deep and young. I mean, Indy had at least 9 dudes play at least 13 minutes.
Huh?
And
they still should have lost.
And the Knicks had 8 dudes play at least 10. And the Knicks, I mean, they barely go to that even 8th dude. The Knicks pretty much play 7 guys. Josh Hart, what was up with his shoes? Dude just kept slipping everywhere late. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Like,
well, late in the game, it's a lot of sweat, but he slipped a lot.
The Knicks also got really sloppy with the basketball late.
They were late. They were sloppy with it, but Josh Hart gives them chances. That dude is not that damn tall. He gets rebounds all day. But, yes, he slipped.
He finished with 13 boards last night.
And he's like a damn guard. You know what I mean? It's just like down the stretch, Big Cat and Brunson was taking – well, Brunson, for the most part, till late when he got forced to take that 3, Brunson got shot. He got buckets whenever he wanted to. Big Cat wanted to be the star of the game. You know what I'm saying? And he started throwing up stuff from all over the place. That the one word that was used last night several times by Reggie Miller was discipline. And that is the reason that the New York Knicks lost. They were not disciplined throughout the game.
I totally agree. I mean, late in that game, they were sloppy. It wasn't always turnovers, but, I mean,
they should have had about another 8 turnovers.
How about when Brunson got stuck up in the air and just threw it, and luckily it bounced to the right guy? Now, going into this series, I think you were out west, but we did our picks kind of last week, and I picked the Pacers to win the series. I think Rick Carlisle's a really good coach.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was the better coach last night. I think you choke away a 14-point lead with 2.5 to play. There's a lot of people to look at, but like you got to give the Pacers credit also.
Oh yeah, I give them credit. I go back to the
Naismith was unbelievable. He was 8 of 9 on threes and hit 5 in a row.
Dude
in the
was
fourth
banging.
quarter.
Jeff, you ain't say nothing about Naismith, so don't shake your head. Halliburton was
hold on.
Nemhart hit the big 3 in OT.
Yeah, Naismith. He changed that game around.
But Halliburton's game, man, is so old school. It's so cool to watch him play. 31 points, 11 dimes, and just he controls the game, dude.
I think
his finger roll that barely rolled in overtime, like it was just so many big plays.
The game we saw was Thursday, Tuesday night, and this game last night showed you the guys that play as a team and discipline and don't care who's the damn star wins.
I mean,
now let's be real. They still got some way to go, but they better not lose game 2. They lose game 2, they can kiss whatever goodbye. And then you look at the other game, Anthony Edwards, he better get his act together. If he wants to be just a fool, like everybody, I hear people all the time, I'm gonna be me. Bro, you're not gonna just be you and not have to deal with stuff. So you better figure it out, or you're gonna be sitting at home too. Or you'll be a guy with all that talent being me.
Yeah, I mean, I still, Ant is so young that I wonder if, life will slow down for him and maybe he can look at things a different way, whatever. But
you hope.
I still think, the Timberwolves still have there's plenty of basketball left in that series. The Thunder might just be better. This Pacers-Knicks thing, I think they're pretty even. And, I like the Pacers going in. I definitely like them now. Stealing game 1 like that, especially the way in which they stole it.
Yeah. Like the thing of it, though, one thing that was troubling me early, they were one of the best defenses in the league. They couldn't stop nobody. So early in that game, they didn't stop anybody. So they're going to have to play better defense. They have to play better defense throughout the game. Because, you see Brunson gets what he wants when he wants to go to it. Dude's a damn good basketball player.
Yeah. I do think Jalen Brunson is time for a new haircut. Like the dreads with the widow's peak, tough look. It's time to move forward.
Man, people don't. Dudes today don't care about no hair.
Like
they throw it up how they want to do it and they keep rolling. JP, you acting like an old ass man with that. Hey, why you got your hair like that?
No, I think Nemhart's hair looks clean because he's got the full head with it.
But he has the different style of braid. If you look at it,
yeah,
that's all that is.
Time for a haircut, dog. Just get a nice fade. If you listen to Nemhart after, I loved, or Naismith after rather, I mean, you know me, I love corners because they're the most irrationally confident football player in a locker room, right? They're going to lose 6, 7 out of 10 reps, and they just get up, and quarterback will throw one into the stands. They'll get up and go incomplete.
Yeah.
Like, Naismith after the game is like, well, I'm a phenomenal shooter. So they gave me a look, and I was like, okay. And I just knocked it down. Like, the confidence this young Pacers team has.
Well, I mean, what he was 8 of 9 from three-pointer. He way better than a cornerback mindset.
Like,
he proved he was.
How do you not double him? Or just
not. They didn't have to double. They just have to have somebody.
They had to
on
do
him.
something else.
I mean,
late
it's
in the
like
game
on one of the shots, Jeff is about what 15 feet from me, Jeff. The dude was where Jeff is when he went up for the three.
Right. Like,
how the hell do you not?
He pulled up from 35.
I guarantee
40.
you, if I was checking him, he would be like, "Dude, I got to use the bathroom." I'm like, "Yep," and I'm gonna be checking you when you're doing that. But they did not play basketball like that.
It was
How about the one when Wichita went to what's his name?
Yo, the dunk
Topic.
The double clutch dunk.
But the one he missed was awkward. But when he went to he passed the ball, come back, nobody checks him.
It was like in overtime, finally, the Knicks were like, all right, we're not giving up any more threes. And that's where Halliburton's so good. So then the Pacers just ran 2 backdoor cuts. I think Nembhard got a layup.
That dude was the one that passed to him.
But the top and dunk in overtime where Halliburton got to the lane, Obi's cutting to the rim, and I think it was Towns. It might have been Bridges. He went up double clutch, yammed on the rim, and he got fouled. They didn't call it. It was unbelievable. He got crushed. If you're gonna foul there, foul. Don't let him dunk. Make him earn it on the free throw line.
Yeah. It's just, listen, man, you saw a lot of elementary school basketball rules being broken, and that came down the stretch. And I know my man sitting on the side, the damn coach.
Thibodeau.
He sits there with you, this little scowl all day. Dude, get the scowl off your face, call a damn timeout, and coach. Because he damn sure didn't coach down the stretch.
When Anunoby gets fouled, Knicks are up 1. He's going to the line. If he makes them both, the best they can do is tie it, right?
He missed the first one.
Yo, you saw it in his eyes. That never looked like it was going in, like before he even had the ball. And he makes a second. I don't know if you agree with me. I think in that moment for the Pacers, you're better off with him making that, because if that rebound goes up in the air, 1, New York could get it. 2, it could just get knocked around, hit out of bounds. You just lose precious time. I think that was like the best scenario. Granted, they're down 2. I also thought Halliburton could have just gone to the rim. The balls, the audacity, the Sam Cassell dance to the ball gets poked away, and then he runs back. Granted, his toe ended up on the line, but like that takes serious stones to not just go to the rim there and to go back.
You're a shooter. Shoot.
It was. I can't imagine being a Knicks fan. Actually, you know who it was Mark Ein. I follow Mark Ein on Instagram, and he was at the game last night. And where his seats were, he had the view of Halliburton coming right to the Knicks crowd doing the choke. And just imagine if you're a diehard Knicks fan in that crowd, and in that moment, because, dude, I'm sure there's fans lying now that, we knew it was a 2. In that moment, you had lost, dude.
Nobody, even the referees, didn't know it was a 2 until they looked at it.
You had lost, and he's doing the choke. And Reggie Miller's on the call at the end of the game when Halliburton's running off and Reggie points to him. That was just like, I mean, I said this a couple weeks ago. I like Reggie calling Knicks games, and now you've got this series and all the history of it.
The Knicks fans don't like it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like we wouldn't like it if it was Aikman calling the game. They don't like it.
People here still get mad when Aikman calls the games. I think that was a fun ass game last night, and it was just they choked that away, man.
Oh, they did that.
Like, just outrageous choke.
Listen, man, I understand confidence, but they got overconfident down the stretch. When I looked at It was 5 minutes, 15 seconds, I think exactly. And I got the call from upstairs like, you're being too damn loud. I say, why the hell are you shooting so soon? And
Monica called you downstairs?
Yeah, and I'm telling you, well, Dad, why are you so loud? They pull up with like 17 seconds on the shot clock. And it was like not just a wide open, nice shot. It's like some forced up stuff. And I'm like, why are they taking so many damn shots? And then here come another one. And then a 3-pointer. Here come another dumbass shot. 3-pointer.
Yo, and then turnovers.
And then all of a sudden I'm starting to say, okay, this is going to be one for. I'm not a Knicks fan, so I don't give a damn what's going on with this thing. But I'm looking at this going, they're going to probably lose this game.
The 5:30 mark, Siakam made a jumper to make it 111-98.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're up 13 with 5.5. One thing that definitely hurt them was they had to go offense, defense as much as they could, subbing out Brunson because he had the 5 fouls. But, dude, so it's 113-98.
Some of them little fouls was ticky-tacky early, though.
113-98, Naismith makes a 3. Then you get, I mean, as this thing goes down, Naismith makes a 3 to make, it was 116-102. Naismith makes a 3 to make it 116-105. Then Halliburton makes a 3 to make it 119-108. When Naismith made the 3 with 2:04 left to cut it to single digits, it was 119-108.
Mm-hmm.
He makes another 3 to make it 119-111. I was like, this joint isn't over. Because the NBA is played at such a fast-paced level. To your point, like, maybe you try to grind some clock. They don't. Cat misses a 3. Siakam gets a board. Then there's a foul.
New York normally plays grind clock. They were winning early, but I'm saying you have to be able to understand the moment and the situation. Right now, this guy is on fire. I'm going to make it shorter for him. I'm going to run it because Brunson got to the hole anytime. I said this earlier. He can go anytime he wants. Dribble some, go score. Now they have less time. If I guarantee you, if they have taken it inside of those 5 seconds, inside of 7 seconds, every time down, they don't have that time left at the end of the game to even get into overtime. But no, they were jacking up early as hell. And Cat pulled up like he crossed half court like he was Steph Curry or somebody.
Dude, 58 seconds left. Brunson makes a layup, 121-112. 51 seconds. This is 7 seconds later. Pacers going fast. 7 seconds later, Naismith makes a 26-footer for 3, 121-115. Cat gets a nice little layup in the lane, 123-115. Naismith makes the 30-footer. That was the one from the top of the key, 34 seconds, and all of a sudden it's 123-118. Knicks take a timeout after, and then remember, the Pacers, this is where I like Carlisle, man. They got 2 challenges right late in that game.
Mm-hmm.
The Pacers had a challenge. They were correct. 123-118 still. Naismith makes another 3 at this point. There's no way. This one, the one at the top of the key from 30, which feels to me like 35, it's marked as 30. He was open, right? Like that was just the way the ball kind of bounced. But 22 seconds left. He makes another 3.
The one which comes.
That's where Hart slipped.
Because Hart thought he was going up right there.
Right.
And he was smart enough to just take a step.
That makes it 123-121. Then Cat misses a free throw. Then you get really down the stretch, and Anunoby misses a free throw. Dude, it's and then Halliburton, man, like, what can you say about that dude? Are people still claiming he's overrated? Is that still a thing?
It ain't.
I can't believe we've talked for 20 minutes about this basketball.
It's hey, people feel what they feel. They got to play.
Jeffrey, how you feeling about your Pacers, dog?
Well, they not my Pacers. I'm just supporting them right now. But
there are Pacers.
Yeah, they are Pacers. J-Dog's fella. B1, those were not tacky fouls. Jalen Brunson was hacking, and to be honest, he was the reason they lost their game.
Some of those fouls.
Yeah, wait.
Yes. You can't blame Jalen Brunson.
Brunson's the reason they lost.
Yes.
We have to break. Jeff's incorrect. J-Dog's forever. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk a bunch of NBA today. We got another game tonight. Finally, they're on a schedule where we get a game every night. I am fired up. Go Pacers. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Bike to the Beach is happening this June 20th And whether you're riding 25, 50, or 100 miles, this ride is going to be fun, impactful, and for an incredible cause. It's going to be supporting autism awareness and inclusion. It's fully supported and is built for all skill levels. And it all ends at the beach with a hotel finish line festival. There'll be food trucks and a beer tent from Dewey Beer Company. Don't miss your chance to be a part of something powerful. Sign up now at forbiketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org and ride with us to make a difference.
Another day, another fine for Anthony Edwards. This time, it's for $50,000. The infraction, well, Edwards dropped an F-bomb during his post-game news conference on Tuesday after his Minnesota Timberwolves lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Edwards used the language while talking about a night in which he attempted just 13 field goals. It aired live on ESPN, and the NBA league office was not happy about it. The fine was his second of the postseason and sends his season-long tally to the NBA office to $420,000 in fines. Many of Edwards' fines are pretty much the exact same as this one, using profane language while speaking to the media. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Shout out to Tina. Always getting it done. Shout out to all of the graduates out there. It's college graduation season. B, do you know who is speaking at the Maryland commencement later today?
No.
You want to guess?
No. You just asked me a out the blue question about who's speaking at Maryland. You think I'd really get? I know. I didn't graduate in Maryland.
Kermit the Frog.
You mean the person that played Kermit the Frog?
Nah, dog. I mean
the real Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, like.
Don't you think the Maryland? Don't you think the Maryland children are gonna be pissed off? Why you asked me to speak?
Maybe that's a fair point. I don't know if there's a turtle frog rivalry in the world.
It's about to be one.
Yeah.
You got they're like, you call somebody from the Texas Tech Horned Frogs to come speak to the school. You didn't call me.
They're calling it the Commencement. Now, I mean, Kermit was created at Maryland. Jim Henson's a Terp. Jim Henson is passed.
I still think we're going a little too damn far with all of this.
Just saying.
Cartoon with sports and everything else.
Happy Commencement Day. How do you plan to celebrate?
I'm not going to celebrate. I would have thought that the old athletic director did this. Who's the new person that pulled this one off?
Man, I think it's cool. You know what?
No, it's not cool, JP. You just went to the school.
I've landed in a place.
You just defended your team, your school. It's garbage.
I got nothing but positivity for my.
I hope nobody get up there in no damn frog outfit talking like a frog.
Dude,
trying to sound like Kermit.
It's Kermit. Like I don't know how else to explain. Like Kermit is going to give the commencement speech. That's how it's going down.
You people could grow up and have webbed feet just like me.
Shout out to all the graduates. Our Steve Sand's son, Scott, graduated from Indiana. Our friend Danny Frank's daughter, Rachel, is graduating from the University of Maryland right now.
Congrats, girl.
Dan Quinn spoke at his alma mater, Salisbury University.
See, something like that I like.
Well, we're going to play it. Landville's got to do a little bit of editing.
Gonna play what?
We're going to play DQ's final words.
Oh, you're saying DQ. Okay, I thought you were talking about Kermit.
Well, we can't play Kermit till tomorrow. That speech is tonight.
And that segment, that's when I'm off.
Landville, we're going to have to get some commencement for tomorrow.
And I'm going to pull a Jeff right at that moment. I'm walking somewhere else.
Shout out to all the graduates, man. You worked hard and good luck in the next step. Just keep in mind, man, being 24, there's a lot of life ahead of you, so don't feel overwhelmed. Speaking of
that's solid advice right there. I wish someone would have told me that out of college.
Thanks, Jay. I think people think that you got to be in a hurry to figure your life out. Life is a long run, man.
Long run, but you better figure something out because it's too damn expensive these days to be trying to figure it out later. Your parents get sick and tired of your ass, keep asking for stuff.
I mean, I was an insurance salesman for like 5 years.
But you were doing something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So some people do. All these kids, they decide, I'm going to take a break and just chill and want to just still act like they're in college. Go out all the time. No, hell with that.
I wish I was still in college. Stay in college as long as you can. But I did want, we're going to hear from DQ because the message is pretty damn spectacular. But I did want to, there was a report from my man, Jordan Schultz, everybody's favorite reporter, that Terry McLaurin wasn't at OTAs yesterday. And I didn't address this yesterday. I guess we'll address it now. I want to make my position incredibly clear. This is a 0 out of 10. If the scale is 100, it's a 0 out of 100. Mm-hmm. If the scale is 1,000, it's a 0 out of 1,000. Can you guess where I'm going with my scale?
It's a 0.
It's a 0.
Yeah.
There's multiple reasons why this is a 0. There's the obvious that Terry McLaurin's going into the last year of a contract without guaranteed money on it. And what happens when you're a veteran of a certain stature, you don't play on the last year of a contract without guaranteed money. Terry was an all-pro player last year. He was a Pro Bowl player last year. He broke the Washington franchise record for receiving touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Straight dog, hard worker, everything you want. Overwhelmingly likely, this is just business. Adam Peters talked at the owners' meetings. We're going to make Terry a commander for a long time.
Business. Also, it could be nothing. It could be he had an excuse.
It's graduation season.
Going to
what if his little cousin was graduating?
I'm a moonwalk into this situation. Is it mandatory?
No.
Okay. So why the hell does it make a difference if he's there or not?
He's also, the team accounts have already posted multiple photos of him being there.
No, but I'm just saying, it's like, I get annoyed by media and fans trying to make an issue out of a person not being somewhere when they don't have to be there.
There are situations, I think, where there's something larger at play. There's something bigger going on. This isn't one of them. And I know Terry, I know the staff, like, everybody understands the situation. I think like the only area I can control is these 4 hours on these airwaves and various other places. Don't let this is not a thing, folks. This is just not a thing.
All the positivity going on around this team, and we got a lot of outside media people want to not make things more than what it is and make it negative. When they weren't giving you any credit, okay, and you was sitting there concerned about it, they're now trying to give you some credit, but they're not telling you the stuff that's going on. They want to tell you stuff to make you say, "Oh, they're trying to put you on the negative side." Ignore them.
Now, I will
if
say,
it's something real, we'll say something.
It doesn't. I haven't seen much on this. I haven't seen maybe I've missed it. I think it's incredibly important to point out nobody really knows why he wasn't there to start with. Like, it's graduation season.
That's what people do,
niece
Jay,
was graduating.
This is how you work with human beings. You don't tell them exactly why. You just say, "Whoa, he wasn't at camp," and you leave everybody to decide why. And we know human nature is not to think anything positive. So you start getting all that going, and it just gets on social media, and it goes back and forth. And before you know it, you got 7 million things out there.
Jeff, you're our deep state representative of Burgundy and Gold social media. This hasn't even really appeared to be a thing, at least on my radar.
Haven't came across mine either.
Good. You know what? Congratulations, everybody. You're responding correctly. This is a 0 out of 10, 100,000. 0.
I know how. Listen, bro. I am the one that looks at social media the least.
Yeah, you like those reels.
No. I look at reels. That's just they're not telling me nothing about sports.
Right.
I don't care about what people think about most things. I don't. Because when I see stuff, so I see a lot of stuff where people come in, well, I wonder why. And and it's always the same little folks. So there are a lot of people who consider themselves Commander fans who perpetuate a lot of BS all day.
I'm telling you, I think on this one, people have the right mindset. If you are perpetuating the BS, please go sit down somewhere.
Well, I just say
this.
Nap. If they had the right mindset, we're going to look at it after we just finished talking about it for 8 minutes.
We're just trying we're trying to clear the air, man.
It's ridiculous sometimes.
That one is a 0. I think we are out there next week. The first time the media will be at OTAs next Wednesday. Let's say Terry's not there next Wednesday. Still a 0. It's not even a 1 to me until August 30th. And it might not even be a 1. I don't think that'll be the case. I think he'll be there. But I think hopefully everybody maintains a level head on this thing. It was pretty interesting. Last night we did all ears, and we did a topic on the best wide receiver duos in the NFC East. Obviously, the NFC East is a major focal point for the NFL this year because they're going to do the in-season Hard Knocks, which I continue to be really fired up about. And with Terry and Debo now, if you look at quarterback passer rating going to receivers from last season, Terry led the NFC East. The QB rating for passers throwing to Terry, and most of the time it was Jaden, but it was Mariota. Remember game 18 in Dallas, it was Mariota that threw that touchdown pass. 133.0, highest in the NFC East. Debo's was about a 96, 97. So the two of them combined for, 130 and 90, call it 220, roughly, probably 225, which is really damn good.
And you just make that into 112.5.
Okay. If you want to average it out.
That's how they do it.
I hesitate to average it out because Debo was playing with a number of different quarterbacks at San Fran. I think some of them weren't all that good. Terry had the highest individual number. Their numbers rank second, averaged out. The Eagles duo is pretty loaded too, man. AJ and Devontae were both over 120 combined, and so you don't have. It's not hard to average that one out. But I think people are excited about Malik Neighbors. The number 2 in New York right now is Wan'Dale Robinson or Darius Slayton, and people are excited about Pickens and Lamb, understandably. But for me with Dallas, things go as far as Dak Prescott's health.
Yeah,
and that over the last 3 seasons has been a recurring issue. So, there's a lot to think about, but I think folks should be really excited about the McLaurin Debo pairing. I think they're going to be quite good. When we come back, I do want to talk about Jim Irsay at some point. Obviously, sad news out of Indy. I'm going to give Jeff his opportunity. Jeff claims that the reason the New York Knicks lost is because of Jalen Brunson.
One for Jalen Brunson, they would have been that close.
Despite him being their leading scorer and by far their best player, Jeff contends the reason they lost is because Jalen Brunson dropped 43 last night. We're going to let him explain. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. And plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. Listen, we talk to these guys all the time, not just because they installed something in our house, because they're real good at what they do. And I felt a difference instantly once they did.
The difference is unbelievable when you get the Rude system installed. The way it controls humidity changes the comfort in your home. It's crazy. And the best part, Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions. No more banging through the ducts. It's just peace of mind. The variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control. Listen, by the time we get to August, the humidity is out of control in DC, and humidity control in your home will make a huge difference. It's efficient even in the most extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for up to 2 G's in tax credits on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
We're talking about Rude, R-U-U-D, our friends Jim and Jimbo, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. The whole sports world is talking about Knicks Pacers last night. Comeback win from the New York Knicks. I'm sorry, from the Indiana Pacers. The Knicks completely choked that thing away.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson led the Knicks. Towns with 35 points. Brunson with 43. Brunson's able to get to the rim kind of at will.
Against anybody.
But my man Jeff Walker, noted Pacers fan, says Jalen Brunson is why the Knicks lost. And the floor is yours, Jeffrey. Explain.
Okay, so first off, before I start, I want to say I understand basketball is a team sport. I've played, so I understand that. Now let's get into it. You are the superstar on this team. You were in foul trouble early. You are not even just a superstar. You're the heartbeat. You're the life of this offense for this New York Knicks team. For the fouls, for the sloppy defense that you played early in the game, because most of them fouls, they weren't tit for tat fouls. They were sloppy fouls that if Brunson would have came controlled, stop, just let the man go up. He beat you. You getting crazy fouls where you're fouling guys that already beat you to the rim. They're bigger than you. You fouling them as they're already going up, giving them the and one opportunity. No, you are the star. It was vital moments going down that stretch when they were losing momentum that if Jalen Brunson didn't have to keep subbing in and out of the game, I think the Knicks would have pulled their game away last night. Yeah, he had 43, but they didn't win. And that was a night he could have easily had 50 with the win going out of regulation. There would have been no overtime. But I'm not going to discredit how the Pacers played, but if this was LeBron in that foul trouble and he wasn't there for his team in the fourth quarter during that time when they were losing momentum, the whole sports world would be on fire. This is a superstar too. This is playoff basketball. You can't afford to play that sloppy defense because you go down these games, you're playing another NBA team over there. You can lose this series. You can lose momentum. So, yes, that was on Jalen Brunson. You are the star. You got to play better basketball.
I don't agree with you. And I wouldn't even be discussing LeBron. I think you got to realize there are a bunch of other guys on that team, too, that I was talking about Miles Bridges. He was a minus 15 in the game. If you watch him last night, I thought he was crippled or drunk. He was falling down every other time.
Now, plus minus, you can argue the validity of the stat. Brunson was a -8.
Okay. He had 43 still. My ultimate thing in that game is I'm not going to blame Jalen Brunson. I'm going to blame the coach because the coach, he didn't stop nothing when the Pacers was on their run. The best coaches, when you start a run, what do? Keep timeout. And you can stop that and you can adjust. My man didn't adjust one time.
So Brunson got asked in postgame about starting the fourth quarter despite already having 4 fouls. Remember, he picked up his 5th foul like less than about 90 seconds into the fourth quarter. 5 fouls for a guard is a lot, man. And Brunson said, I trust whatever Tom Thibodeau goes with. I'm going to have his back no matter what. I just got to be smart. The player that stands out to me, and I think it was Kenny Smith, and then Chuck asked him about it as well. Naismith, we're all talking about the threes. Dude went 8 of 9 for 3, hit 5 in the fourth quarter. I mean, was absolutely lights out. He was an excellent defender. I understand Brunson got 43, but that's their offense is to let Brunson create. Yeah. Naismith does it on both ends of the floor. And granted, they needed a miracle late to pull it off, but I think if you trust plus minus as a stat, Halliburton was plus 15 in that game. His ability to score and to create for others is really pretty elite.
Yeah.
And then Naismith was a plus 10 last night.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of that is the threes undoubtedly, but he's doing it for 39 minutes last night on both ends of the floor. And like when we talk about other players in basketball that maybe don't give you the effort defensively, the Pacers are deep and quick, and they play both ends of the floor.
They, like I said, they were disciplined the whole game. But I can't blame Brunson because if he wasn't there, they don't be in the game at all. They don't have a chance at the end. I'm looking at Thibodeau, who can tell them all? Don't just jack the ball up early in the shot clock. Take it down some. The coach. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know, if the game had gone another way, we could switch all that stuff around. But it went this way, and I wouldn't have blamed Halliburton. I wouldn't have blamed Naismith. I would have blamed the damn coach.
Your boy, Mikal Bridges, to your point, played 46 minutes, had 16 points, minus 15.
Mikal Bridges is a guy who normally locks people down. He's effective down low. Yesterday, man, it's like he failed too many times for me. It's like you said about Hart was slipping. Mikal Bridges was laying on the floor most of the damn time.
Never let me slip, because if I slip, then I'm slipping. The Pacers took that thing away. That is a team that doesn't quit. I think we've seen that throughout these playoffs. I can't say I'm blaming Brunson for that. If I had to point the finger at anybody, I think Thibodeau's at the top of the list. I also think you got to just credit Indy. I think Indy came and
Indy played their tails off.
The door was left open and they kicked it down. That is the philosophy of this radio program. People say opportunity knocks. It doesn't knock. You got to kick doors down. When we return, we're going to talk to Hondo Carpenter, covers the Raiders, get a preview of week 3 for the Washington Commanders. Nobody go anywhere.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The NFL has its new rules for the 2025 season, and one thing is not changing. One of the biggest and most controversial rule changes on the docket this offseason was the Tush push. And in the end, the Eagles got their way. NFL team owners voted 22-10 in favor of banning the play, just 2 votes shy of the required number to ban the Tush push. Now, one issue that did pass without any controversy involved a change to the league's onside kick policy. The NFL owners have passed a rule change that will allow teams to declare onside kicks at any point during the game if they're trailing. As part of the new policy, the onside kick will happen from the 34-yard line and not the 35-yard line. And on Tuesday, NFL franchise owners voted unanimously to allow players to try out for flag football at the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. Those are your rule change recaps. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Very excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our guy, Hondo Carpenter, covers the Raiders out in Las Vegas. Hondo, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
The rude guy hotline. Come on. I'm not rude. At least I hope I'm not rude. What a great name for a hotline. I do these interviews all over the country, and that just instantly moved to the top of the hotline. Usually it's Frank and Frida's Tire Service. This is great. The rude guy hotline. It's like, hey, here, open a beer and insult us. Let's go.
Sold. Just for clarification, it's the Rude Guest Hotline. But
okay. Well, that's even better. You filthy animals.
I love it, man.
Oh, man.
So, Hondo, let's start with, we always talk about projections and kind of where teams are expected to go 1 year to the next. I don't think in any capacity can you project what the Raiders will be this fall based on the previous few seasons. Coaching change, quarterback change. I mean, everything has changed out there. What is the vibe for the Silver and Black and Raiders fans?
First of all, I have been doing this for decades, and I want to make something really clear because I'm not a Raider fan. I don't think you can cover a team and effectively and be a fan of that team. I'm not a hater either. I'm neutral on it. Obviously, I've got great friendships within the organization and friends with, players and
Sure.
coaches and all of that. But if the Raiders offense had been arrested for being NFL quality last year, there would not have been enough evidence to convict them. And when you look at their number one wide receiver, Jacoby Myers, the most underrated player in the National Football League, he didn't drop one ball. You look at Brock Bowers. You look at Colton Miller, who, after healthy, one of the best left tackles in all the game, very underrated offensive line. They brought in Luke Getsy last year to run the offense, which was uglier than me in the shower. And since it's the rude guest, I can say it. And I mean, that's why I shower with the lights off. And then it was horrible. And then they never recovered. And so they bring in Pete Carroll, who is phenomenal. When you get to add a Hall of Fame coach, his presence, the things he's already instilled have been phenomenal. I've been doing this for decades, and there are few coaches whose presence commands something. And every one of these players knows who Pete is, and he commands it. And what I was literally just on a national interview before you called, and they were asking me what has stood out to me the most about Pete. And I said, he runs this organization, but not with a heavy hand. He's 73 years old, running around practice yesterday in the heat of Vegas, and he's helping big, humongous men up off the field when they're down. He's running everywhere, playing catch. And so Max Crosby, who I've known since his freshman year in college, and Max is not just a guy I cover, he's a great friend. And Max speaks his mind, and when you work as hard as he does, you've earned that right. And yesterday, a media member asked him about, how different it is now compared to the past, and he stopped, and he goes, you know what? I'm not even thinking about the past. I just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's number one. Then you go add at the most important position, Geno Smith. Now, let me just say this. I don't think Geno's a top 5 quarterback. I don't think he's close. But I do think he's in that anywhere from 10 to 15 range. And now all of a sudden, Brock Bowers last year had an awesome year, best tight end in the game. And I can't tell you the number of times he caught the ball and fell to the ground because it was poorly thrown.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden now you have a guy that's going to throw people open, that all of a sudden your speedsters don't have to stop to catch a ball. And I for example, they got Trey Tucker a few years ago out of Cincinnati, and the guy he's got speed to burn. And there were multiple plays last year he had everybody beat and then had to stop for the ball to get to him. By the time he did, there were 3 defenders and it got knocked down or broken up. And Geno Smith can make all the throws. Geno Smith is smart. He's not going to make stupid mistakes. Now, there's always some guy, and I know it's true even in the D.C. area because of all the morons in politics, there's some guy sitting in his mom's basement whose girlfriend's last name is .jpeg, who are going to point to, but Pro Football Focus talked about his interceptions. True. But when did he get his interception, moron? If he got him when the game was over and he had to take risks to try to win something.
Yep.
Geno Smith is an underrated quarterback. He's not Jaden Daniels. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow. He's not Patrick Mahomes. But I'll tell you what he is. He's a guy that's not going to beat you, who's ethereal, a great leader, all about the game. He's there early, stays late, helps young guys, helps old guys. A massive upgrade. Then they go and add Ashton Jeanty. I mean, this guy is the best. Now, listen, I had multiple GMs tell me, best running back in the draft since Saquon Barkley. Now, nobody said he was Saquon, but everybody said the best since. He comes in. This is a guy that can do absolutely everything. They're better there. They have a great draft. They go get Jack Bash out of LSU, that every NFL team I spoke to had a first-round grade on him, but because there are so many crappy drafting teams, he falls to the second. The Raiders never thought he would be there. Stole him. Then they go get, an incredible wide receiver. I want you to think about this, gentlemen. Think about this one. They're able to go and they nab a kid out of Tennessee. And this kid is 6'5", and runs a flat 4.30 and Dante Thornton.
I love that kid in the draft process.
Okay. I loved him. Listen, one NFL general manager sent me a text when the Raiders picked him, and it starts with an F and ends with a K. And, I mean, he was just so ticked off. And so here's the whole deal. Just with Pete and just with Ashton, they're better. Then they go get Chip Kelly, an elite offensive coordinator. Not a good head coach. I don't think he's terrible. I just don't think he's good. And they go at him, the highest paid offensive coordinator. And then you keep Patrick Graham, who is one of the best defensive coordinators in all of football, should be a head coach. The fact that Patrick Graham is not a head coach in this league is the malfeasance of ignorant ownership. They have the best defensive line coach in Robbie Leonard. This is a much improved team just with Pete Carroll and Gino and keeping Patrick Graham.
Was Graham the Giants DC for a little while? Is that the Yale dude?
Yeah, and then get this one. So everyone says, well, he sucks because he was with the Giants. Well, you have a boss.
Yeah.
Hey, if your boss comes in tomorrow and says, all right, gentlemen, I want you to go ahead and talk about how the Commanders are going to win the Super Bowl because they are the softest team in the NFL. And you're like, what? They're not soft, you moron. But you still have a boss.
Well, dude, we saw the same thing here. Bobby Johnson was with the Giants. The entire offensive line got hurt. Everybody determined Bobby Johnson sucked. Dan Quinn hired him. He did an excellent job last year. He's a real teacher, a real developer, and he really knows how to help mobile quarterbacks. All of a sudden, people are like, man, OG Bobby Johnson knows what he's doing. He always knew what he was doing. Sometimes the personnel sucks.
Yeah, Patrick Graham was on a crappy team in the Giants with crappy leadership. And so, you know, when you hang out in an outhouse, you smell like it. But he's the real deal. That guy is legit. He was a finalist. Jags were going to hire him. He was in Jacksonville going to hire him, and then Liam Cohn calls and says, all right, I changed my mind. Since you got rid of your GM, I'll come. But this guy is a legitimate – he is the best. And the way he teaches – you should see him go after Max Crosby. And I'll never forget one time Michael Jordan talking about what he loved the most about being coached in Chicago was the fact he got pushed. Nobody treated him like he was Michael Jordan. And the same thing happened when he joined Phil in L.A. Mm-hmm. And you watch the way Patrick Graham and Robbie Leonard push Max Crosby, and it sends a message, hey, if we're willing to go after Max, we're coming after you. This is a better team that woefully underperformed last year, and those things are going to be corrected. I mean, at one point, guys, they were down 13 starters to injury. 13. Nobody talked. Now, on your show you do, because you guys have a legitimate, real show, and you're not just a bunch of people out there looking for clickbait. You guys know the game. You talk about it. It's why you guys are so popular in your area, because they understand. People know when they tune into you, I'm not listening to some moron in his basement giving an opinion by a tire company who sponsored him. I'm listening to real sports guys. That's why they love you. And people that know the game look at, okay, 13 starters injured, 13, and yet still had a very good defense. Not great, but good, considering 9 starters were gone. You look at what happened on offense. There was a lot of reasons with this team last year why it failed. The Devontae Adams was a joke, and luckily for them, they were able to get rid of him. How'd that work out for the Jets? But it just turns out this team is going to be better just because of the presence of Pete Carroll.
I've been saying the same thing. I think you get Carroll, and then he gets Gino, and Gino knows how to play quarterback in the NFL. To your point, maybe he's not a top 5, top 10 guy, but he's an NFL quarterback. They have not had that. Totally. We are talking with our friend Hondo Carpenter, covers the Raiders for SI. You can give him a follow at Hondo Carpenter. Hondo joins us famously via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
That's correct. Hondo, I got to say.
I'm just going to tell all your listeners right now, if you go buy anything from a competitor of Rude, you just should get a bumper sticker that says, caution, driver is a moron. Those guys are as tough as they come.
I mean, you could cut a promo, Hondo. Hell yeah. Dude, I got to say, so the Commanders play the Raiders week 3, and, you know, when the schedule comes out, we all do our predictions and, like, talk about each game and what's important. And I've been stressing this is not the same Raiders team. Christian Wilkins was a dude I thought was a monster for the Dolphins. I don't know what happened last year, but that was a lost season almost from the break. I mean, what does this D-line look like with Crosby back and Wilkins? And I feel like that could be a really good group.
Well, first of all, Christian was injured, so that is why
That's there wasn't.
It was a huge blow, and then they lost their other starting defensive end, who looked like an emerging superstar in Malcolm Kuntz 2 days before the season started. They lost and then they lost Crosby. So, anyways, yeah, great point. Again, it's why your show rocks. When you look at this team, now I'm going to be very truthful about Jaden Daniels. I love everything about Jaden. So what I'm about to say, I want your listeners to hear before you comment. My biggest concern with him coming out of the draft that I heard from multiple NFL teams, he does not have the frame to play the way he plays for 17 games in the National Football League. And if he stays healthy, he's elite. And he's going to have to learn the balance of when is it worth the risk and when not.
Mm-hmm.
I had a general manager tell me if he can stay healthy for 3 years, he will rival Patrick Mahomes as the best quarterback in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
He said, in the NFL. This is before the draft. He said, the problem is the kid only knows one speed. And he goes, it's a testament to him. He plays like a linebacker, but he's got the body of a punter. And so when I say that, I'm not in any way calling him weak. He's just not that big of framed guy. I think Jaden Daniels is an elite player. And let me tell you, I don't know if you guys have met him or not. He's a super kid.
Oh, yeah.
What a wonderful human being. If you don't love Jaden Daniels, you are literally stupid enough to buy from someone other than Rude. But with that being said, that's my only concern with him. I expect if he's healthy, and I think he will be, I hope he's healthy. I want that kid to succeed. I don't think anybody's going in to your stadium and beating Washington this year. I think they are a team that's incredibly well coached. I think they are a team that's got a lot of really good talent. Your team has been built with a bunch of guys that aren't prima donnas, and it starts with Jaden. You go get a quarterback who can play the way he does. There is nothing arrogant about him. If you were to meet him outside of a football field, you'd think he was an accountant. Just because of his body frame, you wouldn't think, oh, that guy's a pro athlete. He's not the biggest guy. You would just think, oh my gosh, I'd like my daughter to marry that accountant. He's just that kind of kid. and then you watch him on the field and he becomes a demon possessed machine.
Yes, he
How
does.
do you not love him?
Yeah.
So
his demeanor at end of games is simply incredible. And the way he's able to kind of turn it on and off is like to turn on that demon when he puts the helmet on. It's remarkable. I
heard a great story about him you guys are going to love. So I don't remember if it was at the combine or where it was at, but during the draft process, he's just got on a flannel and a T-shirt, and he was at a McDonald's, and somebody felt bad for him. They thought he was, all this poor kid, and wanted to buy him McDonald's. So they're like, hey, I'll buy your meal. And they bought him McDonald's, and everyone's like, do you know who that was? And the lady's like, no, I just felt bad for him. I've been a kid before. And they're like, okay. But he walks over to the lady and evidently left this lady an incredible tip and just how thankful he was for her for doing it, and never said he was a football player. I have heard so many stories about him. I'll tell you a kid that I've heard the same amount about this year's Travis Hunter. Is just multiple stories about people. A guy told me, you're going to love this story. He's in the airport and all these people were around Jaden, and Jaden was visiting with everybody and signing every kid who wanted an autograph, to the point where he almost missed his plane. And the guy literally said to me, he goes, I'm a Philadelphia Eagle fan, and I went out and bought a Jaden jersey. He goes, I absolutely love that kid. And I'll never forget him telling me the story. I was in an airplane flying to the owners' meetings, and he happened to be sitting next to me, and he says, you know who I really like? I said, who? And he goes, Jaden Daniels. I go, that doesn't surprise me. And he tells me this story. He goes, I never got a chance to talk to him. He goes, but I went out and bought that kid's jersey. He goes, I could not believe the way he was treating people. And he goes, and this guy's son went up to him, and his son had an Eagles jersey on. And, he's walked up and goes, Jaden, can I have your autograph? He goes, sure. And he goes, man, I bet you love your Eagles. And he's like, yeah, we do. And he goes, well, Jalen's a great player. You couldn't have a better quarterback. The guy's like, he's sitting there preaching to my son how great my team is, how great Jalen is. It wasn't competitive. And he goes, my son walked away and he's like, Dad, I still love the Eagles, but he goes, can I be a Commanders fan if I don't tell anybody? And so, I mean, that's the kind of quarterback you guys have in Jaden Daniels.
It's going to be a fun year. Can't wait for week 3 when you guys come to town. Well, I'll introduce myself to you in the press box. It'll be fun.
Definitely.
You better, and I'm going to tell you one more time, if you don't buy from Rude, it's because you're a moron.
Thank you, Hondo.
Hey, Hondo,
appreciate the time, man.
The check is in the mail.
All right, thanks, everybody. I hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, brother.
Hondo Carpenter, Sports Illustrated, covers the Raiders, does a hell of a job. You can give him a follow at Hondo Carpenter, Hondo Carpenter. That was a fun one. When we come back, got to check in on the golf. Plenty of football. Got to check in on the Nats. No game last night. And apparently, Chris Russell's turning purple. Nobody go anywhere.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The New York Knicks found themselves on the wrong end of a crazy comeback. With just under 3 minutes to play and the roar of Madison Square Garden behind them, the Knicks led the Indiana Pacers by 14 points. But through an array of defensive mistakes and costly turnovers, they end up losing in overtime, 138-135 to open the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, by their own admission, the defeat stemmed from the Knicks failing to run through the finish line, which means Jalen Brunson and the Knicks are going to be tasked with regrouping so they don't find themselves with an even worse feeling on Friday, headed to Indianapolis down 2-0. Celebrate spring this weekend during Meadow Farms Nursery All Plant Sale. Now through May 28th, VIPs save 20% to 30% on all plants. Not a VIP? Sign up for free at any one of Meadows Farms' 16 locations or at meadowsfarms.com. Hurry and plant a little happiness for less. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Hondo Carpenter, trust me, man, you need to listen to that. That was a wild ride. Hondo's a hell of a dude. Right now, though, we're going back to the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. This time, we're not going as far away as Vegas. We're just going to Bethesda, where our friend Garrett Johnston is at the Senior PGA Championship out at Congressional. Yo, let's start with the weather. What's it like out there? Kind of drizzly? Is the rain about done? Are they able to play through it all?
Yeah, they're playing through it. Good morning, guys. Actually just ran into Brennan Little here, who's caddies for Gary Woodland full time. He actually started his career with Gary in 2016 at this course. Remember the old Quicken Loans National Boys with Tigers event here?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's where it all started. So it's kind of crazy. He gets his chance. He said he told me this week, finally able to experience a tournament. Now he's in his mid-50s as a player, which is just ridiculous. But yeah, just looking at conditions here, it's drying out. Like the sun's coming out a little bit, and they're playing through things.
How's the rough?
Thick.
Gnarly. I talked to Paul Stankowski, great dude out here. He's a 55-year-old veteran of the Champs Tour. He told me, dude, this is Hulk Hogan kind of rough, all right? You feel like something's grabbing your glove. And I just love that these guys are at that point in their life, JP and B. Mitch, they're just like, they don't give a you-know-what anymore. You know what I mean? They're just letting it fly. They're telling you what they think, and I think that's what's so refreshing about covering this tournament, and it's great to have them here.
I'm looking right now. Stuart Sink is 4 under through 14. Ernie Els is knocking at the door, 2 under through 11. Who did the Patty Harrington 1 under through 14? Who did the betting markets install as like the favorite for this thing? And are there people you like in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, the betting markets, I am all over it when it comes to the majors, but my wife would kill me if I was on it for the senior majors and the senior events. But what I will say is that, listen, like this course, as you guys know, there's a lot of local connection with Stuart Sink in the sense that he works with John Scott Rattan. So when you talk about favorites, distance is huge out here, right? So favorites would be a Stuart Sink. That's one thing that John Scott told me a couple days ago by phone. He said, listen, distance is everything. And especially with wetter conditions, we saw what Rory did in 2011 on the same course, but Stuart would be a favorite because of that. I did talk with Stuart about the course. Where's the biggest bite of the course? And he said that to him, lag putting is everything, right? You guys know the quadrants out here, how big these greens are. You're going to miss. It's a numbers game. You're going to miss on the wrong side of the pin, and you're going to have a 40, 50 footer. You're going to have to be 2-putting like crazy. So that was a big focus of their practice this week. The other favorite I would say was a long distance hitter. You mentioned Padraig Harrington, and I spoke with him, and he said that he's been preparing for majors for 30 years. And for him, it's about cramming for a test. You don't know, you take this on as a brand new course. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's been changed, and he just looks at it as a test, and he just has to kind of have a peace of mind. By 6 o'clock, he tells his caddy Ronan, all right, shut me down. we're closing this up. Because, I mean, even on the range, he has to have Ronan tell him to step out of every range shot. Otherwise, he's just going to hit ball after ball 10 seconds apart, like all of us amateurs. So I think there's a relatability to Podrick, but I would pick with those two as kind of the favorites, in my opinion.
How about Ernie Els? Didn't he win the U.S. Open there way back?
97, yeah.
I think I was at that tournament.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
how old are you, B. Mitch?
Man, I'm in his late 40s.
Late
no,
40s.
I'm 56.
Yeah, no, Ernie's a good player, and I spoke with him as well this week, and I'm just curious. Obviously, a lot of local media were asking about the course, and he said he loves the design. He loves what they've done. I actually texted him and said, hey, check out this view of the downhill par 3. And, this is on, Saturday? And he's like, dude, where is this course at? I don't recognize it. So
has he not been back since the redesign?
No, well, he's been back, I think, in the early 2020s. Remember, he was here for Tiger's event in 16, but he was here, I think, just before they did the redesign. Or it's just, the renovation, if you will. But yeah, I mean, he loves what he sees. And I think for him, I asked him also too, what have you overcome in your career? What are you most proud of what you've overcome in your career? And he said, bouncing back from close calls and majors. Tom Lehman's the same way. I spoke with him about this too. You can't dwell on disappointment is what these guys are telling us now. Here they are in their mid 50s, early 60s. You just can't dwell on disappointment. I think there's a lot to learn from that. They're still playing major championships, at this level for them. And they're playing against the best guys they've been going at for 30, 35 years. So I think you take a lot from the reflective comments you get from Ernie and also from Tom Lane. There's just so much that these guys bring.
Not that it's a direct comparison, but you wonder what Karl Malone or Charles Barkley, you wonder what their careers are if MJ never exists. And for a guy like Ernie Els, and there's a bunch of guys in that era that were a little bit older than Tiger, but in their prime when Tiger showed up at 22, just ready to kick everybody's ass. And you wonder what Ernie's career looks like if Tiger wasn't around. And, time goes on and is what it is. We're talking with our friend Garrett Johnston here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Garrett, what are Ernie famously has that super just fluid, smooth swing. Does it still look the same with Ernie now that he's on the senior tour and just a bit life keeps going?
Yeah, to me it does. I mean, I've seen him at Richmond, the Dominion Energy Classic every fall, and I see him out there and catch up with him. And yeah, he always talks about the 1, 2, and 3 in his swing, right? So 1 is taking it back, 2 is coming down from the top, and then 3 is just holding your finish. And so he said just holding his finish is the critical thing, even at this age. But even on top of the smooth and the rhythm that he goes for in his swing, he said that we're all chasing distance. Even now, we see Harrington out here with ball speed numbers that are higher than most of us. And that kills me. You know what I mean? He says he wants to keep up with Harrington, and it bothers him that someone else has a higher ball speed. So it's fascinating how they balance the rhythm of their swings, the timing and tempo, which they know they need, with the distance out here as well. Another note to have about Ernie, you said that Tiger, he was the guy probably that was hit most by Tiger in the Tiger era. There was one point where his dad went up to him and said, Ernie, dude, what's in late 90s, this Tiger guy, what's the big deal? You go out there and tell him how it's done. You're a big man. Go in his face and tell him how it's done. And he said, Dad, you don't know who the F we're dealing with.
That sounds right. Dude, in the minutes we've been talking here, Ernie has now moved to 3 under. So he must have just birdied 11, par 5 out there. I'm curious. I mean, the PGA Championship they just played at Quail Hollow, I feel like they were probably playing that thing at 7,700 or something. What did they play the senior PGA Championship at, yardage-wise?
Yeah, so I checked in on that this morning. So the actual yardage for today is 70.51, okay. I believe, or right 1 or 2.
What JP like to play at?
I mean, it's not that. Where we play, it's 68.50 or something, which is crazy.
Yeah, so that's what it's at for today. And I think for the tournament, it's at 71.50, right around there for the tournament. So it could go up and down. But that was one thing that Stuart Sink mentioned to me. I told him, hey, your coach thinks that it favors you to be out here. This is a course that with your distance should favor you. And he said, it all depends on tee boxes and how they want to set this course up. I don't think that my distance is going to be a huge deal. But these guys are so critical of themselves at the same time too. You got to have to take their comments with a grain of salt. But yeah, I mean, I think with his focus on lag putting, distance, control around the greens, I know around the greens is something I talked about with Jay Haas as well. 71-year-old, he was T5 here. 1997, hasn't been on property in 28 years, but he said that he's found that you've got to have touch around these greens in this renovated course, and also he has an excuse for 28 years of not being here. He's got 14 grandkids now, so I mean, come on, you can't give Jay Haas too much grief for that.
I find this pretty remarkable. B-Mitch, you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
There are two dudes tied for fourth right now. They're 2 under through 8. I guess they're in the same group.
Okay.
One dude's name is Matt Gogel, Gogel. He's an American. The other dude's name is Thomas Gogel, Gogle. Now, the O in his name has the 2 little dots over it. So I don't know how the hell to pronounce that. That's just kind of a weird coincidence.
Let's put them together by names.
How do you pronounce that German dude's name, Garrett? Do you know?
Oh, boy. Yeah, you got me on that one. Good try.
I can't do much with umlauts. If you want more from Garrett, check out the Beyond the Clubhouse podcast. I mean, he gets access to some of the best people in golf. And I love how you always talk to the caddies and kind of tell their stories. It's been, really neat week kind of following along with everything going on out there this week. Do you have a pick? Do you have a winner? Is it Sync, I guess?
Yeah, I guess I've been talking Sync up quite a bit in this chat. I'm just trying to think, man, when you talk to a bunch of different guys, you just kind of all blur at a certain point. But I don't know. Miguel Angel, the mechanic, is number 1 in the FedEx rankings, or excuse me, not FedEx, but wrong tour, Charles Schwab Cup rankings. And he's just a consistent player. And I think we know this course, guys, got a lot of bite, a lot of trouble areas. And I think with his iron play and with his way with the fans, guys, I think he'd be a fan favorite there with the cigar at the end. Who wouldn't want to celebrate with Miguel Angel?
That dude looks like he enjoys himself.
Oh, he has a lot of fun.
He has world's most interesting man vibes.
Didn't he go to the Slammer for a little bit?
I thought that was Angel Cabrera.
Cabrera. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I know there's somebody with Cabrera in his name.
There's your Slammer update. It's gonna be really fun to watch, dude. And I may be missing something, but because last weekend was the PGA Championship, I can't imagine the PGA Tour has an elevated event this week, right? Like, is it a relatively? This is probably the biggest show in golf for the weekend, or is there something I'm missing? There could be.
Yeah, no, this is it. They've got, where are they this week on tour? It's not an elevated event this week. I think they're
Colonial.
Yeah, Colonial in Dallas. That's why we saw Scotty Scheffler at the hockey game last night.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's playing again already, but it's not elevated. What is elevated is next week they're in Memorial. And honestly, that's part of the reason I led this conversation off with Brendan Little, caddy for Gary Woodland. He said he fired Gary because he was going to caddy for him this week. That was going to be a big story. And he fired him and said, listen, man, you got to get into the Memorial because that's going to get you into the other signature events this year. You need to focus on you. You're fired. All right. We're still on good terms.
We're still friends, but I'm letting you go.
Yeah, I mean, he's running the show. All right, this is a Brendan Little show. Forget that Gary's won a U.S. Open. I mean, come on, he's older.
Well, dude, one thing that's interesting because I remember Woodland was an Under Armour guy at one point in time, and Brian, we know some of the people involved in this. Under Armour had signed just an incredible roster of young stud golfers, and a lot of them made their debut at the Tiger Tournament. Or the Tiger Tournament was on their list because of its proximity to Baltimore and relationships with the folks that worked there. And I think Woody was definitely a part of that, right?
Oh, big time. Yeah, he's part of that crop of guys. And it's just fascinating, though. We talk about injuries, and he's a back injury that's been holding him off recently and kind of limiting him. It's fascinating what these golfers go through. You know what I mean? At one point, Gary Woodland was one of the big young athletes, right? He played basketball in college. He's one of the studs on tour now in his early 40s, like me and JP. Like this guy, who knows what his career is from here on out? Right. You know what I mean? He may just have 2 or 3 more good years and then have to shut it down.
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean?
His situation was terrifying with the brain tumor. I mean, everything that happened.
Right,
Garrett. Before we let you go, I got to ask one very important thing. Stuart Sink is a hell of a golfer. Not trying to take anything away from Stuart Sink, but he also has one of the world's most famous or perhaps infamous tan lines on his head with the hat tan line. Can you confirm or deny if that is still going on? And can you be our boots on the ground to investigate the Stuart Sink hat hairline, please?
Oh, boy. Well, I was here on Monday when he showed up with his wife, Lisa, and he did take his hat off for a minute. He had his travel, travel bags over here by the front of the clubhouse, and he was moving things around. It looked like they just got here from the airport. He took it off for a minute, and yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, that's his thing. You got to stick to your strengths, though, right? Like that's what we know Stewie has out here on tour.
I mean, hey, you got to protect yourself from the sun, and he's clearly doing it. I'm rooting for Stuart Sink to win because I do believe Sunday's supposed to be nice weather, and when he gets handed that trophy and takes his hat off to shake the hand of the commissioner of the PGA of America, what a look that will be. Garrett, thank you, dude. We'll be checking you out at Beyond the Clubhouse all week.
Appreciate it, guys. Good to catch up, man.
I dream. Be cool, brother.
All right, man. That's our friend Garrett Johnston. You can give him a follow at Beyond Clubhouse on X and Instagram. Does a really good job. He's at all these tournaments, man. Knows all the caddies, knows all the people involved.
Stuart Sink needs to go to a tanning bed.
Dog, it's a tough look. Leadville, can you tweet that out from the B. Mitch and Finley account and just say this is who B. Mitch and Finley are rooting for this weekend in the senior PGA? Also, I didn't know this, B. If you're looking for something to do this weekend, to go to the tournament, I think you can get in the door for $60. It is free for kids under 14 and free to military.
Man, that's cool.
That's cool,
that.
man.
I like that.
And like you're talking about guys with major wins. I mean, Patty Harrington won 2 U.S. Opens. Els obviously
Els won there.
Els has 4 majors. I think he won 2 U.S., 2 British. I mean, these dudes are the real deal. Going to talk a little Nats baseball coming up at 12:30, but we gotta at least discuss the legacy of Jim Irsay when we return. It's B. Mitch Finley. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you? I don't consume a lot of Stephen A. and the yelling shows. We always have it on mute in the studio. Today might not have been a bad one to have to listen to him talk about the Knicks game.
Yeah.
There was sad news last night out of Indiana. Jim Irsay, relatively young, man, only 65 years old.
Yep. Had a rough life, though, dog.
Yeah, he lived hard, and at least he was honest and tried to help others. Jim Irsay was the owner of the Colts, NFL lifer, born and bred into it. Colts.
Did they say cause of that?
If they have, I'm unaware of it.
I didn't see anything.
He's been very unhealthy for a few years. He hasn't been seen publicly, I think, in over. He wasn't at these past owners' meetings, and he hasn't been at owners' meetings in a while, and I don't think he was at the Super Bowl. Colts had some real success with Irsay. Story popped up that there was some debate over Ryan Lee for Peyton Manning in that draft, and Irsay was steadfast that it was Peyton all along. He was proved correct. A lot of his former players really, really swear by him.
I know which called him, loves him, Edrin.
Yeah.
He took care of his guys.
That's what you should do, man. And not his legacy obviously had some complications. He battled addiction. He was open about it. He had some public incidents as that addiction was unfolding. And I think for older folks in this area, they probably still have, I mean, you like to think people can let stuff go, but his father was, the guy that moved them from Baltimore to Indianapolis in the middle of the night, the Colts. Did you ever interact with Irsay?
I met him a few times. He was cool.
Yeah, I've met him and interviewed him a handful of times. There was that one kind of viral picture of him on the golf cart with me taking a photo of him.
Mm-hmm.
But by far, his biggest legacy for Burgundy and Gold fans, for people here, is that he was the first owner.
Well, like you said, some adults, some older people in this area that probably didn't like him, they love him because they're in this area. Farther up, the 95, they probably still dislike him.
But that was his father. In his
still,
defense.
but they dislike the name.
But if
you know that.
If you're a Burgundy and Gold fan, it's important to remember that Jim Irsay was the first NFL owner to come out and say the NFL needed to get rid of Dan Snyder. They had to consider voting.
And he said
it
it publicly.
He said it very publicly. That was a huge, huge moment in the eventual sale of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his willingness to speak the truth and take the arrows, if you will, was critical in the transformation.
Once he spoke, others started to let stuff out.
I'll be very curious if the Colts, eventually come up for sale. Irsay was survived by 3 daughters. His oldest daughter, I believe it's his oldest daughter. I could be wrong on that. But his daughter, I believe it's Carly Irsay Gordon, has been kind of the voting member of the Colts ownership at these owners meetings for the last couple of years. And I think the intention is not to sell this team whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Things can change over time, but I wouldn't expect any sort of changes like that in the immediate seasons.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed like a pleasant man, a fun man. He was really philanthropic in the Indiana area and loved music, had like a crazy guitar collection.
Mm-hmm.
No ill words to say about Jim Irsay here, and I hope he and his family and all those impacted by this get what they need. And
condolences to the family.
Indeed. Safe home, Jim. We'll be right back.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Longtime Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay died yesterday, the franchise announced. He was just 65 years old. Now, the specifics of his death are not yet known, though Irsay has dealt with various health issues in recent years. The Colts say that Irsay passed away peacefully in his sleep on Wednesday afternoon. Irsay is survived by his 3 daughters, and he said that he had planned to pass the team on to his children after his death, as all 3 of them were given an ownership title in 2012. They have all held active roles in the organization, though Irsay's specific succession plan isn't publicly known at this time. And we're going to try this one again. The Nationals, their game was rained out last night, rescheduled for a doubleheader September 16th. So tonight at 6:45 p.m. will be first pitch with Trevor Williams on the mound for Washington. Yesterday, the Nationals ended up making a roster move, placing Dylan Cruz on the IL, calling up Robert Hassel III for his MLB debut. Cruz was diagnosed with an oblique strain. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and just having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Lots going on in the DMV and in the world. Let's start with perhaps what's most important. Apparently, a British airline is going to start selling standing airline tickets.
Where they flying from? How long they gonna stay?
How long would you stand?
I'm not standing.
All right, but people that
have you seen when you're sitting in the seat, you feel the force on the seat? So you're gonna stand up and be strapped up somewhere?
It doesn't seem. So I'm looking at the video right now. It's not quite standing, but it sure as hell isn't sitting either. Jeff, you're trying to go to Madrid. Those airline tickets are expensive as hell. Would you consider standing for that flight?
So I saw the seats. No, nah. That's going to be uncomfortable. I worked at Six Flags for like.
It does look like a standing roller coaster seat.
Yes, and when the apocalypse opened, that's the type of seat they had. You know how many? I'm not even gonna say it. How many times I had to like just wiggle in there and like, yo, this is uncomfortable. And I'm like, yo, even though it's only a 60-second ride, I don't think that's going to be comfortable for a lot of people. And then,
yeah, but granted that you're going upside down and getting twisted around and all sorts of
crazy. But you're
only
standing up for
60 seconds.
But you talking about hours, dog.
Yeah, and then like
you gonna do it? You can't stay still for a damn second.
I'm a big person. I'm a big person, and there's people bigger than me. How is that going to work?
I don't think it's working.
I think, have you flown some of these real budget airlines? And I won't name names just to try to be, corporately polite.
Mm-hmm.
But like some of these flights where you can get on and then they charge you to breathe and they charge you for water. Like you are so crammed in. These seats are so tiny that I might prefer standing.
I'm still sitting. I don't care about all that. I'm still sitting.
You're also a man of significant means. I think there are people that if there were flights that are like DC to Boston, DC to New York, DC to maybe Atlanta,
30,
DC to Charlotte. Yeah, an hour or less.
I still wonder. When we taking off, when we're sitting, you feel a little pull. I'm wondering how it is for people standing in that situation.
when we fly with AD, you feel it. When you're on a big ass plane, I feel like
still too. Stand up then. We'll just stand up in the aisle next time.
I mean, I've been standing in the aisle during like turbulence. I'm not suggesting it's ideal, but I think it's a dollar equation.
How much less they gonna charge you? And how long is it before they start telling you, oh, we got to charge you more?
All right, Jeff, since you're our test subject here, say you have to go to Boston, and a flight to Boston is 45 minutes, an hour, call it. Say it's an hour. And the flight is $350, or you can get this crazy standing flight for $100. Is that money difference enough to intrigue you?
Well, yes, I would take the standing seat. But see, I'm a DJ. I stand up 4 or 5 hours at a time anyway, so that's not going to bother me. It's other people I'm worried about.
I'm just saying, man, standing up on the flight the whole time, take off, landing. You ever see something to land?
Did you look at the thing? It's like it's kind of a seat. Like you're strapped. You got a seatbelt. Like if your concern is safety, I think they're trying to handle the safety aspect.
Okay, well, I'm not getting on it. I'm letting you know that right now. And it's not about the means. It's just I'm not standing up.
I would be shocked if I ever saw you on a standing room only airplane. I would be shocked. I don't think I'm doing it either, but I can at least kind of understand it. I also thought this was really interesting. I got this email. What do you think of all the sports rules? What do you think is the most confusing to fans? What do they Google the most to understand a sports rule?
Illegal man downfield.
No.
In football or any sport?
All sports. I can give you the football one if you want.
Offsides in hockey. I'm giving you the stuff that I think is difficult.
Icing in hockey.
Icing, okay.
Icing in hockey lands at the top with almost 21,000 average monthly searches. The rule comes into play when a player shoots the puck from their own zone and crosses the opposing team's goal line. The sudden stoppage leaves thousands of casual fans completely mystified. So icing in hockey is confusing. Honestly, offsides in hockey, until you figure out what it means, is pretty damn confusing too.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it is for baseball? Balk.
Yeah.
17,000 people a month try to figure out what a balk is. And I think the hardest part is like even true seam heads, like my man Landfill, you can't always, like sometimes you think it's a balk and then it's not, or you don't think it is and it is. Like where does the balk technically occur? When the pitcher starts his rotation, right? Because he doesn't have to be, especially if it's a lefty.
You can't make
a sudden movement.
You can't make a move towards the plate,
right? But like if it's a lefty pitcher and there's a runner on first, like that's a really hard rule.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
like a righty. It's a lot easier.
Pitchers learn different moves for that. Yeah.
I'm just saying,
but
they
changed it up lately.
That's the balk rule. Like that is, I understand why people are Googling the hell out of that. All right, so what do you think it is in football?
In football,
top search.
Illegal procedure.
Nope.
That illegal man downfield got me last year, but
is it a catch or is it not a catch?
No, it should be that. Offsides. 15,000 people a month are Googling offsides. And they write, many weekend viewers scratch their heads when play stops for this common violation. And what's trickier about offsides is if they get the snap off, then the play continues. So if you don't know what the hell's going on, you're like, wait, that guy just jumped off.
And then there's neutral zone infraction. And like I talked to a ref yesterday.
Yeah, you said you were texting me.
So I said, how do you all referee the neutral zone? Says the front of the ball to the back of the ball. I say, but in the touch push, the offensive lineman heads are even with the ball. And he's telling me that, well, the D lineman can't be like that. So the offensive lineman should not be like that either. Well, they're not supposed to be. I'm like, well, you better look at some of these plays then. Then I was told, well, you got to be careful when you're looking at it on film. because it'll make it look like that. I said, bro, I'm not talking about film. I know when they're offside. So they don't even know.
What do you think the most confusing rules in sports are? I think
I just told you.
I think particularly with the tush push, I think it's so hard for us to conceptualize this because Toby's sitting in here now. The six of us are so far removed from casual sports fans. Like even the sports I don't watch a lot of, I understand on a pretty fundamental level.
The one I had to figure out was when you're watching tennis. In every sport, if it's on the line, you're out. In tennis, if you're on the line, you're in.
I also think specific to that with tennis, how they have the challenge system now, and they zoom in with what looks like the video game ball hitting the line. Like I think the incredible growth of challenges and TV replays and stuff, I think for casual fans, I think that drives them away. Like I thought the Pacers last night were really good with their challenges, but I think
I like it because it shows you and what it tells
me. Sometimes it takes forever.
But no. As soon as they see it, they call it. But in our sports, we can see it and they still be wrong. You know what I mean? So why couldn't football tell you if the foot is on the line or not?
I don't know why they continue to tell us it's so hard to do that stuff with football. And I know.
You know why it's so hard?
They're trying
you gotta have that little wiggle room.
Yeah. But I think this year they're trying for 1st and 10 to be all computer measured out. Rounding this out, apparently golf, if you combine golf searches, that is the most confusing sport for casual fans. Almost 12,000 people a month are Googling handicap as it's related to golf.
Yeah. Did I tell you a story about Shep?
No.
We were at a tournament. We walked up down in Virginia Beach. And the lady said, "What's your handicap?" He said, "I always walk like I started laughing. What the hell you laughing at me? I say, bro, she thought with your golf and he say, hell, whatever the highest they can get me.
He said, "I always walk like this." That's amazing.
My dog.
Shout out to Leslie Shepard. So golf handicap gets Googled almost 12,000 times a month. And then I can understand and again, this is me trying to wrap my head around very casual sports fans. I can understand sports fans or casual fans needing to Google what a birdie is. But I'm surprised. So 9,000 people a month are Googling birdie.
Mm-hmm.
7,500 people a month are Googling par.
Let me just
par is a real word.
Par is the number. If it's a par 4 and you get 4, that's a par. It's even whatever the number of the course, the name of the number is. Birdie is one less.
Right. I understand what it is, B. I appreciate
I'm trying to explain to them.
But par is also a word that you can use in like financing or like if our guy John Leahy's selling houses and it's like, yo, this house is worth $500,000. That's on par with the comps in the neighborhood. Like that's just a word. It means something specific in golf, but it means lots of things, lots of places. Mm-hmm. People should be able to on some level, people should be able to figure out what the hell that means. It's a regular word. No, birdie is a very unique thing. Bogey, etc.
I gotta calm you down. You know, you little pompous sometimes.
People should know what par means. That is not pompous.
No. Par in golf is a par 4. Okay, on par meaning you're equal to something. It's totally different.
I get that, but you should just.
But
be
if
able
you
to
don't play
understand
golf,
what the word
you're not gonna know. People that don't play golf don't know what the hell a golf terminology is.
I guess.
If you had never been on the golf course, had never played, none of your friends talked to you, you wouldn't know either.
Jeff, when did you know what par and birdie?
He don't know what par is.
Jeff definitely doesn't know what birdie means.
Y'all got jokes. All right, so I knew par. I used to play like Tiger Woods and stuff on the PlayStation. My dad randomly had those
But you played a game with it. I'm saying.
But the term I had to Google a couple weeks ago was albatross.
You're never gonna have one. Don't worry.
So look, the only reason I even knew that was a golf term is because I was playing like this game on my phone, and I hit an albatross on the game, and I was like, "What is it?" I was like,
Alcatraz.
Albatross.
That's
Alcatraz.
That's Alcatraz.
Well,
but I was like, yo, I didn't even know that was a word. It's still words I don't know.
Well, I know what it is.
I'm surprised lie isn't one, because that term was kicking my butt for a minute when I first started playing.
Now, that is a good one.
You know what's really confusing in golf? Once you like really start to play and know what you're saying, if somebody says I lay 3, or somebody then asks you like how many you lying, like that's a weird, tricky situation that sometimes gets a little disputed.
What's the lie?
Right.
Man, I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth.
Right. Or what you lying, and then they're like, I see it center right of the cup. And you're like, no, how many strokes? You jerk. Listen, left hand up. Golf vernacular is weird. Like it's an extremely niche thing.
So let's think about golf. If you know the rules of golf, it seems like you cheat at certain moments, certain positions. You don't know the rules of golf, you try to cheat, and you always get caught. Just think about it.
Agreed. It's I don't know. That was fun. Are there any other words you can think of out there in sports that are really confusing, you think, for random fans?
The whole thing about golf for me is everything you want to get done, you got to do it opposite. You want the ball to go left, you got to swing right. You want to go right, you got to swing left.
So of the top 10 most searched sports terms, icing in hockey, balk in baseball, offsides in football, handicap in golf, which is, I find that kind of interesting because, like, if you're only watching golf, they don't talk about handicaps if you're watching the John Deere Open.
Everybody play equal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that's more about like, oh, I'm going to play. Like Shep could have Googled it before he went to that tournament in Virginia Beach. Number 5 is safety in football. Number 6 is birdie in golf, 7 par. 8 is blitz. Am I allowed to complain about people not knowing what a blitz is?
Everybody don't watch football, dog.
Yeah, but dude, blitz is similar. Like,
Bruh,
I have a better leg to stand on with this term.
Blitz, you can go to what's the place and get you a drink. It's a little drink.
But blitz is a is an actual military term of like
attacking. Yeah, but
I don't think that one should be that hard to figure out in conversation.
See, this is the thing. You are a historian. You listen to stuff. You play sports. A lot of people are not historians and don't play sports.
I guess.
Like we brought Whitney in here the first time for Whitney on
Whitney
sports.
would be great at
She
this.
would know everything about anything that was like current events. She wouldn't know nothing about sports.
If we asked Wendy to define a balk, how do you think that would go?
You might get cursed out.
All right, so number 9 is an eagle in golf, which I understand that's confusing. This one, the 10th most Googled sports term, Grand Slam.
Is pickle one of them?
Again, people don't play sports, man.
You trying to play hide the pickle, Jeff? What are you talking about?
A lot of people pickleball.
No, like, you know, in baseball when people say, "Oh, he got in a pickle," but it was a rundown. Yeah,
I just would think that doesn't happen frequently enough. I'm just surprised people don't know what a Grand Slam is.
Are you sure they're talking about a baseball one?
You think they're talking about Denny's breakfast?
They could be talking about
They could be talking about tennis or golf.
That's true. It's 2 different ones.
According to
Hold on,
this.
it's a Grand Slam in golf?
Yeah, when you win all the majors.
What do you think the Grand Slam in tennis is then, Jeff?
Bro, I didn't know that was a term in golf.
What about tennis?
Yeah, I've heard of it in tennis. There's so many games called Grand Slam and all that, but I've never heard that term in golf.
So just tell me what it is in tennis then.
Isn't it when you win 4 of the major tournaments? Yeah.
So wouldn't you just think that's the same thing in golf?
No.
It is, though.
Didn't you just say a lie is not telling the truth and lying in golf is something else?
I suppose I did. Listen, there's a lot of confusion in this world. That's just how it goes. Some people know, some people understand this, some people understand that. Different strokes for different folks, but there's zero confusion. If you need to buy a car, you need to go check out the Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years, and with that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. I was talking to Bob Biaggi this morning. Go buy a Chevy, a Buick, or a GMC off them over at Oarsman, Virginia, in Alexandria, Chevy, Buick, GMC. Whatever it is you're looking for, they got all the locations from Alexandria to Chantilly, all the brands you want, Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, those big Ram trucks. Great selection, great deals, and really importantly right now, great financing options. They've got a tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from, too, if that maybe fits your budget better. Best of all, every vehicle sold has that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that Lifetime Edge may be considered a grand slam, Jeff, because they give you know what? They give you up to $1,500 in extras. That's one. They give you a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. That's two. And they give you a loaner car with every major maintenance. That's three. And they will buy a car. If you go there and sell a car, they're going to pay you the most money. They pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, which would be four. They have the grand slam over there at Oarsman Automotive. Take it from JP and I. Two beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
This Sports Update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Facts, fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Minnesota Timberwolves have to solve Oklahoma City's AAU defense to avoid a 2-0 deficit in the Western Conference Finals. Minnesota's Anthony Edwards used that term to describe Oklahoma City's young, aggressive unit after the Thunder held the Timberwolves to a 34.9% shooting and a 114-88 victory in Game 1 on Tuesday. Game 2 tonight at 8:30 p.m. Also on tonight, you've got Game 2 in the East over in the NHL between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. And at 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, you can listen live as the Nationals take on the Braves. Yesterday's game rained out, so this is the second game of the series. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
In the misty morning far away, my heart's found when you. Brown Eyed Girl. That's a good tune right there. B, I heard from someone that works in this building. I'll leave it at that.
All right.
Talking about standing up on an airplane for a reduced cost.
Uh-huh.
A flight like Myrtle Beach is perfect. Myrtle Beach, probably maybe an hour. If you're telling me I have to stand on that flight and it costs me less than half than normal, bang.
I will
stand-a-rama, baby.
I will fall asleep going to Myrtle Beach just like I would going to Philadelphia on a flight.
Philadelphia on a flight.
I will go
crazy.
to sleep as soon as I'm on the plane.
I mean, that's crazy. That is just.
I sleep. A lot of people claim they can't sleep. Well, that's people that can't sleep on flights, stand up. There you go.
I think it's different. I think it's like if it's the right cost benefit, like most things in life, it's a CBA.
Yeah, I thought y'all posted it. I'll see it now. Let me see what they got here.
It's cost benefit analysis, baby. And to me,
that's basically you're standing up anyway. You're sitting.
Yeah,
it's not a standing.
That setup is really not that bad.
Yeah, but it looked like, ooh, boy, there'll be no big person getting in the middle of that seat.
That's going to be tricky. Yeah. It's going to be tricky. I just saw that Landfill also tweeted out our pick for the Senior U.S. Open, Sinkiacs. I'm rooting for him. All right, joining us now from Masson Sports is our guy, Bobby Blanco. Bobby, what's up, dude? How you been?
JP, B. Mitch, what's going on? Long time no talk. How you guys doing?
Good.
So, my first question, last night they called the game off. With that weather, there was no way they were playing. They could have called that game off at noon. I knew they weren't going to play that game. When you're in the baseball world and you work a lot and there's games every day, every night, what do you do with a sudden night off? What'd you do last night?
What did I do last night? I relaxed. I hung out with my wife and my son. Okay. We tried to get him down to an early bedtime and catch up on some TV. That didn't go quite as according to plan, but we got a couple episodes in or something.
He was like, Daddy, you here. I'm playing with you.
Bobby was trying to get his burgundy shirt on. All right, let's
blue or red shirt. Blue or red.
Red shirt. A curly W. All right, let's get caught up to speed. Let's get caught up to speed.
JP's a fool. I'm telling you that.
The Nats are running hot all of a sudden. That 8-game losing streak was a killer, but I think they bounced back to win 5 of 6 and now 4 in a row. What is going better? the bullpen has now had a very small spurt of playing well. Is that possible to continue?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. I mean, I think this bullpen right now, I mean, I know it was kind of a show to start the season, and it was statistically the worst bullpen of the year. And at that point, they were literally losing games for the Nats. They would be in it to the end, and then the bullpen would implode, and they would lose a couple of games. I think an interesting storyline for the pen right now moving forward is some of the young guys that are stepping up, in Jackson Rutledge, Cole Henry, Brad Lord, Zach Brixey to an extent. These are guys, especially those first three, that have been starters their entire career, and then just recently turned into relievers. Brad Lord still getting maybe a chance to start here or there, but right now he's back in the pen. But for Rutledge and Henry, these are two, former first round and second round picks that couldn't make it as starters. They dealt with some injuries along the way. They fell down the organizational depth chart in the rotation. And so this year they made the decision to make them full-time relievers. And I think that is paying dividends right now. And, they've always had stuff. They've always had really good stuff. It was getting deep into games that really troubled them. I mean, they couldn't sustain that success. So you figure, all right, if you're really good for their first 1 or 2 innings, why don't we try to make you a reliever when you're only pitching 1 or 2 innings at a time? And right now it's working out really well for them. I think it's a good organizational story for them if they can turn these guys into homegrown bullpen arms. Because they're pretty young still. I mean, they're under contract for a while. I mean, I can't recall the last homegrown reliever that the Nationals had that became a mainstay in their bullpen for a long time. So if these guys become a part of that, I think that's something they can build around, and they're getting more high leverage innings moving forward. We saw them pitch well over the weekend against the Orioles. I know those last 2 games were kind of blowouts, but they're getting a little more trust from David Martinez. So I think you're seeing them not lose games for the Nationals right now, which is a good sign. They're winning them for them, especially those close games like you saw Friday night with Kyle Finnegan closing it down, stuff like that. So the bullpen seems to have definitely turned a corner, and that's a really good sign because this offense is starting to come along strong.
Let's talk about some pretty major personnel changes. Dylan Cruz sustained the injury the other night, going on the IL. I still have to remind myself to say IL and not DL. Just going on the 10 days, so it doesn't seem like it's a really big deal. But they're bringing up Robert Hassel, who's a really intriguing prospect. There's been a lot of excitement about him. First, tell us about Cruz, how concerned we are with the injury from the other night, and then let's talk a little Hassel.
So for Cruz, there is a little concern, I would say. It's an oblique. They labeled it as an oblique strain, and those things are so, hit or miss in terms of the timetable. Like, it could be ideally only a couple of days or just this 10 days that he's on the IL, or it could be weeks, God forbid months. So you never really know with these kind of oblique strains, especially with the hitter. He had felt it a couple of weeks ago, he said, and then it really kind of creeped up on him the other night. After he hit his home run, he did a check swing in his next at bat and had to come out. I think you can sense that there is a little bit of concern when they immediately started putting the call up for Robert Hassel in motion after the game or even during the game before it ended, because they figured that, at the very least him or Jacob Young, who's also dealing with a shoulder injury now, was going to land on the IL, so they would need a backup, which brings up Robert Hassel. I mean, you don't want to see a top prospect come up because of injury, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. When one door closes, another opens. So here comes Hassel. He was part of that Juan Soto trade. At the time, he was considered, one of the more sure thing prospects of that group. A lot of injuries have derailed his career since then. But talking to him in spring training, he was just very much in the mindset of, like, if I can stay healthy, I know I can perform. And that's been the case. If he's been healthy and on the field, he's performed pretty well. He's a great defender. He's a great base runner. He has some sneaky pop to him, but can get on base and hit the ball pretty well. So I'm very interested to see how he handles his first major league stint. I know it's not the way that you would want to see him come up with Cruz going down, but on the injury list. But you got to take your opportunities when you're handed to him. So I think Mackenzie Gore is now with the rain out bumped back to slate tomorrow's opener against the Giants. So you could have 4 of the 5 prospects the Nationals got back for Juan Soto on the field at the same time, and Gore, TJ Abrams, James Wood, and Robert Hassel And then you even add Josh Bell to that as a DH. That's like 5 of the players that were included in that trade overall, which is kind of crazy.
How well has Gore been playing? I was looking at some lists which show how well he's been throwing as far as strikes, innings pitched per strike, or some deal like strikeout, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still the major league leader, maybe at least the National League leader in strikeouts. His K per 9 is through the roof again. I mean, that's always been his MO. He's doing a really good job of that and limiting his walks. I think that's something that he really wanted to focus on this offseason and in spring training. Get the ball in the zone, get guys to chase, don't give up free passes. I mean, that line he had in Baltimore on Friday night was insane. It was like 10 hits, 9 strikeouts, but only 2 runs and like maybe 1 or 2 walks, but in only 3 2/3 innings. Like it was like a wild final line for him. And that's kind of right now, like, I know that's crazy and I know that's not getting out of the 4th inning for your ace, but I think the key right there is not the strikeouts, but holding them to 2 runs. I mean, that kept the Nationals within that game, allowed James Wood to come up and hit that big home run late in the 8th inning to tie the game and then eventually win it. So, I mean, if he's not giving up runs and free passes, yeah, the strikeout numbers are sexy, but that shows to me that he's improving more on that department in terms of managing his game and his workload.
I get this email. I get like an MLB morning email, just like taking me around the league that I like to read. And they did one on like the young stud up and coming pitchers. And Gore wasn't near the top of the list, but he did make the list. And it was just cool to see him on like a national look. We're talking with our friend Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. You can give him a follow at Bobby_Blanco. Covers the Nats, does a great job doing it. We appreciate you making time for us, Bobby. I feel the need to say something that perhaps I shouldn't. And maybe I'm not even asking you to comment on this. I don't want to put you in a weird spot. It seems like we're going through this period of back padding surrounding the Soto trade because a lot of the dudes they were able to acquire from the Padres or end up being good, right? Abrams, Wood, bona fide studs. Gore looks like he's on that track. Maybe we get to see Hassel in the bigs tonight. That's all well and good. But like, I already knew Mike Rizzo was really good at making trades. Still, trading away Juan Soto sucks. And the fact that we live in a market where everybody's just like, well, he's got Scott Boras. Nobody can possibly compete with Scott Boras. This team used to sign Boras, guys. They did. So like the fact that we all just want to like act like, oh, well, you can't deal with that. They used to do it. They did it with Strasburg like 3 different times. The problems, that it just bothers me. It's like, oh, man, we did a hell of a job in that Soto trade. And that's great. But let's not act like the fundamental problem hasn't changed. Sorry, Bobby.
They don't spend money?
Yeah. And I'm not asking you to comment. I'm not putting you in a weird spot. I'm just screaming
I mean, I think all things can be true, right? What you just said, right? Like, I think it can suck to trade Juan Soto at the peak of his powers after he won you a World Series. But it can also be true that it was the right move for the franchise, and they got the right players back for it, and they're becoming bona fide, major league studs right now.
Only the right move for the franchise because ownership refuses to pay him what he's worth, what the market will prove he's worth.
Well, right, but like, and that was what a year and a half down the line from when they traded him. Yeah, so it's like, if they made him
I
that
love
offer,
Riz, dude. My beef is never with Riz. I hope that's clear. I think he's the best general manager this city has seen since Bobby Bethany.
Yeah, and I think Rizzo did the right thing given what he was told or offered, right? Like in that situation.
Right. I just like him to be told something different, and I think it's worth reminding everyone that he's doing this because he's told to.
Sure. And then I think, that conversation probably went, well, if we're not going to, he's not going to sign right now. We can make him an offer, but he's not going to take it. And if down the line you want to try again, that's fine. But if you don't think that he's going to sign here or you're not going to be willing to spend more there, then right now is the time to trade it. And he got the green light to do that. So I think all things can be true in that situation. Like, and I totally get your anger. Like the fan side of me, not when I'm working, but like the fan side of the Nats, every time I see Juan Soto in a Mets uniform, I like cringe. Like it's like painful.
This Mets stuff is tough.
It sucks. But then you also see that contract, and that is an absurd amount of money to pay a guy who's basically going to be a DH in a couple of years.
Dude, I think that's why there's a lockout coming in baseball. I think the Soto deal starting to flirt with $1 billion. Like when will the lockout? Is it 26 or 27?
Yeah, it's after next season, 26.
When we get to the end of the 26 season and everybody's talking about the lockout, it's because owners are flipping out about the prospect of a $1 billion contract. They got to limit the terms on these, like 15-year deals or banana land. That said, I am excited about watching the Nats. They're playing fairly well last night. So, in short, you seem more concerned about Cruz than maybe just the 10-day IL. Is that accurate?
Yeah, to circle back, a little bit, just because it's an oblique, and that's like if it was like a wrist or I don't know, like a joint, something, or a bone that like a bone bruise, something like that you can tell will heal faster. An oblique's so tough, and with the way that how hard these guys swing, especially Dylan. I mean, he attacks pitches so hard. Like, you just never know. I mean, ideally, again, it could be something not that hard or not that difficult, and he can get back to playing in a couple of days. But sometimes these things just linger, and it already is kind of concerning that he had felt it like a week or two prior to re-aggravating it the other night. So it's something he's been bothering with. He didn't seem too concerned after the game, like Tuesday night. But the Nationals were already kind of putting him going to the IL in motion at that time, so they seemed a little more concerned than he was.
And then this is Hassel's legit big league debut, right? He hasn't had like a September call up. Quick yes or no on that?
Nope. Yep. Whenever he takes the field, it'll be his debut. First time.
All right. Can't wait. Bobby, thank you. Sorry I started screaming.
Yeah, no problem. I enjoy it. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's our guy, Bobby Blanco. Give him a follow at Bobby_Blanco. 1 o'clock. Phone lines open. It is a Bleep You Thursday.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a triple-double. Get that latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In 10 minutes, phone line's going to open for Bleep You Thursday, whatever you're mad at.
Boy.
I'm going to go left-hand up on one of these. I said something earlier in the week. I got to bleep you to myself. I figured something.
What you said earlier this week?
I'll tell you in about, 11 minutes. What I can tell you right now, though, caller number 10 to 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to see Lee Bryce. What you know about that tour, 2025, Thursday, October 23rd at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Lee Bryce, what you know about that tour, caller number 10 right now. You win those tickets. B, you were just talking about the Mikey Samerstill video.
Bruh, Mikey crazy. Can y'all imagine that? Let's just say it's about 11:30. Your phone ring. It's JP. What you doing, man? What you mean what I'm doing? I'm chilling. Well, man, I was just calling to tell you good night. How would you take it, Jeff?
So crazy thing is, my boy did that to us like 2 days ago because there's a trend going on TikTok.
Don't call my house and tell them good night. I promise you. I'm going to curse you out and I'm going to probably fight you the next day.
My response was the same as
It
was another one I saw, and the dude was like, "You all right, bro? You need to talk." Like I'm like, bro, you good?
If one of my boys called me late at night, I was called to tell you good night, I'm gonna really think he needs to see somebody. He needs to go see a psychiatrist or something.
Dudes don't really say good night to dudes.
Nah. But Mikey is that type of dude. He's funny like that. He like to crack jokes all the time.
Right.
He is the, what do you say, man? What kind, man, you going bonkers right now.
Well, and Revo replied like, man, I don't answer my phone after 9:00. You could tell what Samerstill is in that locker room, just being around the guys and kind of seeing the operation.
He's the jokester.
But then seeing that is like,
oh boy,
it's just they've got a really good thing going, and that doesn't guarantee you win games or anything else. But it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this group grow and continue. If you haven't seen those videos, they're all over social. Samerstill prank calling his teammates and saying goodnight. It's I guess that's a TikTok trend or something, just telling me. But it's definitely going to be entertaining. We were going to get Chris Russell, who is apparently mad about.
He's always mad at something.
I'm
starting to think it's just a game with Chris.
I find it
he cannot
hard.
be upset over certain things he's upset with.
What is there to be mad about with Hard Knocks?
Make people think you're mad and they tune in.
But we had people call in yesterday that were mad about it, and they're not.
They weren't necessarily mad. They gave you their opinion, but Chris loses his damn mind.
Dude, Wale replied to me on Twitter, said he hates it.
He hates it, but he didn't call or go crazy. Chris is we're going to be able to hear him through his door, across the hall, 40 yards across here, through our door, and they're both shut.
That's a good point.
It's not that serious.
I think I
told you I was mad about it, but you know what? I'm not finna go lose my mind over it.
If you want to say you're concerned that it's a possible distraction, I don't agree with you.
Pro football is a distraction.
Doug, do you realize how many cameras are in every college football locker room? The amount of content being created in college football?
I understand, but I'm just saying even pro football as a whole is a damn distraction. You have to learn how to monitor and manage your time spent. If you don't, you get ran over. That's my dog right there. He's like
Arians?
Bruce Arians, boy. We were at Old Memorial before the game. Bruce had him a good old time.
Bruce likes to get it in.
Bruce is like me on the golf course, Jay.
Hey man, brother from another mother. Obviously, I think McAfee's going to do a lot on Irsay today, which will be really pretty good.
He already did some stuff.
Here's what we are going to do. Thursday, once a week, we come together as a group, as a community, for fellowship.
Yeah.
We come together to complain about things in our lives that make us mad. It could be your wife, your husband, it could be the New York Knicks, it could be the refs, it
Could be landfill.
Jalen Brunson. Could be landfill.
Could be landfill.
You're mad at landfill.
Landfill,
800.
I got bleep you for him every day.
800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday, baby.
Jeff Blashill has been hired as the head coach of the Chicago Blackhawks. The 51-year-old most recently spent 3 seasons as an assistant coach with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, his first NHL head coaching job was with the Detroit Red Wings from 2015 to 2022, as he attempted to guide Detroit through a lengthy rebuilding process, but was fired after the 2022 season. He now gets his second chance as the head coach of the Chicago Blackhawks. And Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones may or may not have a handshake deal, but the Cowboys' edge rusher has not signed a contract extension, and by the sound of it, nothing's imminent. The Cowboys owner said yesterday that it's been a while since he talked to Parsons about a contract extension. Parsons became eligible for that extension after the 2023 season, but he's now playing in the final year of his contract, scheduled to make $24 million on the fifth-year option. He wants a new deal, but the Cowboys are doing what the Cowboys do, and they're delaying the inevitable. While Parsons has been in and out of voluntary offseason programs, he's pretty much not going to show up for training camp without a new deal, so we'll see who wins that battle. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I'm more like Atari. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, Thursday, 1 o'clock. We haven't been able to do this in a while. There's just been a million moving parts and NFL draft, NFL schedule, blah, 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 blah. Now, though, we get to do it. Bleep You Thursday. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I'd like to kick this off. I have a Bleep You for people, and then I have a Bleep You to myself.
Good. Can't wait for this one.
There's a lot to do here. But I want to start with, we teased this a little earlier. Congratulations to all the graduates out there. Dan Quinn is the head football coach for the Washington Commanders. And in college, he played his college ball at Salisbury University. I think it used to be called Salisbury State. I don't know why there's a movement afoot to remove all states from universities. Like Towson State is now Towson.
I don't think none of them are states.
Yeah,
That's probably where they're changing it.
I suppose. But Dan Quinn gave the commencement speech at Salisbury University, and this is how he concluded his remarks.
Which leads me back to where we started and the 4 words I wish I was told when I was in your chair. And now I live by. So, ladies and gentlemen of Salisbury University's class of 2025, let it rip.
Yeah, baby.
I
wonder what the president thought.
The president thought, yo, Dan Quinn's going to get me on Sports Center, and I'm excited.
You know what it is, though? People have to understand you have to live life, man. And what he said was let it rip. Let it, y'all know what I'm saying, rip. And when you go into a situation, when you get out of school, everybody is doubtful and don't want to try stuff. Sometimes you got to go for it. You never know. You got all that education for the last 4 years, some people 5, 6, 7 years. You got it. Go out there and put it to work. And no, you may not know everything in the first job you get. But if you don't take that leap, you may never ever find out what you really have inside of you.
I totally agree. And so here's my first bleep you of the day. Now, the phone lines are open. If you want to bleep somebody, fire away. 800-636-1067. I know. So I tweeted this out. Nikki Javala tweeted it out first. I saw it from her. A lot of people are reacting. Not a lot. I'd say it's 80-20 people loving it. But to the 20% that are worried about the appropriateness of speaking at a college, say an elementary school, if that was DQ's message at my daughter's kindergarten graduation, I would take issue with it.
You graduated from college, you're an adult, right?
Right. You think these kids haven't heard that? You know what they search for from commencement speakers? Authenticity. What DQ did was authentic and real, and that's going to make an impact with these kids far beyond.
You know what, man? Jay, I'm 100% on board with you this one, because the problem with society, okay? I'm on my soapbox today.
Yeah, get on it.
We got kids in their 20s and 30s, and we're still treating their ignorant asses like they're high schoolers, elementary school students, and we wonder why the hell they don't have a job, why they still living in the house, why they don't do a damn thing anything that's positive. Because we still treat them like kids as adults. We're adults, okay? If we want our kids to be more, you know what you got to do? Have expectations. Hold them to the fire. Don't just sit up there and let them constantly, oh, yeah, I'm looking for a job. I'd be damned if I'm going to be getting in my house, waking up, going to work, and taking care of a grown man or woman. You're going to get you a damn job. You're going to go out there and do something. And you know what? Sometimes you got to tell them the truth. Life ain't easy. You know, I've told my kids several times, I built this damn house. You don't have a house. You got the right to live here because I allow it. But you're going to have to go out and get your own one day. Don't always think that your mom and daddy going to take care of you. And it's a lot of moms out there, you know, you baby your damn sons, and a lot of daddies, you baby your daughters. Make them grow up.
Well said. I think it's also okay to not feel the need to be offended on behalf of other people. Like, oh, that could offend somebody. Shut up.
No.
If you're not offended, shut up.
Landfill,
let the people who
play
are
the
offended.
end of that again for me, Landfill, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of Salisbury University's class of 2025, let it rip.
Those people were happy. That's positive. That's saying thank you. We got somebody telling us the stuff the right way. Why the hell is everybody else that mad? You know who's mad? Those who not letting it rip. Yeah. Those who sitting in their mama's basement chilling and ain't doing a damn thing in a positive manner. Let's get over that stuff sometime.
I think we found a good one to lead off Bleep You Thursday with. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. People are chiming in via social media as well. Dwayne says, bleep JP Finley for thinking that everyone should know the term blitz in football, especially if you've never watched or followed the sport. What's a golden duck in cricket? It's one of the most popular terms in cricket. I'm pretty sure you don't know what it is. Dwayne, it's a big day of self-recognition. I do not know what a golden duck is in cricket. Here's what I don't understand. Like, you follow me, and clearly you listen to the radio show. Like, doesn't it make sense? I know what a blitz is and not a golden duck. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't think we talk about cricket one day, have we?
I think the first day AD bought lunch was because he told me to bet on cricket, and it didn't hit, and he felt bad. I think I, laid the wickets with Pakistan or something. I don't know exactly how it went down, but I've tried to watch cricket before. Like, when I was a kid, we're talking early 90s.
It lasts a long time, dog.
Going to Scotland. You know how many TV channels they had in Scotland? I'd be staying with, my great uncle.
It's a lot.
He had 3 channels. It was BBC One, BBC Two, BBC Three. And I wanted to watch something. I was trying to watch cricket just to understand it. That's an acquired taste, dog. Craig is in Baltimore. Hello, Craig. Who you mad at?
Good afternoon. Originally, JP, good afternoon to you both. I was mad at you and B. Mitch for taking off the same day. But then, upon further thought, I'm mad at the people who left Lou Nell and Lou from Hell in charge. That was a boring charge. Please, man, don't y'all take off the same day.
All right, man. We appreciate how things get started.
Lou, man. Who is
I don't know, man. All right. Earlier this week, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, I had a preemptive bleep you. I think it was before you were back, B. But I've been complaining about this for some time. I have a problem. Remember I've told you how I keep getting Easy Pass bills in the mail?
Yeah.
And I don't understand what the problem is. Like, my Easy Pass is hanging up there, that Dulles Greenway, bleep you to them. That thing is a giant pain in the ass. That's a straight ripoff. But like the toll road, I'm cool with. The Easy Pass Beltway lanes, 95, like I'm cool with those. The Greenway, legit, bleep you. But everything else, like I got a good relationship. But they keep sending me these damn bills, and I don't understand why it just can't register my Easy Pass. And then you get hit with the admin fee, right? So say you owe them $7, but the bill is $27 because of the admin fee.
Yeah.
And then I gotta like log in and tell them my Easy Pass number and be like, yo, I have it. I'm not sure why it didn't work, blah, blah, blah. What night was it I was so concerned there were no sports? Monday? I believe it was Monday because somehow the idiots in charge scheduled no basketball or hockey, and the Nats were off. And everybody wanted me to watch wrestling. I'm sorry I didn't. Maybe someday. So I you know what I did, Brian? Like any responsible adult, I did some housekeeping. I did some internal record keeping.
You found your thing, huh?
I went through a number of things. I paid some bills. I probably paid some old bills. I responded to some emails that I had missed. Everyone in my house was asleep. I wasn't ready for bed. I had my computer. It was a man and his computer doing work. And I was going through all these damn admin fees with all these damn tolls I had received, and I found out my 2019 Toyota Tacoma was still registered to my Easy Pass, not the 2024 Toyota 4Runner. And
somebody else is driving your truck?
No, those plates don't exist anymore. And what they do when they don't catch your Easy Pass numbers, they just run, because you're going through there, they're taking photographs of your plates. And so my plates were going nowhere. And that's why they were mailing everything to me, and I was dealing with all these admin fees. And left hand up, bleep you to me, it was all my fault. I know you're shocked. That seems very, very out of character for me.
100% in character.
No, very out of character. Highly, highly out of character. Super annoying, though. Now it's taken care of. So don't worry, Landfill. We've alleviated that. JoJo is in Hyattsville. JoJo, who you mad at, man?
Hey, I got a big bleep you to all these people that call in with these long-winded bleep yous that don't make no damn sense. And then I got a bleep you to all the people that call and ask D-Mitch anything, and they always ask them the same dumbass questions all the time. Thank you.
Yo, B-Mitch, what's the hardest hit you ever took? Great call right there. Thank you. That. Yo, B-Mitch, in 2002, you and I met outside of a grand opening of Chili's in Laurel. Those are my people. White Brian, Professor Landini, have you been wronged at all? Anything to share with the group? Has it been a rough week?
Everything's going great for me.
White Brian?
Bleep Texas A&M. They're up 3-0 on Auburn right now.
In baseball?
SEC tournament.
Y'all gonna lose.
And White Brian, how excited are you about the return of Hard Knocks to the Meadowlands?
Yeah, bleep HBO. I don't want to see the Giants on that program anymore.
That was a tough look. Tough look.
Oh, had a lot of excitement in there.
Let's go to Jay in D.C. Jay, who you mad at, man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Man, JP, man, today, I believe you go to you, Holmes.
Nah,
I don't know. Look, look, I never met you. I never been in the same room with you, so I don't know what the beef is. The last 3 times I called, you leave me on hold the whole show. I never get to make my comment, man. So I don't know what's going on. Then I called him last week to talk about the draft, and you left me on hold. And I said, I'm just stay on hold and see how long leave me on hold. You know, they left me on hold all the way through like the first 10, 12 minutes of the Grand Danny show. I said, what the
heck? That's not my fault. Like,
it's somebody's fault, man. I call, I say, we'll talk JP, and they say, I'll put you in line. I think you hitting the button to bring us up. I don't know how to work, but go ahead. I'll let you explain.
I think it's Jeff's fault. One.
Everything is Jeff's fault.
Well, hold on. Today, there's some calls going on, right? And it says Jay and DC, great call. What'd I do? I went right to Jay and DC. It's a great call. It's funny. I'm into it.
I told Jeff. I told Jeff this. I said, y'all have no the last 3 times. I got to say something to do today. So Jeff did me a solid and put me in the front of the line to make sure that I confront you.
So now you see how Jeff could get you on whenever you want to get on. Jeff didn't say that last time.
Well, let me also add.
No, Jeff. figured Jeff trying to do his job. He put me in queue, put me in line, so I just go in line. But today it's different because I say, all right, look at Jeff. I've been trying to wait in line. And the line just too long for me. So
he can do it anytime he want to do it. He can put you in the front of the line.
The other part of this is if we do a call segment and then we have a guest, we got to take the guest the next segment. So sometimes we just aren't able to get right back to the callers. That's the other part.
I understand that, but that's here and there. That's 3 times straight, JP. That's all I'm saying.
The streak is over. 3 times.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, bro.
It's a 4 straight program. Man. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you for listening.
Yep, it's always J-Dog's fault when y'all don't get on the line.
J-Dog's forever.
Y'all know when JV not in here, I'm taking calls. I take all the calls.
I'm taking this call. Emily in Leesburg. Hello, Emily. Who you mad at?
Hi, I'm really mad at my coding teacher. I failed my first class this year, so bleep them.
Bleep them? What kind of coding?
Yeah, tried coding this year. It didn't go well.
Well, Emily, I can assure you did better than I did. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Go get them next time.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Bleep that teacher. Let's try Chris.
Y'all said it's the teacher's fault, huh?
Definitely. Chris is in Cold. Every class I ever failed was definitely the teacher's fault.
No, that was your fault.
Chris is in Culpeper.
What's
Chris?
going on? Yeah, I wanted to give a bleep you to all this Hard Knocks talk that was brought up yesterday. It's really super annoying, and thank you so much. So bleep you, and thank you so much.
And us or wait. See ya. Chris is that the dude that was screaming about it being stale? I got a bunch of text messages about the stale guy. Shout out to the stale guy. Oh boy. Wildcard Scotty on the line. Hello, Scott. Who you mad at?
I'm mad at the world, man. What's happening, fellas?
Nothing, dude. What do you got?
Why are you mad at the world?
All right. Oh man, I'm not mad at the world, you know.
So why you say you're mad at the world?
Yo, the gummy just hit right when Scotty got on the phone.
Exaggerated. Everything with Wildcard is exaggerated. You know what I mean? I just have to. I have.
Man, you don't heard him get to the point.
I'm getting to the point right now. These y'all bleep you. These kids that I coach. All right, I volunteer my time, goodness of my heart. These kids are climbing the fence after about 7 innings. They're 6 and 7-year-olds. You know, my patience ran thin after an hour and a half. These cats are climbing the fence, literally jumping. I got to bleep you to the parents that don't know how to handle their children. That's my bleep you.
It looked like the coach don't know how to control the kids.
Well done, Scotty.
That looked like to me.
B. Mitch?
No.
I'm just saying.
B. Mitch spares no corner for Wildcard Scotty.
When my daddy dropped me off, I don't care what my daddy says. If I did something wrong, the coach checked me.
Scotty, thank you. I'm going to try to get everybody in just because everybody's hating on me. Commander Tequila calling from California. Hello, Commander. How do you do?
I'm pretty good. Hey, we got some good fans and we got some bleeping fans. You know, I like the good fans, but we got some fans like mules, you know. There's one fan on live chat, Jamie Quick. I'm going to bleep on him because he's talking about trade Darren Payne. Well, if Jamie Quick had a football, I bet Darren Payne ran him over like 25 times, 60 times just to sack him a bunch of times. And then he wants to trade B-Rob. Give the ball to B-Rob. I bet you can't sack B-Rob not even once because he can tear him up, break his legs, go through his ankles, break his ribs going over him time like 20, 60 times, you know? But then don't trade my guys. These are some good guys.
Thank you, Commander.
This fool needs to go back to football.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Enjoy the sunshine in California.
Woo!
Vinny, quick, bleep you.
What's going on, B. Mitch? Hey, I met you at the 106.7 The Fan Live show. So now I'm just playing. I want to give my bleep you. I want to say bleep you to the Tush Twitch for being passed. Bleep you to JP for being so strict about this sports terminology. And I want to bleep myself real quick for losing to Jeff and man to the same damn play over and over.
I heard you kick your ass.
That's embarrassing,
man.
dog.
He beat you 55 to what?
Yeah, 20 years. It's all good. I'm going to get it back. I'm going to get it back. Trust me.
That's embarrassing.
I learned what I need to do.
Thank you. Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, we know Jeff was going to let that one get
losing
through.
to Jeff. Last one, C-Dub via Twitter says, can I get a bleep you for every speed camera in the DMV? Yes, you can, sir.
Yes.
Yes, you
Yes,
can.
you can.
Bleep you to all of them.
Hey,
all right.
Y'all don't know where they at?
They still pop up new ones.
I
Peter
tell you, I come
Rosenberg
around your house,
joins
I know
us
where they
next.
all at.
Some good news for the SEC and Big Ten. The White House has put plans for a college sports commission on pause. The commission was meant to gather information on college athletics, most pressing issues, and solve the type of problems that stakeholders, including coaches and conference commissioners, have been vocalizing for years. Well, the two most powerful conferences in sports stand to gain the most from everything staying exactly how it is. The unregulated NIL and transfer portal eras have benefited the SEC and Big Ten as the richest and most prominent programs pushed even further away from the pack. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
My life.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Should be talking to Peter Rosenberg in just a moment. We're excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our boy Peter up ESPN New York, Hot 97. I saw him on First Take earlier this week. But, dude, we got to start. What is the vibe in New York City after the Knicks collapsed last night?
Yeah, it was a collapse.
You know, it's funny. I actually want to get into that part about whether it's exactly a collapse or not, because that is, to me, it's an interesting conversation. But the mood is not good. I'd say. I'd say the mood is morose. I'm about to head into the radio station, so I'll see. But based on what it felt like watching it, guys, it's not great. It's not great. That is a very frustrating loss. I can point out good things to take away from it, namely the fact that Indiana literally had to have a perfect start and a perfect finish to steal that game from you. But can you recover from just how low you are after a loss like that? That's going to be the hardest thing facing the Knicks.
I think the one thing I noticed, Peter, I looked at 5 minutes, 15 seconds in the game. And I saw some of the dumbest shots taken and defense played. And when you take dumb shots, they were shooting with 17, 18 seconds on the clock. Instead of take that thing down some more. And they will shoot and hit, and the Pacers scored 7 seconds later. Then they come right back, they do the exact same thing. They miss a shot or they'll get 2 points. Pacers got 3. At that point, I started to get worried. And with the 5 minutes and something in the game, I got worried.
Yeah, you're trading 2 for 3.
Yeah.
And now Neesmith is playing perfect basketball, and you're right. You're rushing shots, and then there were a couple of really bad defensive lapses.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, it's so trite and it's so obvious, but like 2 of your best players miss free throws in the last minute.
Yep.
And if Cat makes his free throw, they're probably good. And then if OG makes his free throw, they're still probably good. They both missed one. And then, listen, how many times Tyrese Halliburton's an incredible player, but the amount of times out of 10 that he would have made that shot, the running step back off the back of the iron, it was the perfect storm. But the one thing I was going to ask you about is it completely a collapse? Like, did they fall apart at the end of the game, or were they like outplayed by a team that hit everything? It didn't, because to me, it's collapse. I think of like one huge mistake after another, JP. It wasn't that. Do you know what I'm saying?
But you know what? They got to look at it though. When Brunson,
they did have some
when
turnovers.
Brunson threw the ball in, and he slipped, almost lost the ball there. The second time he jumps in there and just throws the ball back in, don't know where it's going. They did a lot of things that were like elementary late in that game.
So that is a good point. They survived a couple of the moments that would have been the most sort of like symptomatically collapse-like.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up surviving those moments, but you're right. Those little things did happen. And what I found odd, I felt like Brunson seemed really winded at the end of regulation and overtime.
I thought a lot of them looked that way.
Yeah, he did. He did. He looked like he couldn't really move.
That was Brunson's most rested game of the postseason. He sat the whole fourth quarter. Like, I was like, why does he seem like not right when he just sat from what? What did he sit from, like the 11-minute mark to the 4-minute mark?
And when he was sitting, they went way up.
Yeah, they got so. Peter, you know Jeff, our producer Jeff, who's a lovely person, but also a little bit nuts. He contends that the loss last night was Jalen Brunson's fault. And to that point, Brunson had to sit out like 7 minutes, and they went on like a 17-4 run.
Yeah.
That was a very weird circumstance. I think it's still crazy to say the loss is on Brunson, because I could also say the win, what did he score, 41 points?
43.
I think the loss is on Thibodeau.
I think the only person you can point to in that spot is Thibodeau. I'm sorry. You have to own these moments. Up 14, under 3 minutes. That is a Thibodeau loss. But the heartbreaking part is they got great performances from everybody. And I have been of the mindset that if they get great performances from not even everybody, but like 3/4 or 4/5 of their core, they should be fine. And yesterday they really got it from everybody. Brunson was great. Cat was great. OG was good and great when he needed to be in moments. Josh Hart was really good. McBride was good. They really had Payne was good. They really got it from a lot of people and still lost the game. But I will tell you, I don't believe this is a team that's built to like mentally self-destruct. So even though it was awful, my guess is they will be fine heading into Game 2 on Friday night.
You gotta get Josh Hart some new sneakers.
Hope they are, but I'll tell you this: I watched the game, the Western Conference game, and Minnesota got some dogs. But you know what? Oklahoma have consistency, and they are, what's the word I used earlier? They are
resilient.
They're not just resilient. They are.
Oh, Oklahoma City, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, their length.
They have discipline.
Oh, yeah.
Last night, New York had the better players overall, but down the stretch, they were not disciplined.
Dude, I mean, they were double. It was 7 turnovers for Indy, 15 for New York. And late in that game, now granted, the Pacers had to have some really good coaches challenges, but they got them right, and those resulted in turnovers. And dude, points forced off turnovers. The Pacers gave up 4 points off 7 turnovers. The Knicks gave up 27 off 15.
Yeah, that's a terrible stat. That is a brutally damning stat.
What is this one like for you personally? We're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Peter is a DMV native. Burgundy and gold. I don't want to speak for you, but I imagine your love for the Burgundy and gold outranks all of your other sports teams. Like they are the one seed?
Significantly, yeah.
I would guess. Okay. But you are also a Celtics fan, oddly. And the Knicks just knocked out the Celtics, and Jason Tatum is going to be hurt for a significant period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you juggle all that? Like, how you feel about sports with your professional jobs of dealing with sports in the city?
It's funny you bring that up. That has been a major topic of conversation this week on my show and in my house. Because I married a very hardcore New Yorker, and now have a child who was born in New York City. And
with the middle name Jaden.
That's right, of course. And the last couple of years, to be honest, the Celtics fanship has been in a tough spot for me because, like you said, the Commanders are the Commanders. They're my 1A. With a bullet, nothing's kind of close. When the Terps are playing meaningful basketball, obviously because of my going there, there's a deep thing there. Everything else, because my hockey team's out of town, my basketball team's out of town. When you get older and then you move to a new market and you're hanging on to a team that's not even from the city that you're from, I'm going to be honest, it is waning. I'm just going to be honest. That's hard for me to admit because I have such a long history with the Celtics and I do love them. But like I was, with the exception of Tatum getting hurt, I'm just being honest. I wasn't sad to see the Knicks beat the Celtics this year. I've been influenced by being here and by being with my wife. And man, we air the Knicks on our station.
Yeah, dude.
At a certain point, also, like, business does kick in a bit. I don't want to be talking baseball in May. Let the Knicks run to late June, please.
Sure.
So to answer your question, I will not call myself a Knicks fan only because that would be fraudulent to all of the Knicks fans and what they've gone through. Like, you can't jump on. It would be like saying you're a Commanders fan after last year. Like, you can't.
Right.
They've been through too much as a fan base. But I will say I am enjoying this team, and, like, I was legitimately disappointed last night. I won't lie to you. It wasn't all business. I was bummed out. Because, like, I mean, listen, B-Mitch, you're not originally from the area, but like JP, it's different when you stay in the area. When you leave and you're in a new town and it becomes your home also, to not share any teams with the people around you eventually becomes a bummer. Like, it's a bit of a bummer. Not from the Commander standpoint, again, because it's just too deep. But for the other stuff that you're not as deep on, it's kind of like, same thing with baseball. I just sort of gravitated towards rooting for the Mets. It just sort of happens from being here.
It's like osmosis almost. Like, you're surrounded by it.
Yeah, because I cheer for all teams here. I don't cheer for no teams from Louisiana.
But
I never
weren't you
did,
a Reds fan growing up?
Yeah,
Didn't you like the
Reds fan.
Cincinnati Reds?
Yeah.
When did that kind of change?
When I finally got here and I started to hang out with professional baseball players from other cities.
But were you an O's fan? Because, I mean,
I never liked the O's.
Okay.
Never did. It's Baltimore.
Right. I get it. It's just, it is interesting how we have these loyalties, and then over time, like, life can either get in the way or complicate or change things.
Yeah, listen, my wife wants me to straight up, like, assert the Celtics are dead. I'm a Knicks fan. Like, I cannot do that.
She's probably the only person she's the only person that could probably get you to do it, Pete.
I know, she just stared at me as I said that. But
she has powers that we don't have.
It's like Jordan Hudson. People keep wondering, why is Bill Belichick doing all this? I'll tell you why.
Wait, hold on. This is a big deal. Is her name pronounced Jordan?
Whatever her name
is on this program. I don't know, dude.
I always assumed it was Jordan. Now I want to call her Jordan.
Doesn't she strike you as a Jordan?
She does. And by the way, I would like to say I dress significantly better than Bill Belichick, and I'm slightly younger. But yeah, I will say, like, listen, the only team I put on my daughter is the one that led to her middle name. Every other team, she should be a New York person. She shouldn't be rooting for random. What, I'm going to give her a team that's from a market her dad's not even from? Like, that's ridiculous, right? Like, so now my daughter's a Knicks fan. So yeah, we're in this house. We're excited for the Knicks, and I'm hopeful. I really do think they'll bounce back. I said this on First Take. I'll say it to you guys. I think both teams are winning on the road in this series. Like, I really do. So I still feel good about this team. I think the Knicks really do have a matchup advantage at every starting position. The problem is, you know, Tibbs' Achilles heel is not playing people.
Right.
And you could see last night how fresh the Pacers were because Rick Carlisle is willing to play people. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But, man, what a beautiful thing for all of us as basketball fans. Like, you guys are outside of the market. And wouldn't you agree getting this Pacers-Knicks thing is such a gift?
I hear the baby in the background saying, you better stop talking about the Knicks. That's what I hear.
When Halliburton hit the choke was just so.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's just an observer, right? Like, these are not my teams, but I remember Reggie doing that.
Oh yeah.
In that place,
and they were pointing at each other.
It was incredible. It was riveting to watch. And Peter, let me say this, but I extend this on behalf of Wizards and Bullets fans everywhere. But you, your wife, and the baby all welcome to come on home to Wizland.
You know what? And by the way, here's the funniest truth about that, right? So the Wizards were always my second team, but, like, there is no question. If the Wizards were actually competing, I would absolutely be rooting for them. It's just, they make it so easy to be checked out, especially of all the bad Wizards runs. I would actually say we're currently in the worst I can remember. This last 10 years has been, since John Wall didn't really work out.
Yeah.
And then Bradley Beal was like borderline John Wall 2. It's just been so bad. But like, even if you were to jump back to those, you remember those early series between the Wiz and Cleveland, like in the 07, 08?
When LeBron had
06?
LeBron brought Jay-Z and Gilbert brought Soulja Boy. Like, that was pretty telling of where things were in that rivalry.
By the way, what a great point by you.
It was that was a different time, man. Peter, we gotta run, man. Take care of the baby and try to make up with your wife before you have to go back to work.
Yeah, no. Listen, we're Team Knicks all day, baby. That's right. Don't you worry, babe. Team Knicks.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate
Appreciate it. That's our buddy Peter Rosenberg from ESPN New York, WWE, ESPN First Take. Dude does it all. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, got to make some bets. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Everybody's getting ready for Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Got a show tomorrow, but we've been talking about this flag football all week. It appears NFL players will be in the 2028 Summer Olympics playing flag football. I was able to get some odds. We were talking about this. Gold medal winner. There's only 2 bets available. The U.S. or the rest of the world.
All right.
The U.S. is minus 300.
Rest of the world.
You get the rest of the world. You get literally the rest of the world.
For?
2-1.
Oh, man.
You taking the field or you laying the minus 300?
You know, I might put 2 bets in there.
Just bet on both?
They just bet a certain price. So if you win, you win. If you lose, you still. If you win what you want to win, you win money. And if you don't end up getting the team you want to win, winning, you still make money.
I think.
Make sure the bets are a little lower.
Yeah. Good luck with that strategy. You can bet if a current college player.
I could be like you. I could bet all the time and just don't win.
Slowly bleed out. Will a current college player be a starting quarterback for the team? Yes is plus 250. No is minus 400.
I'm going with no.
All right. I got specific. Starting quarterback for the Team USA 2028 Olympics. Lamar and Jaden are 3-1. I'm sorry, Lamar is 2-1. Jaden is 3-1. Josh Allen 5-1. Kyler 6-1. Mahomes 8. Jalen Hurts 10. I have a thought on this that I think people just love the content machine about this and the hypothetical discussion about this. Mm-hmm. I don't think any of those dudes are playing quarterback in the Olympics in flag football.
I think if it's the Olympics, it's a different story. But you don't understand the baddest content machine in the world is the NFL.
Right.
And I'd be damned if they're not going to want one of their guys throwing the balls to everybody with a chance to win a gold medal.
I got your guy. And you can bet him at 25-1.
Ooh.
Justin Fields, come on down.
Hell to the no.
Yo, in 3 years, Justin Fields is marginal starter at this point, but he's an electric runner. Like, there's no, oh my God, what if something bad happens with Fields? The NFL doesn't have any fear of that. And he's an electric player.
I think,
imagine trying to grab a flag off Justin Fields' hip.
I think the quarterback, Justin Fields is way easier to take a flag from than it is, Lamar or Jaden.
Sure, but those guys are going to have $300 million guaranteed on the spread in the bank.
Don't worry, they got a Lords of London contract that'll be ready for it.
I think this is much ado about nothing, and by the time we get there, we're talking marginal players.
All right, when you figure
Mike
out,
Bryan, give us
when
some,
you figure
some
out
numbers.
that I knew what I was talking about again.
Jeff was the only one that won yesterday.
Jeff
Buckets.
Buckets.
What's happening tonight?
Give me Luke Littler and Luke Humphreys. Darts, baby.
Team Luke.
Jeff is weird with these darts.
Jeff is weird without his darts.
Tis true.
Oh, you said it.
Wolves plus 7.5.
You just take the Wizards plus 7.5?
Wolves.
I'm taking the Red Sox money line.
I'm going both Anthony Edwards and SGA over 26.
I feel like I'm in a bad place in this series. I can feel it. I was on the Pacers and the points last night, but I can tell that I am going to lay the points tonight as a reaction to Monday night's game, which is a bad place to be, or Tuesday night's game. I'm going to lay the points with the Thunder.
Lay the Thunder, dog.
You want the Thunder? All righty, folks. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Hondo Carpenter. That was a wild ride. You missed that interview. Injected into your veins. Thank you to Garrett Johnston.
Hondo came out. Oh,
Yo,
Jimbo and Jim. You got to listen to that.
Hondo definitely gets down with the Rude crew. Garrett Johnston called us from Congressional. That was very cool. Bobby Blanco joined us talking some baseball. And Peter Rosenberg from NYC. Fun day. We're back at it tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you some darts.
The Nationals host the Braves tonight, 6:45 p.m. Now, last night's game was rained out, so this is the second game of the series. The other game will be made up as a doubleheader in September. Today will be special, though, since Robert Hassel III has been called up, could make his MLB debut. He's a top prospect you may have forgotten about, though. He's dealt with a lot of injuries since being traded to Washington, but earned this spot. This call-up is also special for the Nationals organization because it means that 4 pieces of the Juan Soto trade are now in Washington. C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, and now Robert Hassel. So if there was any doubt who won the Juan Soto trade, it's looking pretty good for Washington. You can listen live to this game tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. Speaking of C.J. Abrams, he is on a hot streak, 14 for 42 with 3 doubles, 4 homers in his past 10 games. Will the Nationals make it 5 straight wins tonight? You can listen live to find out. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is May 22nd, 2025. We are in D.C. in the Navy Yard on our Half Street Studios near Nats Park. Got Nationals baseball tonight after us on The Fan, 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. We'll take you up to that. And, of course, another chance for somebody out there in Radio Land to win themselves tickets to see The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory on their July show, Jiffy Lube Live, this summer. So if you want those tickets, you better be listening at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz. Mike Florio stops by to talk all things NFL business with us at 5 o'clock today. Danny, what's up?
Hey, buddy. We got some good old-fashioned, honest-to-goodness parity in the NBA, something I never thought we'd see as long as I lived. There have been a couple tweaks and a couple changes to the salary cap, to the apron, the second apron, the luxury taxes, all that sort of stuff. You look up and all of a sudden you got a bunch of young stars and well-built, well-crafted teams getting after it, and you had a wild, unbelievably memorable, incredible, oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that conference final game last night. That Pacers-Knicks situation, I will remember that for a long, long time. What a game.
It was splendid last night. What drama. Overtime, 138-135. You can't draw it up any better. The Pacers were down 14 points with 2 minutes and 51 seconds to go and came back to tie the game with a 2 because of a foot being on the line that looked like a 3 at the horn. Who's had a better heater of clutch moments in succession? I remember years and years ago as a Wizards fan, Gilbert Arenas went on this tear.
Yep.
Regular season, not playoffs. But for about 2 weeks in a row, he was pouring in 40, 50, had a 60-point game, I think, out in L.A. against Kobe Bryant or something crazy. But there was this stretch I remember from Agent Zero where he had hit 3 or 4 game winners within 3 weeks and a bunch of clutch shots at the end of games. And he just became known as like that guy. You want the ball in his hands. What Tyrese Halliburton has done this postseason in terms of end-of-game sequences has been unfathomable. I mean, you can't really write this script. Everything he shoots at the end of the game that matters the most goes in. He was 12 of 23 from the floor last night. His only mistake was pretending to be Reggie Miller when he paid homage to Miller, who was sitting courtside with the Knicks choked against the Pacers sign. And then they had to go to overtime, and it was okay because they won anyway. Had they have lost, that would have been a really, really bad.
And it didn't start off great in overtime either.
No, it did not.
They bricked a couple. The Knicks got a couple of buckets, and I'm going, oh, my God, can you imagine the memes forever?
I love this, though. You got people saying the Pacers shouldn't be here. You got people saying the Knicks shouldn't be here. They combine in game 1 for this epic Madison Square Garden performance. Indiana goes up 1-0. This is the good stuff.
Yeah.
After years of me complaining, it's the same teams, it's the same old superstars, it's the contrived operations where they all got together. This is just young, kind of homegrown, assembled the old-fashioned way talent for both of these organizations. Free agency and trades, man. Just the way it used to be.
Yeah,
some superstar bringing people together like the Avengers.
Yeah, it's where stars are made. Aaron Nesmith, welcome to the nation's conscious, right? I mean, a guy, a good shooter, a guy that, has had a nice, decent little run of a career to this point, now is known as the guy that doesn't miss in the fourth quarter to bring you back from down 14. Like, the shots he was hitting were irresponsible. Ridiculous shots.
9 3-point attempts last night. He made 8.
That's pretty good.
8 of 9 for a guy that averaged 12 points per game. For those of you unfamiliar with his work, Vanderbilt product, 4 years experience, 25 years old, 6'6". Everybody's about to find out. But I just love these types of matchups. I think it's good for basketball. On the other side, super fun as well.
Yeah.
It's only been a game, but the Timberwolves lost pretty handily to the Oklahoma City Thunder. They got off to a fast start. I worry about Minnesota now because I thought that was the game to get. The Thunder had to go 7 games, might have been a little tired coming in, pounce on them. I know it's in their building, but I actually thought it was a little bit down in terms of electricity from where it was a round ago.
Uh-huh.
Minnesota got the early lead, and then Oklahoma City poured it on and pulled away.
They did what they do, man. Defensively, they are just unreal. I think I underestimated this, by the way, in that matchup. I said, well, Minnesota, they've got a couple of guys that can really ball out or make it a little punish show, whether it's Randall and obviously Anthony Edwards. I forgot how bad Minnesota is with the basketball at times. Like, they are carefree, fancy-free with that basketball. They're willing to turn it over. You know why Oklahoma City's excellent on defense? They turn you over, and you saw that on display. As Minnesota was hot early, Oklahoma City said, that's nice. Watch this vice grip. Close in steadily, surely, deprive you of opportunities, turn you over a million times, and off to the races.
NBA marks already know. They're in, they're watching night in and night out. If you're like me, though, and you at one point in time loved the NBA, but now you'd consider yourself a casual, I'd suggest checking one of these games out. I mean, it has been really entertaining over the last couple of weeks, and the basketball's been very, very good. So think about the superstars for all these teams now, the best players. These are not the household names in the Final Four typically. Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who may win himself a MVP award, obviously. Tyrese Halliburton with the Pacers, and Jalen Brunson by way of the Mavericks, now with the Knicks, former Big East star, right? That's the big four in these NBA playoffs. That the Curry, LeBron, Durant, like those years of whatever that was.
The torch has been passed, dude.
I think it's really, really good for the sport.
It's awesome because we've gone through this multiple times with basketball. It's been who's going to take the mantle after Magic and Bird. Well, we figured that out. It was Jordan. Okay, post Jordan, who is it? Right, Kobe, McGrady, Vince Carter, and then a new rise of international stars. Who's going to take the mantle from the next group? And it always seems that a new generation. Kind of, each one has their moment, whether it's been Giannis, whether it's been Luka, whether it's been Jokic, and now this group that you just referenced, I think correctly and appropriately. Really, really cool, man. And it's all totally different players doing it in a way that not everybody has done. Not that many guys look like Tyrese Halliburton in terms of, he looks like a praying mantis, like a stick figure out there as a point guard who's running the show. But there he is with a slightly unorthodox shot and gait, but he's an incredible athlete, well-rounded player. Brunson is a craftsman, a bulldog who's so good with the ball in his hands, those kind of mid-range things, those little floaters in the lane, getting space. It's really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's been so good and good for the NBA to have this display in this showcase now. And let's face it, in DC sports, unless you're watching the Nats, you're hunting right now. You're looking for something. So maybe this is what you end up sinking your teeth into, that or the conference finals in the National Hockey League, which have also been ultra entertaining. All right, let's get to the stadium. Because today, minority owner Mark Ein was on The Fan. It's not very often. In fact, it's exceptionally rare that any of the members of the ownership group come on our radio station. Kind of lay low, don't do a ton of interviews. Josh Harris speaks and takes questions as often as an owner should. I'm not knocking him. Dan Snyder didn't speak or ever answer questions, and Josh Harris does. But understandably, the minority owners don't talk very often. But Mark Ein is heavily involved in the tennis landscape in D.C., He's got a tournament coming to the city, so he was promoting that on the Junkies, and they obviously took the opportunity not only to ask about the tennis tourney, but to talk about the Commanders as well. And the stadium came up on the Junkies with Mark Ein today, which I found interesting because this is now the debate playing out publicly. You've got the team and the mayor and some of the council members, plenty of support, but not enough, suggesting this is a really good deal, it's a no-brainer, and it's got to happen. And then there are currently more council members than needed to oppose the stadium and not allow it to happen that are coming out to say they're not willing to vote yes on giving the land in D.C. to the stadium operation. One of those councilmen is Robert White, who was on our show in studio a couple of days ago. But I want to play the audio from both sides here. A day after the mayor was on television, Danny, on Channel 4 yesterday with Mark Seagraves doing an exclusive interview where she told him, this is not about a first offer and where we end up debating with the Commanders on what the stadium looks like. This is the offer.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to end up, according to the mayor and the way she was suggesting, it's very likely being this offer, or they take their ball and they go home. So what she was saying, and the message she was sending, I thought, I don't know if you would disagree with this, to the council people like Robert White, who says, I don't like this deal. I'm willing to make a deal, but it's got to be better than this deal. The mayor on television, and this was yesterday, was saying they've got to wrap their heads around the idea that it's this or nothing, possibly. And so if it is true that it becomes this or nothing, then the Robert White idea of I don't like this deal, I won't agree to this, but I'd agree to something else if they give me these consolations, well, then maybe that's not reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think that's kind of where we're at? Is she's now positioning as, oh, I get it. You guys want your thing. You want to keep adding to this. But prepare yourself for the possibility of the team saying, we could just do Maryland.
I think that's the tenor now. I think there's again, I put them on the no side, but it's not, there's more nuance to it. Some are no, but with the exception of this line item, if you fix this line item, I'm making this up. If the team pays more than $1 a year in rent for whatever the time frame is, if they pay $100,000 a month in rent for the amount of time, they'll still make plenty of money. But if we get that, then I'll say yes. So those are the no for now people as is, but I'd like this line item changed. I get the sense that you're not getting the chance to review line items. The deal is the deal, and we've got a limited amount of time. It's an expiring offer, right? So the people that are no on the fence, but could be a yes with a tweak or two, the parking garage or this tax or that tax or this amount of upfront, it's basically saying we're not going to do the negotiation thing. This is part of the big old budget that's coming. Say yes, or we don't get it.
So I also wonder, though, when you say no for now, because that's totally what they're saying. They've said it on our show.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Allen, no for now.
Yeah, there's some people that are just no.
Right. Robert White, no for now.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me, you're saying I'm a no for this deal. I'm not a no, period.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Mendelson said the same thing. I said, so you're a no. I said, no, I wouldn't say I'm not a no. I'm a no right now, but they could change it. So was Louise Lucas, if you remember, in Virginia. She was a quote unquote, I'm going to use air quotes, no for now. And then they gave her the money she wanted for whatever she wanted, and she was still a no for something else. And then they said, well, we'll do that. And she was a no. You can claim that you're a no for now, because you know it's not that fun telling people you're the party pooper, telling people you don't want the stadium. So I don't know Brianna Nadeau. She hasn't come on our show, and to my knowledge hasn't talked to anybody about this other than sending a statement.
Give a statement, yeah.
Bothers me, but no one else seems to care. But it seems to me like, and I'm assuming, and she might be upset that I'm now saying this, and I'm wrong, but that's what happens when you don't give your opinion publicly, is I'm assuming that she's a no, period. Like $1 is too many dollars to a billionaire.
Based on her statement, I would agree with that.
That's all
she says. I don't want the stadium.
Yes, your statement speaks for you when you're not speaking to us. So that's my assumption, is she's just a no forever. But most people don't want to come out and say, absolutely not, I'm never going to give you $1. So they're no for now. So that's Allen, that's White, that's Mendelson, and maybe they do come around. I have no idea. But I have to acknowledge that you could also be a no forever who just says, I'm a no for now. Does that make any sense?
It makes perfect sense. So all we can do is take people at their word, and then if they let us down in that way, where it's the goalpost move, so to speak, to borrow a football analogy, then you go, okay, I'll call you out on that. But when someone says, again, I'm just making this part up, I could get down with this if we got $1 per car for all the parking garage spaces that we're going to build. DC's supposed to build a parking garage for whatever the hundreds of millions it is. The team gets all the revenue, even for things that aren't games. What if we got $1 a car? What if we got $10 per car or $4 per car or something? And then I'd say yes. I mean, who knows where the nuance is? And I think the frustration from the council, and again, this is why you and I got into this, to talk about the city council and the inner workings of politics. But I think the frustration is we're not getting a chance to say, hey, this is our red line. What about what we could fix this? We could amend that and change this, because it's part of a big, larger budget thing that hasn't been delivered yet for a million reasons that are above our pay grade to figure out why. And now the next thing you hear, instead of details about it, is a deadline. So it's like, it sounds more and more like we're talking about it's take it or leave it.
Sure, I understand their frustration. I would also point out they wouldn't have the land without the team, and that the land was given to the city under the understanding that there would be a stadium there by the federal government. Now, that doesn't mean there has to be, because let's face it, it was kind of shady that the federal government had the land anyway, and it should have been DC's land, and if they want to use it for something else, they should be allowed to. But I'm just acknowledging everybody in the room here and everything in the room, which is the team got you the land. But today, Mark Ein, the owner, a minority owner for the Commanders, was on these airwaves, and he talked about the stadium with the Sports Junkies.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have seen what the team's put out, and making this an extraordinary fan experience, just like we've been talking about at the tennis. But one of the best fan experiences in football is one of the top priorities. Thinking about it from the pregame to the postgame and the entire experience. Again, interestingly, talking about tennis, about how you turn it into an incredible full day experience that you're excited about from beginning to end is sort of the mission. And, look, there's a lot of considerations and trade-offs you have to make, because also this has to be a thriving community every day of the year. I mean, that's really something that we feel passionate about, and obviously the city does too. And I think in the end, it's going to be one of the great sporting experiences going to that site when it's finally built.
Minority owner Mark Ein with the Junkies earlier today. He also talked about the possibility of this not working out. Jason asked him the question, like, this is plan A. Do you have a plan B? Are you guys willing to pivot if need be? This is what he had to say.
Let's just say it doesn't happen, and maybe it's a very small percentage chance that it doesn't happen. What's plan B?
Let's just stick to plan A.
Okay, all right.
I mean, look, I don't want to, like people have said, we really did have a lot of options here, and a number of good options. This was the one that we were all from the beginning the most excited about, and we really do think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If for some reason it didn't happen, there's obviously, you always have backup and contingencies, but we're really focused on plan A.
His point was it's going to work out because it's a good deal. That's the opposite of 2 days ago, what council member Robert White said on our show, when he made it very clear he thought it was not a good deal. And so that is the public juxtaposition that's playing out right now. This was Robert White in studio with us on Grant and Danny on how he views the deal.
Think about, what was it, maybe 30 years ago? Do we think that the Washington football team was saying to Landover, hey, we're going to build a stadium and it's going to be desolate around there? No, they were saying it's going to bring in a lot of revenue. It's going to spark all this type of investment, but it's not. And Maryland is not, Prince George's County is not heartbroken about losing the team. So, that's why I have to make sure we're making a sober decision. And because this isn't my background, I've reached out to economists around the nation. And what they have told me is that they've seen no deal as bad as this. And I keep asking economists, can you point me to somebody who can tell me how this is a good deal? I've yet to find that economist. And if that economist is listening now, reach out to me, rwhite@dccouncil.gov. Like, I'm trying to get smart, but I've yet to find an economist, locally or nationally, who says anything other than this is a really bad deal for DC taxpayers.
Despite the fact that they're paying for 3/4 of it, which is pretty unheard of in a split with the city.
That's right. But this is also the second highest public investment in a stadium.
Danny, we are almost at 1 month since that original press conference.
Mm-hmm.
And it was treated a lot like the Virginia press conference for the Caps and
a lot of spiking of the football, a lot of celebration, right?
We did it. Woohoo! The Commanders are coming back to the city. And now the battle's being waged here a little bit. The question we've got for you guys right now as we take your temperature, do you think this is going to happen? There is a July 15th deadline that I would say is in peril at this point based on the lack of overall progress. According to White on our show, they still haven't gotten the budget. They still haven't started to move forward, getting the information they need to start the meetings that would lead to them okaying this before July 15th. So the narrative from the no side is July 15th ain't happening. So let's say you push that into August or whatever that looks like. That's fine. That could be part of this. Is this going to happen in your opinion, yes or no? Is this just a lot of politics, which has to play out here?
Yeah.
But eventually everyone's going to get what they need. They're going to come together and get this done. Or could this go the way of Leonsis at National Landing?
So to me, the fact that the leverage by the team has kind of been given away here. Everybody's pretty clear. This is what we want. We want to be here. That tells me there's enough driving force because they could put shovel to ground next week at that bad spot in Maryland that they shouldn't be at. But they could. They know that. But everyone knows this is where we're going to be. They'll deal with some of these, indignities, slings and arrows, 11th hour change of minds and memes and tweets and whatever else is going to come out. It's happening. Too much money is changing hands. What politicians love is cutting that ribbon. Anybody gets to cut that ribbon is known forever as the person that did X. They don't care about follow-up. They care about that profile build.
The day of the press conference, the phones were full with people saying it's happening. Do you still feel that way? And what is your confidence level the Commanders come back to the RFK site and then it opens in 2030? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plants a little happiness. Last night, crazy Eastern Conference Finals Game 1. The Pacers beat the Knicks 138-135 in overtime to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 for the Timberwolves and the Thunder tonight. Western Conference Finals, 8:30 tip-off for that one. The Thunder lead that series 1-0. Last night in hockey, the Stars beat the Oilers in Game 1 of that series 6-3. Stars now up 1-0 in the Western Conference Finals. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2 tonight, Panthers and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The Panthers are up 1-0 in that series. In baseball, Nationals and Braves tonight. Yesterday rained out. They'll get in the final game of the series tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Trevor Williams takes on A.J. Smith-Shawver. Celebrate spring this weekend during Meadows Farms Nursery's all-plant sale. Now through May 28th, VIPs save 20% to 30% on all plants. Not a VIP? Sign up for free at any one of Meadows Farms' 16 locations or at meadowsfarms.com. Hurry and plant a little happiness for less. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. You have heard the cuts we played you from today's interview with minority owner Mark Gine. Says, yeah, we've got a plan B, but let's not worry about that. This is going to happen. This is where energy is. This is what we want, and it's going to work out for everybody. But Councilmember Robert White is not convinced. He was in studio with us just a couple of days ago. I was a little surprised to hear him say that there's not a single economist that he's talked to that likes the plan. Seems odd to me, considering you're getting a ton of money from ownership. And we've had plenty of things that I've read and cited that I've seen written by people talking about the money that they could make back, and the idea that the $1.1 billion is being spent not on the stadium. You're not building the stadium. You're building up around the stadium on the stuff that your community is going to use anyway. But how about his comp? Play that clip again from Robert White. There was a mention of basically what happened with FedEx, now Northwest, and why that is an ominous possible sign of things to come.
Think about, what was it, maybe 30 years ago? Do we think that the Washington football team was saying to Landover, hey, we're going to build a stadium and it's going to be desolate around there? No, they were saying it's going to bring in a lot of revenue. It's going to spark all this type of investment, but it's not. And in Maryland is not, Prince George's County is not heartbroken about losing the team. So, that's why I have to make sure we're making a sober decision. And because this isn't my background, I've reached out to economists around the nation. And what they have told me is that they've seen no deal as bad as this. And
that's the point I wanted to react to that he just got through. I don't think it's a good comp, to be honest with you, for a lot of reasons. Number one, that stadium was thrown together. It was never seen as some state-of-the-art, beautiful stadium. It was concrete and seats. If you actually go back and look at the history, and Danny, you know this, but maybe some people don't, it was a rushed stadium because of the health of Kent Cook. They built it, but they were just trying to essentially get it done as fast as possible so that he could see it. I mean, I hate to be callous about it, but that was kind of how that stadium happened. That's number one. That's not what this is. They did not have a plan like this in place to build up around that stadium. They thought, if you build it, they will come, and that was going to happen naturally, but that's not what this is. This is a stadium that will have the plan of the restaurants, the hotels, the town center, all of that stuff is going to be part of it in the blueprint. That's the other part. I would also say there was no $1.1 billion investment to build all of that up from Maryland, which is why they learned their lesson. They got skin in the game, obviously, $2.6 billion, but we need you to have some skin in the game too here, because they got screwed a little bit by the lack of things around that stadium, I would say. The location's way worse. Another reason it's a bad comp.
That to me is the alpha and omega. The rest of it is all academic. It's one's a terrible location. The other is waterfront property inside of a city in the United States of America.
I'm not ranking.
Good luck
these
finding
in order.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck finding anything like that.
Listing reasons why the comp doesn't work for me.
Sure.
There's no roof on FedEx Field. You have way fewer events. There are fewer events at FedEx Field because of the size. When it was originally built, it was 80,000+. At its peak, if you remember, when Dan added a bunch of seats, I remember the opener against the Cowboys in week 1 of '99. Rocket Ismail catching a touchdown from Troy Aikman to beat Washington in overtime. 76 yards. There were 92,000 people there. Portland Me was one of them. So that's not a stadium that's conducive to concerts and soccer games. And it was huge, and it's gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, and they've hosted some of that stuff. But for all of those reasons, I just don't think it's a good comparison to say, here's what happened in Maryland when they built it 30 some years ago, so it would happen here. And I just categorically disagree with his notion that Maryland's happy that the team's leaving. And I'm paraphrasing, but he kept saying they're not heartbroken. Ask PG County. If that was the case, Wes Moore wouldn't have been at every practice, painting his face burgundy and gold, wearing a Terry McLaurin jersey at every event. I mean, you don't see Josh Harris without seeing Wes Moore 4 yards behind him right now. It ain't because they want the team out of there. So that answer didn't work for me.
No, I didn't buy that part. The part I do buy, though, is the economist. This generally is not what economists love when it comes to public funding for stadiums. They're just not about that.
Especially football stadiums.
Yeah, most precisely. So there are parts of it, though, that do make sense to me when you're addressing a complaint. Again, like, I understand that the team spending a huge amount of money up front, because that's really what this is all about. Who spends the money up front? When you, like, if you and I were to buy a house together that we wanted to rent out, and you put up $100,000 and I put up 10, you'd be a little irritated if the payments every month were 50-50, split between you and I from our tenant. You go, well, wait a minute, I put up 10 times what this guy did. Where's my money? So that's how the deal's constructed. The deal's constructed for the huge investor, the team, the lion's share of it, to get their money back quicker. And his point could certainly be, again, I'm picking one of these things out. Hey, this parking garage that Charles Allen kept referencing to us. This parking garage, we're building it for you. We're paying the money to build a parking garage for you. We don't get a dime from that. Could we get $1 per car, $10 per car, $7 per car for a couple of years? Whatever. Let us get some money back too, while you guys are getting yourself paid back more. In that regard, an economist could go, yeah, it's not a great deal for you. There's no direct path to making your money back. My point is, I want all the information out there. I could call balls and strikes and go, this isn't just an investment in terms of, if I buy $10 of Grant stock, I expect 14 back in a year plus. That's not what I'm doing. I'm investing in community stuff. I'm trying to find meaningful jobs. I'm renovating a space that's a blight, that's an eyesore. I'm understanding that there are a lot of costs associated with that, and I may not make a bunch of money, but it's still a public investment that's worthwhile in my view.
Let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067. How you feeling almost a month after the original presser as the public posturing continues here? CC's in D.C. What's up, CC?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen, I just want to start off and tell you thank you so much for shining what light you can shine on this situation and taking y'all time and being diligent with the subject, because y'all trying to hear both sides. And I just want to say I really appreciate that for keeping everybody.
Thank you for saying so. It means a lot. Seriously,
Thanks,
thank you.
Now, I want to say this. It's been 30 plus years since Jack Kent Cook moved that stadium out there like you covered, because he was dying. They rushed the stadium, and the original name of the stadium was Jack Kent Cook Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I wish when you had that councilman on, you would ask him, if you were a fan of the team, tell me what was Clint Didier's jersey number. What was Ronnie Coleman's jersey number? You should have just. I swear, because I know he's not a fan. He can't be. Because it seems like the goalpost is going to continue to be moved. If they come back and say, we'll give you 1 or 2% of all ticket sales or parking, revenue or whatever, you're going to have to build a parking garage anyway. Let's say you take the stadium out of it. Okay, we're not going to build the stadium there. Okay, you still got the land. You still going to put houses, hotels, and stuff there.
Well, this is the point I keep making, CC, is they're going to spend $1 billion there with or without a stadium. And the question I asked him, and I've asked Mendelson, I've asked even the people that are pro, every single person we've had on, what can you do there that will return you more tax revenue, jobs, growth, all the things they talk about? Because you're going to spend $1 billion there no matter what. The other thing that's hard to argue with is they don't have a plan. This
is the key.
They have a concept of a plan, to use a popular quote from recent history. But well, how am I supposed to debate this if you got nothing? Now they say, well, we didn't have the land. You still could have been getting your ducks in a row. You've only had 30 years before the team got you the land.
This is the key to me. It's twofold. The answer to that is, what could be better? Well, there's a lot of stuff where you spend the money and you immediately start earning it back via rent, via taxes, and otherwise, instead of a deal that benefits the team. But again, I'm eyes wide open on that. The real answer is, or the real problem is, this is what I blame the city for, is this was always a possibility. However much of a moonshot This was always possible, that the land inside your city limits could be yours once again. How dare you not have amazing, well thought out options right now on everybody's desk? Now, again, I want the stadium, so that's kind of what I'm looking for because it's best for me, but that's not my job. You should 100% have 70 different things that you pare down to a handful of options based on this and what would generate the most money, what would generate the most green space, what would generate the most dog parks, or whatever the hell your priorities happen to be. You didn't do any of that. Instead, the whole focus the whole time has been on spending money with a consulting firm from a council member that got kicked off the council for corruption, for funneling money to that consulting firm. That's his, and that's the one they use to figure out, well, should we have a stadium or not? Like, that's what we're talking about here. And they're like, yep, you should probably do a stadium. Ta-da! There's no focus on anything else. So they didn't have any kind of plan. So your point, and it's the best one, by the way, to me, it's the gavel smash. You had decades to figure out what do you want to do if you ever get control of it. The same way you and I go, if I get $1 million tomorrow, what am I going to do with it? I bet you have an idea. I bet you have a couple of thoughts running through your noggin. They had none. And that's the whole point here.
Yeah. I would also just take issue with this idea that they could do something that would do more for the city. The example is like the biggest success story they have is probably the Wharf in terms of not tied to a stadium. And as I don't remember which of the two council members that are pro this stadium that was on with us said, the return on the Wharf financially has not been what it was supposed to and cannot be compared to what they've had in the way of arenas or stadiums. It's apples to oranges.
I think it was Brooke Pinto said that.
It's not the same in terms of jobs and growth and money and all that stuff. And you spend the same amount, you just get less of a return because there are fewer people visiting, coming in for. By the way, they do have something they tie everything to, a pillar there. It's the anthem, which has all the shows. So a lot of people come for that. But otherwise, are there people that come into the city to go to that one restaurant there or to walk along that patio there and play the bags on a nice day? Sure. But not as many as would go to a stadium having concerts and events and games and everything else.
Right.
Let's go to Shane in Tennessee. What's up, Shane?
Hey, what's going on, Commander? What's going on, Grant?
Buddy.
I look, here's the thing. Until the ink hits the paper, I mean, that's what I do. I build large buildings. So I get it. But until that pen and that ink hits that paper, it's nothing's a done deal. But I do think this is going to get done. Number one, the people that's in office right now is not going to see this be in office when this is done anyway. Mayor Bowser, don't get me started on her, how much she's almost completely messed the city up. But here's the thing. This city needs it to go where it's at. Look at the area. I drive by that area every day. It is the worst area in D.C. Call it what it is. It will help up this area. Help, number one, build up the area. You're putting in brand new condos, brand new homes, brand new restaurants, brand new everything. You're going to get that money back. They will work this deal. That's the only place it's going to be. The last place that we wanted is back in Maryland, where nobody wants to go to that site. Everybody knows that's a dump.
Well, I think, Shane, thanks for the call, bro. That's why, for me, I think it's going to happen, is because there's really not a great second option.
That's it.
I'm in the minority when I tell you I'd be perfectly fine getting to continue to tailgate, building a Taj Mahal a couple of miles from the current site somewhere out there on that premises, or a couple hundred yards or whatever from the current stadium. I could talk myself into that. I would prefer the DC location. You've got the land. It would work for everyone. Let's do that. But I just think that the difference between ceiling, best case scenario outcome for being at the RFK site, which is out of 100, like a 98, or best case scenario ceiling for being at the Maryland site, which is like a 65. The gap is just too big. It's too huge because of the location. And that's why I think eventually they will get it done. But wanted to start with that after I heard Ein today, White on the station just a couple of days earlier. Still seems like a lot of ground between the two sides. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jim Irsay passed away, the owner of the Colts, yesterday at 65 years old. He'll be remembered for a lot of different things. But here in D.C., there's one way he should be remembered. We'll get into that next on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. 4 o'clock today, we got tickets to the Offspring. Someone's going to win those ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And at 5 o'clock, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joins the show. A lot to cover after the owners' meetings this week. The Tush Push lives. The seating restructuring for the playoffs didn't even get to a vote. We'll ask Florio about those things and everything going on around the league. Speaking of the NFL, though, I'm sure you saw this. Jim Irsay died yesterday, passing away at 65 years old. First thing about that, and I don't mean this flippantly, I can't believe he was 65. I thought Jim Irsay was like 93. I mean, you want to talk about he lived, man.
Yep.
He lived a hard 65, I would say, because he did not, to me, come off like a 65-year-old guy at all. If you would have said, honestly, yesterday, how old is Jim Irsay? Like middle of the day? Out of sight, out of mind, I would have said, Jim Irsay, 83, 86?
Yeah, I would have said upper 70s.
79?
Yeah.
65 years old is staggering to me.
I 100% rubber stamp that. It was, as you said, and again, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but he lived pretty hard. You don't have to dig too deep to find as many or as few stories as you would like on that front.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Had his issues and demons that he battled. And he will be remembered for a lot of different things. I'm not here to tell you that Jim Irsay was great or terrible or anywhere in between. You can do your own research and look into Jim Irsay's life and see what you think. Here is what I know Commanders fans will always think about him first, though, when his name comes up, because I will speak for myself on this one. When he passed away, the first thing I thought about, Dan, was that Jim Irsay was the only owner that came forward and publicly went after Dan Snyder at the owners' meetings of 2022. Reading from a piece back then, Irsay certainly had his struggles in his personal life, yet Commanders fans may best remember him for what he had to say in 2022. Irsay had been asked at the owners' meetings if he felt Dan Snyder was good for the league. Quote, I believe there's a merit to removing him as owner of the Redskins, boldly proclaiming Irsay when other NFL owners were being silent. He went on to say, it's going to have to be something where we gather the other 31 of us and talk about it. I know I'm in favor of that, talking about removing Dan Snyder as the owner. I mean, nobody was doing that. All the other owners were either saying no comment or publicly not backing, but completely being afraid to go after Dan Snyder. And Jim Irsay just went full gangster on it and was like, this dude's got to go. No one else would do that. This is the audio we found, not exactly those quotes, but it was about that same time when he was discussing Snyder in 2022 in the offseason.
Well, I just think what's happened in the workplace, having 3 daughters, 7 granddaughters, to me, is something that I think serious consideration has to be given to the removal, and we have complete authority to do that.
Of him or just or the family, period?
I think in general of him being removed and selling the franchise.
Danny, the owners were all buttoned up on this. It was clear they were all being told, don't answer questions, don't say we're booting him, don't say anything.
Even if you felt that way,
Right.
nobody was coming out and saying it, right? Because it now causes dissension among the ranks, and it's not necessarily a positive development for this good old boys club. And yet there he was out front.
There are a lot of heroes in the oustering of Dan Snyder. And I'm talking about from the journalism side, Pen Mightier Than the Sword, Liz Clark, and all the people at the Post who did all of the digging and the research and the interviewing, and the women who stepped up and, testified, and, all the way through Fred Smith, a minority owner who waged war on Dan Snyder and those guys. But Jim Irsay's got to be somewhere in that book. I mean, those comments, if you remember, were a massive game changer at that time, because it was evidence that, these owners, that there are people who want him out. And if he's saying that publicly, what's being said behind closed doors?
Because remember, Al Michaels was kind of the first domino to fall, just casually throwing a throwaway line in the middle of whatever the primetime game was. Be better if Dan Snyder wasn't necessarily owner of the league. Anyway, 2nd and 7. I went, wait, what? Holy crap. That was the first one to fall. Now you got that offseason where here's Jim Irsay out in front saying we have ground, less so than we'd love him to sell. Like, we have grounds to remove him, which is a shot across the bow. One of those, it'd be nice if you resigned before you got fired.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Like that was a different tenor than, man, I wish that guy would sell, versus we have the ability to remove him.
He also said The other 31 of us have to get together and vote on this. That was basically what he just said.
Yeah.
Like, that was the quote.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Irsay, man. I don't know if right now, this moment, if Dan Snyder is the owner of the Commanders or if it's Josh Harris. If not for Irsay, because if he's publicly saying that, I would imagine privately he was one of the anti-Snyder guys that helped push the needle forward. I have to imagine that.
I mean, it was whether it was the catalyst or a milestone, the way we think of it, we'll never know. And by the way, if people are writing tell-all books, whenever you get a chance, every single, no matter how small bit of minutia about Snyder losing control of the football team and selling it, I'll read it. I'll buy 1,000 copies and I'll give them as gifts, and I'll read it once a year. I'll sit on the beach with my feet up and I will read that book. Write that book. Writers, if you're out there, write that book. I will read it. I will buy it. Anyway, I don't know if it was the milestone. I don't know if it was just a view behind the curtain to your point of, hey, here's this. This is what's going on. This is the conversation that's happening right now, and I'm just letting it spill over. Or if that was kind of the, you know what, guys, I'm going into the breach. I'll be the leader here. I'll go do it. I won't. I don't know that we'll ever know. I do know that it was a seminal moment because it was the first time that had ever happened in my lifetime.
R.I.P. Jim Irsay gone at 65. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, how would you feel about Jaden Daniels quarterbacking Team USA in the Olympics for the American flag football team? This is G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. College football playoff news: the committee has changed the seeding rules. The top 4 seeds will now go to the committee's top 4 teams instead of the top 4 conference winners. In the NFL, Colts owner and CEO Jim Irsay passed away yesterday at the age of 65. NBA last night, Eastern Conference Finals. The Pacers beat the Knicks 138-135 in overtime after a furious comeback at the end of the game for the Pacers. Then are up 1-0 in the series. Timberwolves and Thunder, game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tonight at 8:30. Thunder lead that series 1-0. Also today in the NBA, the Nuggets and their interim head coach David Adelman have agreed on a deal to make him the franchise's next head coach. He went 3-0 in the regular season in the final 3 games and took over for Michael Malone during the playoff run as well. In baseball, the Nationals didn't get to play the Braves in game 2 of the series last night. They'll wrap up the series tonight, 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. A.J. Smith-Shawver goes for the Braves. In hockey last night, in one of the Western Conference Finals, Stars beat the Oilers 6-3. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, Panthers and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The Panthers are up 1-0 in that series. Celebrate spring. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. In 1 hour, we're giving away those tickets to see The Offspring.
The exclusive sponsors of this show, this one right here, Grant and Danny, law firm of Condori and Morad. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Big thanks to Linnell and Toby on the production today. Couple of our frequently most used on-air guys are helping us behind the scenes.
Just pitching
today.
in. We love that.
And Linnell is just making plays over there. He said to me, it's like, what do you need from me? I'm on the board. I was like, you run the board?
I didn't know you did that.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's in my bag, boys. It's in my bag.
Seamless over there so far.
Linnell, you know who can't do that is me. So how about that? Good
I
for you.
don't want to jinx anybody here.
Oh,
but
no.
You're throwing a perfect game over there, Linnell.
Grant. GP prone to jinx people, by the way. Listen.
I don't believe in jinxes.
I do.
So, like when someone's got a shutout, it's okay to say they have a shutout. When someone's throwing a no-hitter, you got to let people know.
3 innings in, no hits allowed. We're rocking and rolling.
When's the last time you've run the board? Like, how do you know? Just because when you started here, you learned it?
It's like riding a bike, I would say.
But nothing has changed with it after years?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm impressed. Keep chopping wood. Now, Toby, I've seen run his own board for his own show and like for his own...
And do updates.
Yeah. I knew he could do that.
He's the Swiss Army knife, dude.
He is. But Linnell's got the Swiss Army knife thing going too here. So, attaboys to both of you. Tip of the cap. I was just watching the Tyrese Halliburton press conference here on the screen next to me. So before I move on, I thought this was funny. Last night, did you hear he was talking about his big shot? By the way, the weirdest shot selection I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about this because it went in. He drives to the lane, gets past the elbow. That's a 2-point game. It's the final shot of the game, clearly. He's not stopping it at the 3-point line to win it. So he's driving to basically tie the game. He gets one-on-one with a full head of steam at the elbow. You could make an athletic Euro step play, whatever, and get a runner and probably get a shot off from within 5-6 feet from the rim, I would think. He just dead stops like it was his plan all along, then runs backwards to the 3-point line, jumps without ever looking at the rim, and does this fall away, fade away, all your momentum going to the other side of the court. Terrible shot selection thing. Ends up hitting the shot on the craziest bounce this side of Kawhi Leonard. And then flashes the you guys choked sign, even though he stepped on the line. He didn't know it yet. And it was tied and they had to go to overtime. There's a lot going on there.
There's so much to react to.
But just the shot selection.
Yeah.
Am I overreacting or was that the weirdest thing you've ever seen? It's a 2-point game. You're either taking it to the rim, to try to tie it, or you're looking for a 3-pointer.
So
even if you take someone like Hezzy or go off the dribble and you step back and hit a 3, it was the weirdest looking thing I've ever seen.
Step back from the middle of the lane. It is wild. I mean, again, he's one of the few athletes that can do that. I challenge anybody, just go to a local park with a court and drive hard, and then sort of turn around and run to the 3-point line and get yourself oriented to turn around and heave a shot and see how good it feels coming off. But there it was, man, incredible.
But what was the point of that shot selection?
I think he got switched onto a big, and he's like, I don't like my chances to go in there and have a foul called if I get swatted. I'll be quicker to the spot than this guy. I've already hit shots like this within the last couple of weeks. Like, this is what he does. I'm not saying I agree. I'm with you. I'm going, what are you doing? Great shot. That's where I went.
It was so dumb.
It was insane.
But I love that guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he does at the end of games. He hits big shots. But
did you love the choke thing? How'd you feel about that?
I have no problem with that, honestly. It was kind of an homage to Reggie Miller. It was dumb because they didn't win.
Yeah.
You probably need to make sure that you won first. But I don't like the stuff like when you're following a guy around or you're in someone's face.
Mm-hmm.
Think baseball with me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
This is you hit a big home run, you flipped the bat, and then you looked at your dugout and pointed kind of thing. Now, is he talking about the other team? He's trolling the other team? Of course. He's not doing it in Jalen Brunson's face. It's the same thing as like Gilbert flipping palms up Jordan against Portland after he hits the big shot against Utah on MLK Day years and years ago at half court. I don't know why that's my reference. But like that was Gilbert's celly. He's like, I don't know how I do it. His thing was, you guys choked. And it was quick. It's a second. It's over. But do you mean the fact that he did it and then they had to go to overtime?
Any part of it? Yeah, because to me, it's one of those. Reggie Miller did it to Spike Lee because they were trash talking each other the entire game.
Right.
That didn't. I didn't love that because again, it's different than I'm celebrating with my teammates and my friends. I just did something ridiculous. We won. That's awesome. That's a gesture to say the other team choked, which is not great. I'll do that as like columnist guy or sports talking guy or fan. Because they did.
I think it's a hell of a choice in a game one, I'll say.
And that's kind of my point.
Long series coming up.
It might come back to bite. You might hear something about it.
You got some bulls if you're going to do that in game one. But no, like on a scale of things that annoy me, his dad being on the court trolling Giannis.
Way worse.
100 out of 100.
Yep, good comp.
Him grabbing his throat after the shot is like an 11.
Yeah, I mean, so dad.
But you also hate bat flips. You hate.
Yeah, I hate showing up
any
opponents.
kind of celebrations. That the celebrations don't. If he got in Jalen Brunson's face and he went, "You choked," or any kind of, he looked at the Knicks bench and he pointed at them and was like, "Y'all are chokers," I'd feel differently. I did not view it as that vitriolic. It was like, got him.
Yeah, that's why it's not like 100 for me. So you're right. Let's call it your dad on the court baseline. Does it approach your dad on the court? And it does not. So his dad getting in the face of Giannis Antetokounmpo, which we should never forget happened, that's 100. That's as big a violation as you have. This to me was like a 34. So it's like I'm not sitting here telling you that's the worst thing I've ever seen. I just that's not something I would tell kids to do. It's not something I would tell most players. Hey, this is probably not the greatest idea.
Listen, if my son did that after hitting a shot in a game, I probably wouldn't call him over in the middle of the game or whatever. But after the game, I would sit him down and I would say, I don't want to see you do that again.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
That's not what we do. And if he did it again, then now we're gonna have another chat. Like if he's a grown up, like Tyrese Halliburton, he can do whatever the hell he wants to do.
You're allowed to, but there might be some repercussions.
I was not overly bothered by that. But the reason I brought any of this up, okay, we're a little bit sidetracked because I wanted to get to. He said after the game, he apologized basically. And Linnell, if you could grab the cut, I don't know if you see it online anywhere, but his little presser where he talked about like, yeah, I want that one back. And what he was upset about, which I thought was kind of funny, he's like, I wasted the choke celebration, meaning I'm going to hit another one of these shots where I actually beat them, and now I can't do the choke celebration again. It's straight out of Big Daddy where we wasted the good surprise.
The good surprise, yeah.
We wasted the good surprise on you because in a surprise party, everyone's standing around, and his roommate, who's played by Jon Stewart, comes home and walks in. I guess that he was actually the guy getting surprised, but Adam Sandler comes in, and they all say, surprise! And they waste that surprise. Then Jon Stewart walks in. No one says anything. And it's a big bummer. And she yells, we wasted our surprise on you. This was that where he said, I wish I wouldn't have done that because I wasted it now. It was my big thing. The guys wanted me to do it. It was a galvanizing thing. And I blew it. And this was after the game.
In the moment, I mean, I wasn't like plotting on it or anything. Everybody wanted me to do it like last year at some different point. But it's just gotta feel right. And it felt right at the time. If I would have known it was a 2, I would not have done it. So I think I might have wasted it. If I do it again, then people might say I'm like aura farming. So I'm not, I don't plan on using it again.
So this is why I brought the whole thing up. He dropped aura farm.
He did. I saw that and was hoping.
I told you the other day, I went to the Defenders game this weekend. My nephew came with me. My brother, my nephew took my kids. A bunch of us went out. The Defenders got a pick at the end of the game to win, sealed their playoff berth. They're going to the conference championship. But my nephew's sitting next to me, and at one point we're looking over at Deebo Samuel, who's in a hoodie. And you know how when you can like pull the strings down on your hoodie, you kind of look a little bit like a turtle where it goes like around your eyes and your nose. So he was doing that bit where he's like holding the strings of his hoodie and is like barely looking out the eye hole of his hoodie. And my nephew was watching him close. He's a sports fan, whatever. And he's like, Debo's just over there aura farming. And I was like, I'm sorry, what did you just say? He's like, Debo's just aura farming.
What do you use for that?
And I said, what is it? What are you talking about? And it means he was trying to look cool, basically. The way I can best describe aura farming, I've only heard it 3 times now. My nephew saying it.
This is all happening very quickly, by the way.
Yes.
I went from never having heard it to having heard it.
Nas said it. Naseem Nunez, the Nationals infielder.
He did.
He said him and James Wood in the outfield like to just chill out there and aura farm. And now I've got this example where he said they're going to say I'm aura farming. I think it means trying to look cool.
You cannot aura farm if you lack aura, is what I would say.
So you have to be cool to aura farm.
100%. It's a prereq.
But does aura farming mean he's trying to look cool? That's the like context
100%. That's the spot on definition.
Okay.
What is 1 unit of aura? You see what I'm saying? Like
my LSU had today.
Well, you're like, in other words, I find it like, to me, farming isn't the like thing that you and I are thinking of, where it's like I plant a seed and some fertilizer, and I come back and tend to it with some water. It's like the video game thing where you're whatever rune farming, or you're getting a bunch of experience points. Like you're constantly grabbing a whole bunch of it. Right? What is a single unit of aura that I'm farming? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think it would be. I get what you're asking. I think if aura can be something you're wearing or some like just the way you're standing or whatever, I think you're just, to quote Lloyd Christmas and Dumb and Dumber, you're kind of putting off the vibe. Like you're just trying to come off like that dude. Right? So does Danny have any aura right now?
No.
Danny has aura because he's sitting to the side. He's kind of leaning. He's not straight in front of the camera. There's aura going on.
So how would he aura farm?
Aura farming would be him brushing his hair back while staring at the camera.
Okay. Like it's
it's mockery? So it's like you're because it sounds like all you're sounding like is a tryhard. I know that one.
A tryhard, exactly right. You're
but
trying
they
to
mock
look
that.
Cool. Who mocks that?
The young people.
Right. It's a mockery. Yes. When someone says you're aura farming, it's a pejorative.
It's like you.
That's why he just
for me,
said,
you just go, you douche. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
So, but is it a young person's way of saying that? It's like you're sitting there trying to be cool and you're not cool.
I'm not going to go that far. I think, like Tyrese Halliburton said, I'm not going to do the choke thing again because they'd say I'm aura farming.
And we can't have that.
Aura farming would mean you're trying to be cool. Now you're thinking about it. It's not spontaneous.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking for the viral moment. You're hunting attention.
And it no longer is cool if you're trying to do it.
I think that's a good one too, Linnell.
Perfect. I agree.
Hunting attention, kind of. You're looking for ADs. Like,
spot on.
Debo could have been chilling in the suite. He's just down there on the sideline the whole game, putting off that, like, I'm the guy.
He's definitely an aura farmer, though.
Is he?
Follow him on Instagram.
Okay.
So that's bad.
But
I mean, he's got aura, though.
How have you not gotten this yet? You're still struggling with this?
Well, as soon as I think it sounds like a pejorative. It sounds like something that's undesirable. It sounds like something that does not want to be an aura farmer. Travis,
you do not. That's true.
Halliburton is like, I would do that, lest I be perceived as an aura farmer. You see what I'm saying? If you're sitting there trying to look cool, don't people mock that? Like
yes,
that's
is it. We've said this is mockery.
Yeah,
and yes, it's a pejorative. It's not you. If someone tells you you're aura farming, that's not a good thing.
You don't want that.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So you got it then.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You're like, what don't you get about it? I got it.
You said it seems like. Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay.
We've been working on that for several minutes.
All right.
I think it does seem like the thing that we're saying is true.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that's the third time now in short order that aura farming has been said.
Okay.
Nasim Nunez.
Yep. Your nephew.
Tyrese Halliburton and my nephew. One of these is not like the other.
They're all young. That's what I take away.
I mean, one is 12.
Yeah, he's closer to their age than you are.
Well, let's see. How old's Tyrese Halliburton? He's got to be 25, right? He's probably closer to 36-ish. How old do you think Halliburton?
I'm going to find it.
He's 25.
25. So he splits the difference, which, by the way, is very sad to think about.
Mm-hmm.
He is the same difference from my nephew to me. Come on, man. That is tough. We're old.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's way closer to my nephew than he is to you.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. And that's been true for a long time. I'm sitting there. I remember the first day that happened when the entire Major League clubhouse, when you and I were at whether spring training or in the Nats locker room, where I had this moment of epiphany. I went, every person in here, because now all the vets are gone. Like there's no Zim, there's no Worth, there's no the occasional 38-year-old reliever that's just hanging on. Everyone in here is closer to my son's age than mine. And it was a terrible moment for me.
Ooh. I need to think about that and give you more grace and have more patience in segments like this when you can't understand things.
Well, but it's my unwillingness to understand is also a hopeful acknowledgement that it's so stupid.
Right, but that obstinance
that's
is like you're. That's right. It is kind of what gets under my skin a little bit in the sense of you can't just come along with us.
Right.
You're unwilling.
I have to always. I'm going to go kicking and screaming every time because it's so stupid.
So just say that though, and not.
No, you're right.
The 10 questions.
I'm coming to the realization.
Right.
I'm working this out as we go.
But I also, if I could put it on the table as well, my apology would be I need to have more grace and patience with you because you're an old.
That's it. No, nothing else. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
You're an old.
Yeah. That's how we don't modify on the show. I'm an old white. You know what I mean? That's what we do.
The white is less significant.
I'm just saying that's what I am. I'm not cool.
The old is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
If I could say that. You're so old.
Yeah, I'll just let you know when you say something wrong. It's totally correct.
I just like that I feel old, so now I'm really gonna lay it on you.
Go ahead and deflect all day.
Your August is your birthday.
Sure is.
August 21st?
Close.
23rd.
23rd, yeah.
August 23rd.
Good memory.
Thank you. August 23rd, you turn 46?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, boy. You are 21 years older than Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah. And I don't know. And again,
James Wood could be your kid.
I know. Oh, but I know what you're saying.
He'd be 24.
No, I know you're just saying age-wise. The point I'm trying to make, though, is I don't know when it happened. It was right around when I was your age. This is what always those weird things that older people say to younger people.
Right.
It wasn't long after when I had my head came up above water and people were talking and they were talking about 7 or 8 different famous people real fast that I was supposed to know. And it was the first moment where I go, I don't know who anyone is or what the hell they're talking about. And it was a terrible moment to realize, not only am I out of the demographic, but I'm not welcome back in. You see what I'm saying? No one's trying to include me anymore.
No.
You know what I mean? I'm not part of it. Right.
Yeah.
And nobody wants that. It's like when you're watching the movie and your dad wanders in and goes, now who's that guy? What team is he on? Now, what powers does he have? He can't teleport?
But now
Why?
I know how your kids feel.
Yeah, exactly. All the time.
With the aura farming thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much so is this a pejorative?
Right.
Yeah, we said that.
So I have this memory, and this is you think of weird stuff like this, where with my neighborhood buddies, and I was 11 or 12, I was watching the movie The Lost Boys, right? Kiefer Sutherland, the vampire movie. It's stupid, but at the time, it was a big deal. And my mom came in and she's like, where are these boys' parents? I'm like, that's what you're concerned about? It's a vampire story. And I'm like, what are you talking about? But I get those kind of questions now. That's what I want to know. Where are these boys' parents? I know where Tyrese Halliburton's parents are. They're walking on the court confronting other stars.
Yeah, look
I brought
for
it back.
Giannis. He's right in his face.
I brought it back.
Jaden Daniels, quarterback, Team USA, Olympics, flag football. How would we feel about it? We're G&D.
Halliburton.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. In the NBA last night, from the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At 3:45, our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And at 4, we've got those tickets to see the Offspring in a Beltway Blitz today. As we welcome you back on Grant and Danny, Mike Florio's on the show at 5. We'll go around the NFL. A lot of news out of the National Football League over the last 48 hours to cover with him. But one of the big items that came down during the owners' meetings this week was that NFL players are going to be allowed to participate in the Olympics. And they're going to be able to participate in the Olympics playing flag football, one player per country/team for NFL teams. So Washington, as an example, could have 7 players participate if they're playing on 7 countries, but only 1 player on Team USA. You only get 10 players on a team. I guess it's possible you would use 2 of those on a quarterback in the event of injury. I don't really know how that works. But I think it's probably likely, Danny, that Team USA would only take 1 NFL quarterback on the squad if they make the team up with 10 NFL players.
I would say so, because again, a lot of guys are going to have to play both ways. I mean, if it still goes the way that I see all the what am I trying to say? The flag football that I see goes. I see up until high school kids, just locally, obviously not at the same level, but a lot of the guys have to play offense and defense, and there's going to be some substitutions. You have a couple specialists, but for the most part, you need the kind of versatile athlete that can do both things, and it's slightly different skill sets to have that. So you waste a roster spot, quote unquote, on a guy that just plays quarterback rather. He may not be your safety or the guy that's rushing the passer or whatever. Maybe he is. Maybe it's someone that can do both and can be really helpful. So that roster construction is going to be interesting.
What I see here is 5-on-5, 10 players on a team. I think if that's the case, then you have your quarterback and they don't have to play defense.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough where you're going to have, as you said, 3, 4, maybe at a time going both ways, but then you have some guys that can spell your players. But I bring this up to say it's going to be hotly contested, I would imagine, with a lot of quarterbacks that want to be the face of Team USA at the Olympics, winning a gold medal, who are going to possibly, because you're an NFL quarterback and a superstar athlete, get a chance to carry the flag in the opening ceremony and do all of the things that would come with that. It would be amazing for your Q rating. Think about QBs over the years who have done things for marketing reasons because it raises your Q rating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you name a quarterback, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, I would imagine, and I don't know, but I would think they'd all be open to this. They'd all be interested in this. And if it worked out, they would all want to do it. So there's going to be competition. I understand that. It may well be that every single quarterback in the NFL wants to be the QB of Team USA. But Danny, I want to talk about Jaden Daniels possibly being the right guy for the job. We're talking about 3 years out from right now. So he'll be basically entering the prime years of his career. And I was thinking about this. He is from Fontana, California, and I don't really know anything about that area or where that is, but I Googled it, and it's about 1 hour from LA. The Olympics are in LA and in the surrounding areas. He's going to be playing these games, if he's the quarterback for Team USA, 35, 40 minutes from where he grew up in his backyard. If that's not a great story and a selling point for the National Football League, I don't know what is. Now, he's got to continue his trajectory. He's got to, after playing like an MVP in the Rookie of the Year last year, he's got to take another couple of steps in the next year or two as they're ironing out all the details. And if Mahomes wants it, it's probably his or Allen or Lamar or whatever. But I do think there's a real possibility that because it's in his backyard, because he is the cool kid in the club right now, because if you were just talking overall Q rating, who's the most popular quarterback in the league, he's in that conversation already. I think there's a chance he could end up being the guy.
And who knows what work he turns in over the next couple of seasons, right? Or what other guys do. I mean, you already touched on several of the names. I mean, guys like Lamar Jackson would be incredible at being the quarterback on a flag football team. Go ahead and rush him. Go ahead and send a couple of rushers to see if you could slow that guy down at your own risk, right? They're again, it all kind of depends on who's healthy, who's doing what at that point in time. But we are absolutely in the running here of having Jaden Daniels be the quarterback for Team USA in a couple of seasons. Again, you turn in a couple more years with the arrow trending up like you just did, where you're an MVP candidate, doing a little bit of everything, dropping dimes on people and also scrambling when it make it look all effortless and easy. He could be the dude.
I could definitely see it. And it would be such an amazing thing for him and the organization.
Oh, yeah.
If you're the first quarterback ever of the American flag team in the Olympics and you go win gold as the dream team, I think it's hard to even grasp the magnitude of that from a marketing standpoint internationally. Like, this is all-time opportunity stuff. nothing Patrick Mahomes has done would compare to that. And it might be Mahomes. It probably should be Mahomes, if we're being honest, if he's still at the peak of his powers. But like winning Super Bowls compared to that, I'm not saying it's a bigger deal to win the gold in the Olympics. Don't mishear me. I'm just saying from a marketing standpoint, like putting yourself over internationally, you're not doing it in a helmet. You're not doing it in a uniform. You're wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and your face is being exposed, and you're laughing and smiling the whole time, and doing the let's go meet and jump up in the air and slam hips with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Like, I just think it would be the greatest, whoever gets that opportunity, in the same way that Kirk Cousins has smart marketing people that go, we're going to be on this Netflix show. We're going to peel back the curtain. We're going to show people how hard you work, how seriously you take it. We're going to show people you reading to your kids and you talking to your wife in the van on the way home. I want my guy quarterbacking Team USA. And think about what it would mean for the organization, too. And it's a real possibility. I don't know what the chances are, but the odds came out, and he was second or third yesterday. I got to pull him up. But the odds for who would be the quarterback for Team USA on Bet Online, which is an offshore fun market, but they came out. I think Daniels was listed second on those.
Because again, you're looking ahead in the future. So this is a lot more wear and tear and mileage from Mahomes, who will be in his 30s at that point.
But it was Lamar wanted him too, because the idea is like you want elusiveness, running. You can't grab the flag because there's Patrick Mahomes is like shuffling around.
Yeah, and he's shifting. No one ever seems to square him up, and he has his key scrambling yards, but it ain't the same. With all due respect,
at flag football in the open field than Jaden would be? Probably not.
No, is the answer to that. Again, we're talking about a guy that is on his way to being the greatest quarterback of all time, and this is not me knocking Pat Mahomes in the slightest. And if he wants to, just because of seniority, he might end up just getting
That's
it.
what
right?
I'm saying. If he wants to do it, he probably should get to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you put enough deposits where if he's like, no, I want to represent Team USA, I want to win that gold, fine, go ahead, on your way to the gold jacket. But the point is, if you're trying to build the optimum team, it might include Jaden Daniels. When you think about it, yeah.
Which would just change everything.
It'd be so phenomenal.
Not that he's not already put over in a crazy way, or not that the team's not already popular, but it could be, you think Hard Knocks is good cologne. Team USA quarterback.
Now, Steph Curry already had like a great Q rating, and every kid wants to be Steph Curry. And when I coach youth basketball, nobody wants to shoot a layup. They want to do nothing but hit setbacks from 54 feet because of Curry. But the Olympics, winning the gold medal, his takeover, everyone else is standing around watching this guy throw in irresponsible buckets. Like, imagine you weren't already a national favorite. You see what I'm saying? Like, imagine if, I'm trying to think of a better example. Like, imagine if, we'll pick another guy, if Tyrese Halliburton was the one doing that, what Steph Curry did to win the Olympic Games for Team USA.
I was going to ask,
would fall in love
are
with the
the
guy.
kids on your youth team, do they get into the lane 8 feet from the basket and then turn around and sprint backwards toward the 3-point line and shoot falling away, looking away?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yes. And it's actually a problem because we're not quite there yet as 7 and 8 year olds.
Well, I can't stop thinking about that possibility. It is unlikely, and I should probably just dismiss it from my mind.
It's on the table, though.
Come back to it in due time, but it is absolutely on the table. I also think there's something to be said for, like, when you're referencing Team USA basketball, as I think about this, the difference between respecting Jaden Daniels as one of them ones, right? Just a dude who's a baller. And then the events where every fan base is rooting for you. Like, I was rooting for LeBron for the Olympics team. I can't stand LeBron. I think he is a whiny loser. He's the second greatest player of all time. But I also just think he's a whiny, annoying. Like, how many times have I watched the clip of him fake reading the Malcolm X book? I mean, the fake, how about when he's laying on the ground pretending to be hurt? And have you guys seen the video where his like eyes looking to see if the ref's looking, and then the ref's not looking, so he just gets up? Have you seen that one? I mean, there's so many of these out there for LeBron. He's just not my guy. Jordan's my guy, and I got other guys in this era. LeBron's not one of them. But I say that to tell you, when he was taking the game over, because he's one of the greatest players to ever live in any sport ever, and he's amazing for Team USA, and no one can defend him, and he's going to the rim over and over again to win them the gold.
Pumping my fist.
I'm going, LeBron. That's Jaden. Cowboys fans, Eagles fans, Giants fans, Bengals fans, Bills fans. They're all rooting for you because you got USA on the chest.
Yeah.
You just can't put that back in the tube. Like, my affinity for LeBron or my hatred watching him dissipates. Every time he plays on Team USA and goes for gold, a little bit of my disdain wears off, and it's like weathering. It's like some of the sand is in the ocean now, and less beach every time you go. That beach is my anti-LeBronisms. And every time he's in the Olympics, it goes away a little more and a little more.
Every time I was annoyed at Draymond Green over the years. He's playing for Team USA in 2016. I'm like, let's go. Do your thing, Draymond. Be the man. Oh, I mean, of course it is. It is a different animal. I mean, it was like the Four Nations tournament. The guys became national darlings. The Kachuk brothers are out there like movie characters from the 80s, getting in fights, scoring goals, losing teeth. And it's like they became America's heroes.
Who would go 1-1 in a draft for a 10-player roster for Team USA? I think there's an easy, obvious answer. But if we did it in a way where everyone's available and someone goes 1-1, who do you think it would be?
The first thing that comes to mind for me is Tyreek Hill.
I think the number one pick's Travis Hunter. Because he plays both. We're talking about going two ways.
Yeah.
Now, Tyreek Hill can run around with people and grab flags. But Travis Hunter's like actually flipping hips and covering people. And I think he's got to go 1-1.
That's a pretty good asset.
Right?
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill's up there. I thought of this too. Like early pick for me, sneaky, Kevontae Turpin. Dallas Cowboys return man. You can't touch that dude in a phone booth. I want him on my flag football.
So you're getting the vibe though of what flag football is. I think I wasn't sure how we're gonna like if we started talking about this because that's it. Like Devin Achane should be a high pick, for example.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like fast court, Alvin Kamara. It's not just about speed because that's a thing. It's that quickness to juke guys and leave them one.
Do I get points for being really old?
Yeah, you get extra points there. Yeah.
Okay, then Kamara, I'll take. I will take him. I mean, I don't even know how old he is at this point, but he's been around for so long.
He's been around for a minute.
It's very possible he'd be good on the team. How about this one? The fastest 40 ever, 4.21. Xavier Worthy. X on a flag football roster. Now, I like that even more because now Mahomes can't participate for Team USA. I need a quarterback.
Oh, there you go. Where
am I going to look?
Are there any Ravens you want? You want to add Derrick Henry so that Lamar can't do it?
I got another sneaky one I really like on my roster. Brian Thomas Jr. from the Jags.
That's a good one.
Makes my cut.
Mm-hmm.
Burner, shifty. Jahmyr Gibbs, come on down. You're representing the United States of America in the Olympics. Would Barkley work? I think about him jumping over dudes backwards and all the wackiness, but he's like so.
Well, he'd be
physically
good. Don't get me wrong. He'd be very good. Like there's nothing. I'm like, yeah, I don't really see it with Barkley. Of course you do. He's incredible. But there are other running backs I'd rather have. We mentioned two of them.
Who?
Gibbs and Achane, for example. That it's speed, quickness, elusiveness. Barkley's got that, but not like those guys. He's got a little bit of extra power in there.
I wonder if he's got and I'm not arguing, I'm asking, does he have the same amount and he's just so thick and physical that we don't think of him that way? I mean, I don't know if those other two guys can do the thing he did where he jumped over a guy backwards this year. Maybe they could do that, but that was the most athletic thing I've ever seen on a football field.
It's incredible. He probably squats 1 trillion pounds, but I don't need that as much. Like, in other words,
can't pull the flag when he's over top of you.
Well, but you can't tackle him, but maybe you could just reach up and grab a flag. My point is, like, it's not about squaring somebody up and getting them to stop their feet.
Yeah.
Is how you tackle people in flag football. Guys that don't stop their feet who are
I think of it
wouldn't get wet in the shower.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like those are the
old
dudes.
School LaShawn McCoy.
Yeah.
Is a good example. Linnell, who are we forgetting?
Number 1 overall pick, Bijan Robinson.
He's on my list.
Bijan's a good one.
Yep.
Now he is kind of like Saquon in terms of you don't think of him in I think of shifty diminutive or also with diminutive. Like you're small and you're a water bug hopping around. He is big and physical and strong. But damn, he never stopped. Like his feet don't stop moving, to your point. Toby, we missing anybody?
I was thinking some short guys. So we were thinking Darren Sproles, old time. And if you're going for a current guy like that, Deuce Vaughn.
Deuce Vaughn might be silly.
Deuce Vaughn is a good
because he's so squat. Now he is a nothing burger in the NFL. I mean, I was so psyched when he, and especially because his dad helped draft him. I loved him at Kansas State. I thought he was going to be so good. For people that don't know, he's running back for the Cowboys, who's I believe he's literally 5'5", but he would be very interesting on is it harder? I mean, I just haven't played flag football since I was 15. It would have to be harder with a really short guy, I would think, because he could just kind of, you got to reach further down.
Yeah, my receiving core is like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'll have a couple guys that'll win some jump balls just in confined spaces, but for the most part, it's about quickness, agility, and start and stop.
put a pin in this, but you guys think about this. Maybe we can come back to this in a little bit because we got to get to the double play. But other commanders that would make sense, like other than Terry, who there's too many receivers ahead of him on that pecking order. Daniels, we're hoping, is the quarterback, whatever. Is there another guy on the roster that should definitely be like maybe an Eckler? I guess. I don't know.
Like Prime Eckler would have been a great candidate.
Oh, yeah, totally. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. Back live on Grant and Danny. We are in our Half Street studios on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15. Nats pregame 6:45. First pitch of the Nats and the Braves. Nationals looking for a 5th straight win tonight. It is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Danny, last night I put the finishing touches on the last couple episodes of a 3-episode documentary series that's on Netflix. I think it dropped in March, so I'm a little bit late to this, but it is unbelievable.
It is in my queue. I think I know what you're talking about.
The American Manhunt Osama bin Laden starts with September 11th. I'm not going to act like my generation is special on this, but if you're my age, that was the moment where your world and your life and everything kind of changed.
Mm-hmm.
I was in 7th grade at the time. And so there are just certain things that happen that burn into you an interest and a fascination with learning everything you can. And so there has not been a September 11th documentary or movie or anything that's come out that I haven't seen. For some reason, the Titanic is the other one for me, which is really, really weird. But I think it's because the movie came out when I was a kid and I saw it in theaters a couple times. And because of that, it's got this grip on me where if there's Titanic content, I one time went to a Titanic museum. Like there are people my age that have the same, I think, affinity for interest, thirst, knowledge for that. But back to this documentary, American Manhunt, Osama bin Laden. They talked to dozens of members of the CIA and the FBI, and obviously that were involved in both the Bush and Obama presidencies. And you get an unbelievable behind-the-scenes access and video and audio and all kinds of the things that they had during what was a decade-long search for bin Laden. But it starts with September 11th, how they figured out who was responsible, and then the hunt for him thereafter. It's only 3 episodes. It's about 3.5 hours total. It's bingeable in a night if you get hooked like I did, or you could do it over a couple of nights. But I'm just telling you, this is 9 buffalo wings out of 10. It's one of those shows where after 3 episodes, you go, damn, I wish this was 15 episodes long. I want to watch this every night for the next month. And the last thing I'll say about it is the final 45 minutes or so. I know what happened. I was there. I remember the press conference. I know who goes down, and I know that everyone's going to be okay. It is so gripping. I have not, in any movie I've watched, in any show I've watched, in any of these fiction, I don't know what's going to happen, stories that I see play out visually. I have not been that on the edge of my seat, stomach in knots, just locked in as long as I can remember. It is that well done.
Oh, I'm sure.
It is amazing.
It looks, I mean, Zero Dark 30 is still one of my favorite movies. And that tells a fictionalized, it turns like a bunch of people working really hard into like one character.
Yes.
But it's other than that, it's basically the story.
Totally.
It's really well done. Yeah.
And I actually have more respect for the film after this because I'm like, oh, I remember that from Zero Dark 30. As more things that I would have thought were either, to your point, like representing somebody and or were kind of truth to what actually happened. And it's dramatized. Obviously, it's a film. It's very, very good. I'm going to go back and watch it probably now because I haven't seen it in years. But I'm just a documentary mark. When Netflix does this stuff, generally, even if I'm not that interested, I'll watch it. If I'm interested, I love it. This is a all-timer for me.
Yeah, so there have been a few that I think are from the same series. I could be wrong, so forgive me. But the American Manhunt for the, why am I blanking on his name? Unabomber was incredible. There, those sorts. I think there's one for the Boston Marathon bomber. Like, sign me up. Sign me up when we catch him. Like when the bad guy wins. I don't like that. I like it when hey, it was awful. It was terrible. We come back. Like that's what I like the most.
There's a lot that I'll leave on the cutting room floor so people can enjoy it and watch it. But I will say one of my big takeaways from this show, Danny, is the 2 presidents at that time. So it was George W. Bush initially, and then Barack Obama. The decision-making and the amount of people around them and the counseling they're getting. But the fact that it really is their call. I don't know why, but I have this view of the presidency. And I don't know if it's changed or not. Maybe it's just for my own sanity sometimes. But there's a lot of people involved, and it's not just one person making all the decisions and whatever else. Nah, bro. That was Hillary saying do it. Biden saying don't do it. You know, a bunch of guys are yelling at Obama, and he says, I need to sleep on it. The next morning, they all get a call saying, we're going.
Yeah. So all they can do is give recommendations. Exactly. So I've got a friend who had to leave his wedding. So he gets married. He gets a call, says, we need you to come in to the White House. And you're going down to the Situation Room.
Yeah.
And he's in the room for the big grand finale, as you might know.
It's a pretty select group.
It's a very select group. And all you can do is they go around the room. It's like real life. You go, what's your recommendation? Yay, nay, yay. And it's based on this. And it's like one sentence. And it's like that. Then it goes to the one dude.
Right.
The buck stops where? Right there.
Well, the other funny thing is, and I'm oversimplifying, but right after the fact, there's people telling Bush, like, hey, man, let's be diplomatic. We need some diplomacy. Let's send a message that we're not going to overreact. And he basically reacted like just a dude in America did. He's like, I want this guy's body brought to me in a week. Who's doing it? Like looking around the room, you know? It's just amazing how the tone that he set. I mean, you got to watch this thing, but it's gripping. Dude.
I can't wait.
So enjoy. I think you will like it. Double play brought to you again by our local area Honda dealers. You'll have to give us yours a little bit later on. We'll double up on the double play. Blitz time next. And Danny, we got tickets for the Offspring. We're going to be giving those away right at the top of the hour.
Yes, indeed.
That show's going to be money.
With Jimmy Eat World, one of the undercards. Jimmy Eat World is awesome.
Right.
I want them to headline their own thing. They're always
glory. I'd be psyched to see them.
That's a good point by you.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, Colts owner and CEO Jim Irsay passed away yesterday. He was 65. College football playoff committee is changing seeding. The top 4 seeds are going to go to the committee's top 4 teams instead of like last year, the top 4 conference winners getting the top 4 seeds as well as a bye. In the NBA last night, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1. Pacers beat the Knicks 138-135 in overtime. Western Conference Finals Game 2 tonight at 8:30. Thunder lead the series 1-0. Also in the Western Conference, the Nuggets hired their interim head coach David Adelman as their next head coach. Took over for Michael Malone when he was fired with 3 games left in the regular season. In baseball, Nationals and Braves, final game of the series after yesterday was rained out. 6:45 first pitch. Continue the game right here on The Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. A.J. Smith-Shawver takes the hill for the Braves. And in hockey tonight, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Panthers and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The Panthers up 1-0 in the series in that one. Western Conference Finals Game 1 last night. The Stars beat the Oilers 6-3 to take a 1-0 series lead. Celebrate spring this weekend during Meadows Farms Nursery all plant sale now through May 28th. VIP save 20% to 30% on all plants. Not a VIP? Sign up for free at any point at any one of Meadows Farms' 16 locations or at meadowsfarms.com. Hurry and plant a little happiness for less. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The law firm Condori and Murad makes this show possible. We're Grant and Danny welcoming you back. They will take care of all the important paperwork you need. Last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their team today out of their Fairfax office, kmlawyers.com. Mention us. They'll give you a nice discount. That's kmlawyers.com. As promised, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to see The Offspring, Supercharged Worldwide. Saturday, July 19th, Jiffy Lube Live, special guest Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Congrats to whoever wins those tickets. It's Blitz time. We'll cover the NFL, the Commanders. Let's start on the hardwood. Our buddy Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports covers the NBA. Chase, we can circle back to the Wizards in a moment, but I actually want to start with the game last night. How great has this been for hoops to have some new blood? Pacers, Knicks in the East, and a phenomenal first game went to overtime between those two teams.
I think it's tremendous. I mean, it's something that Adam Silver and the league has been trying to work towards, which is more parity after the era that we saw recently where, you know, the Golden State Warriors really kind of stacked the deck and won a bunch of titles, 2 of them with Kevin Durant. We saw a bunch of super teams, some that worked, some that didn't. They sort of tried to flatten the salary cap to create this type of parity, and it's working. It's going to be the 7th straight year with a new champion crown, no repeat title teams. And I think in this particular case with this series, you've got sort of a revival of one of the biggest fan bases in sports, maybe, which is the New York Knicks, you know, being in the conference finals for the first time in 25 years. Kind of reminds me of what we saw with the Commanders this past year and their fan base. And then you've got this small market team in the Pacers who are now in the conference finals for their 2nd straight year. You know, fans of a certain age brings back some nostalgia with Reggie Miller and those old Knicks and Pacers teams that always met in the playoffs. So I think it's tremendous for basketball, and, you know, we'll see what happens with this series.
Yeah, like some of those old school 72-71 type final scores between Pacers and Knicks at the height of clutching ball. But in terms of this Final Four, I'm always trying to think, hey, my team is rebuilding. We're trying to get to that kind of spot. What are some of the things that you go, you know what, we should try to build that way? What are some of the things that you're seeing, the common traits among these 4 teams that are built so differently?
I think physical defense, particularly on the perimeter, is kind of a through line between these teams. Oklahoma City embodies that more than anyone. They have probably 4 of the 10 best guard defenders in the league on their team, between Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, Kaysen Wallace. Jalen Williams, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, they might have 5 of the best 10 guard defenders in the league. Shooting is obviously very, very important, increasingly important. The Pacers could not have had that comeback last night without just making a ton of threes. Aaron Nesmith had 6 threes in the fourth quarter, an unbelievable shooting display. And then what really is interesting to me about the Final Four teams is that the best player on each team is a guard. And in the case of at least 3 of those teams, I'd argue it's a point guard, especially in the Eastern Conference with Tyrese Halliburton and Jalen Brunson being the best players on their teams. And if you just look back historically for the NBA, it's pretty rare that teams win titles where their best player is a guard. You know, Isaiah Thomas in the 80s with the Pistons was a case of that. But it really didn't happen again until we saw Steph Curry lead the Warriors to the championships that they won. So I wonder if there might be sort of a changing of the guard, no pun intended there, where, you know, maybe you can go pretty far with guard play being your biggest strength.
What's your prediction for the finals and the championship?
At this point, I got to go with Oklahoma City. I mean, I think Minnesota will bounce back. I think Anthony Edwards and Naz Reid will play better, but they are just so talented. I think they're going to get past the Timberwolves and then win the championship. And I'll still go with the Knicks. Even though they lost game 1, I think their depth and their ability to guard with Bridges and Anunoby, ultimately that'll push them over the top. And I think the Pacers kind of stole one, but if you look at the game in total, I think the Knicks, you could still argue, played the better game from start to finish. They just lost the game that they should have won. So as long as they can rally from that, I think they can win this series, even though it'll probably go 6 or 7 games. But Oklahoma City, their depth, their defense, their combination with the top 3 offense and the best defense in the league, I think that's going to be tough to beat.
Is there an eliminated team, whether it was bad luck via injury or they just got beat or something to that effect, that if you think they swapped with one of these teams in here, would play very well, would handle this situation well?
You know, I think the Denver Nuggets were probably the best team that got eliminated. I mean, if we're setting aside the Boston Celtics and the injury that Jason Tatum had, I think Denver was really coming together nicely. And I agree with a lot of people who said that the winner of that series, which went 7 games, it was Thunder Nuggets, was probably going to be the favorite to win the title. I think Jokic was playing really well. You know, they fired their coach, Michael Malone, with like 3 games left in the regular season. Somehow put it all together and had a lot of their secondary players playing well. Aaron Gordon, that injury was really tough. So I'd probably say the Nuggets, unless, of course, the Celtics had stayed healthy, then they'd be my choice.
Chase, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
And enjoy the rest of the playoffs. Let's talk football. Mike Jones, The Athletic, joins us. Mike, why was everybody saying the tush push was going to be banned and then it wasn't?
Because they weren't talking to the right people. I don't know. Everybody that I talked to were very uncertain that it was going to be banned. I saw some reports that it was most likely, I mean, even some people at my own place, but everybody I talked to said that 8 votes was going to be a lot to swing, you know, because it was 50-50, and there was just a lot of uncertainty. You know, a lot of people didn't like that as much as they don't like the play, they didn't like that it seemed like it was targeting one team. You know, because the Eagles are the one team that really runs it really effectively. And, you know, even, you know, the football purists didn't like the pushing, and they wanted to get the pushing and pulling removed from, you know, from the game again. But a lot of people that I talked to were pretty uncertain whether or not they were going to get enough votes to overturn it.
What about the playoff seeding? I actually thought that one had a chance. And the biggest reason I thought it did, Mike, was because so many times it feels like at the end of the year, X team is locked into the 4 seed because their division's garbage and it doesn't really incentivize them to win, lose, or draw, whatever. But if everything was up for grabs in terms of playoff seeding, I feel like it would mean those last couple of weeks might be more meaningful. I thought the owners would go for it that way, but it sounds like the home playoff game potential was just too much to give up. Is that why that one failed?
Yeah, because look, a divisional victory is something that is highly coveted, and the prize of being able to host the game is something that every owner and team president, general manager, coach really values. And they, you know, even, you know, I talk to people like, so if you start off really slowly and you turn your season around and you win your division, you scratch and claw, then you should be rewarded with hosting a home game. And they didn't want to give that up. And so that's why. Now, some people said, hey, once we go to 18 games, if that happens, then maybe you could see a reseeding after the first round. But for now, there just wasn't enough support. And, that was pretty evident. They did talk about it a good bit, but the Lions were pretty clear. They, were able to tell that they weren't going to give enough support to approve it, and that's why they pulled it off the table.
How competitive is it going to be for players to try to get onto the U.S. Olympic flag team? Do you think everyone's going to want in?
I think there's going to be a good amount that want in because, when you think about some of these guys who've had great careers, the one thing that they don't have and they've never had the opportunity is to shine on the international stage like their NBA brethren. And so a lot of these guys grew up seeing, the Dream Team and the Impact and things like that. And so, and then just looking this past year, with Steph Curry having that big moment, that's something that is very exciting and enticing. So there will be a lot of guys will raise their hands. Now, USA Football is going to be in charge of selecting who they pick, but there's probably going to be a number of guys who don't get selected that will find somewhere in their roots, my family's from Ghana, so I'm going to go play for their team. And, I've got, some roots, maybe some guys who were born in Germany while their dad was in the military and, try to find a way. So there'll be a number of international opponents that have NFL guys on their rosters.
Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback for?
Nobody.
I
don't know that. I keep,
Let me ask you this: if you were the Steelers, would you rather have Mason Rudolph moving forward, or whatever headaches come with Aaron Rodgers and Rodgers?
I think that the Steelers would rather roll the dice and hope that things go well with Rodgers. But nobody really knows right now where Rodgers' head is. Talking to people, it sounds like some people close to him. I think that he kind of, revealed that some people that are close to him have some health issues that he's, trying to be supportive of, and that's where his focus is right now. But I think that still there's a lot of Aaron Rodgers that doesn't want to go through the off-season program. So maybe we see him change his mind and sign up, late in the summer, just before training camp. And then, if that happens, he'll wind up playing for the Steelers. And yes, it's better than Mason Rudolph. Is it going to make them better than the Ravens or the Browns or the Bengals? Maybe better than the Browns because their quarterback situation is a mess, but they're not going to overtake the Ravens or the Bengals. But again, like you said, it's better than Mason Rudolph.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy.
All right, I'll see you guys.
I like it's better than Mason Rudolph as kind of your baseline for just about anything. This guest is better than Mason Rudolph. Our buddy Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder joins us to break down the local 53. Miguel, this defensive back situation, they got a couple of guys, whether it's Jonathan Jones, drafting Trey Amos, etc. But I think it all still hinges on Marshawn Lattimore being who they think he is. I don't think that's who he is. If I'm right, it's bad. If they're right, it could be pretty good. Where are we?
Yeah, I don't know that they're just sold that he's the guy. I think it was a reasonable price to pay for a gamble. If you find a guy for a third-round draft pick, you win big. If you don't find a guy, you cut bait, you keep it moving. This is certainly a franchise that is very familiar with wasting late-round draft picks, so it's not the end of the world. You can keep fielding the football team. I'm sure we'll hear some Jalen Ramsey noise. I don't think he's the answer. I don't think adding more of those kind of guys is your solution at this point. But I agree with you. I'm on Team Danny here, not just because you called me better than Mason Rudolph. That was a nice compliment. Mm-hmm. I just don't see it happening.
Jaden Daniels, possibility of being the quarterback of the U.S. flag Olympic team. We were talking about this earlier. I think it would be the coolest thing ever for him and the team, and it would do unbelievable good marketing-wise. That's going to be a long list of guys that want to be that guy. The L.A. Olympics, about an hour from where he grew up.
So traditionally at these things, each country gets like one team, right? I'm wondering if this is going to be like a golf kind of thing where you can have multiple teams from the same country, right? Like 2 or 3 U.S. teams, because they did that at the 3-on-3 basketball. There were multiple teams allowed to represent each country. I think you do that so you can set up like an all-star final matchup for the goal, like Patrick Mahomes against Jaden Daniels. Like, I mean, that would break all sorts of TV viewership records. I'm biased. I want number 5 in there. I think Mahomes probably has first dibs on quarterbacking the U.S. team, but I'm going to bat for my guy. I think he's pretty exciting.
Is this the running back room we're going to see in training camp, minus a couple, names here and there on the ancillary, or will there be a new feature back in town?
No, I think we're good at this point, and I think we are good at this point. Austin Eckler is probably injury dependent, you would say, right? He proved himself last year. He had that redeeming year where, is he out of gas? Is he at the end of his career? And I think he proved that no, he's not. Certainly you have big concerns there with the concussions, not just playing wise, but personally for him, how long he should continue playing for. You don't want him out there for kickoffs and punt returns. I think that's a big part of why they drafted Jalen Lane. But to me, it's Deebo Samuel that makes the difference. I know he sees himself as a wide receiver, but he makes the run game better, and he can be used in aspects of the run game that will make it better. I think, to me, that's the improvement you made on the running game, was bringing him into this roster.
What are your biggest concerns outside of pass rush right now?
Yeah, it's defense all over the place. It really is. I mean, as this lineup is drawn up, you probably need Bobby Wagner on the field for 100% of the plays. And I love Bobby Wagner, but that's not the most effective way to use Bobby Wagner. I don't think he's ready for 100% of the plays at this stage of his career. That's the best you can use him. Certainly, we mentioned corner already. I'm cautiously optimistic at safety, but there's just a need for more depth across the board here. I mean, this is a defense that will have concerns coming into training camp. And the nice thing is, the defense practices on a different field from the offense. So when we're out there at training camp, we can just choose to fully ignore that, watch the offense, and talk ourselves into 14-3. That's my game plan right now.
How much of a possibility, like, I don't know how to quantify this. You can put a percentage on it or just likelihood, whatever feels comfortable here, Miguel. A likelihood of some sort of step back, of a regression here based on whatever factor you think. Everyone seems to be counting on this ascension, and they're in the NFC Championship game again, et cetera, with a lot more difficulties ahead. How likely is a potential regression for this club?
Well, I think it's not necessarily regression as it could be. They could stay steady and still drop back in statistics and in record. I think they could perform as well as they did last year, but also it's a definitively tougher schedule, which is how the league works. This is a tougher schedule, not just in terms of the times of games they play, but the games they play. We hate to say luck is involved, but luck is involved. The Hail Mary beat the Bears. You got the Falcons in overtime because Raheem Morris didn't know how to call a timeout. Both those teams are on the schedule again, and you're in Atlanta, right? So you can play just as well as you played in those games and still lose them the second time around. That's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the NFL. I'm not worried about a Jaden Daniels regression. I think he's built for this. I think he's in it for the long haul. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Pass me a serving. I do think, though, this thought of like they made the NFC title game. They'll probably make the NFC title game again. I think this could still be a successful building block season that ends in a wild card loss in the first round of the playoffs, and they played just as well as they played last year.
Michael, good as always, buddy. Thank you.
Enjoy the holiday, guys.
Certainly better than Mason Rudolph.
Better
say that.
than Mason Rudolph.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk in 40 minutes at 5 o'clock next. Tush push didn't happen. Reseeding the playoffs didn't happen. Which one should have? If you have to pick one, we're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NBA last night, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1, the Pacers beat the Knicks 138-135 in overtime after a furious comeback in the final couple minutes. The Pacers take a 1-0 series lead. Western Conference Finals tonight, Game 2, Timberwolves and Thunder at 8:30. The Thunder lead that series 1-0. Also in the Western Conference, the Nuggets hired head coach David Adelman as their next head coach. He took over for Michael Malone when he was fired with 3 games left in the regular season. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves at 6:45 tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes on A.J. Smith-Shawver. And in hockey tonight, Game 2, Eastern Conference Finals. The Panthers taking on the Hurricanes, 8 o'clock. Panthers lead the series 1-0. Western Conference Finals last night. Stars beat the Oilers 6-3. The Stars lead the series 1-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, for me at Funny Danny for DR. We are welcoming you back now on the Fan. G&D taking you up to 6:15. That's pregame of Nats baseball. They got a 6:45 first pitch. We were supposed to get the debut of Robert Hassel yesterday. Game got rained out. And so we'll see his first ever game. He is in the lineup batting 7th and playing in the outfield tonight. Imagine that, Danny. You have waited as a 23-year-old.
Yep.
For 5 years as a minor leaguer to get your call up to the big leagues. He was drafted as an 18-year-old high school graduate, and he's played in almost 500 games and almost 2,000 at-bats in the minors, which by today's standards for prospects, it's a ton of time.
It's a long time. It used to be very normal, by the way. It used to be the normal run of things. Like a high school kid wasn't quite ready.
Yeah.
Right? Needed some seasoning and some experience. Now it's unusual. Yeah.
Yeah, like the first full year, you would probably be in single A. The next year in double A. The year after, maybe start a double A and go to triple A. And by the end of the next season, you'd be an everyday player in the big leagues. 4 or 5 years, 22, 23 years old. Now, especially in this organization, with their really high-end prospects, Soto, Harper, those guys fly through the minor leagues. James Wood, same thing. And he's not on that level by any means. But still, at 23, having waited for almost 500 minor league games, you finally get called up, you're in the big leagues, and then there's rain in the forecast last night.
Yeah.
And you got to wait one more sleep.
Just killing you. I mean, it's fitting, though, right? I mean, those sorts of things. Eventually, you settle in and you're a major leaguer one day, and that's just what you do. You get out of bed and you go to the ballpark because you're in the bigs. But that sort of thing is just killer, right? Where it's like, I've waited all this time and I got rained out.
I do wonder, and I haven't had a chance to chat with him, wasn't over there for pregame or anything today. I'll bet you more of his family and friends got to make it because of the travel.
Oh, good thought. I didn't even think of that. You're probably right.
Which is a blessing in disguise because I'm sure he just wanted to play baseball. But with the rain out yesterday, he found out he was being promoted the previous night. Dylan Cruz got hurt, pulled an oblique, swinging. He had been promoted basically by 10 minutes after the game. He was coming up to the big leagues because of the injuries to Cruz and to Jacob Young. So you figure that was around 9:30 or so going back to Tuesday night. So if family was traveling in Wednesday or even maybe Wednesday night thinking they could catch the games Thursday and Friday, now you might get to see his debut.
Now you got a chance, yeah.
So there's something to that possibly. I guess a silver lining. All right, let's pick one here. And I want to open up the phones on this. This could be our poll of the day as well on Grant and Danny. You can go vote 1067 The Fans Twitter account. Our daily poll brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Neither of these two changes went through in the NFL. But if only one would have, what would you have chosen? Which would you have rather seen amended? The tush push being banned or seeding in the playoffs being shifted? We talked about both of these things this week quite a bit. Obviously, you get rid of the tush push. You go back to the traditional quarterback sneak. You don't have to deal with that with the Philadelphia Eagles, the Buffalo Bills, any other teams that do it. The seeding, for those of you that don't remember or know what we're talking about, 7 teams currently make the playoffs. They still would. But instead of the division champions all being the first 4 seeds in the order of record and tiebreakers, and then the 3 wild cards being guaranteed 5 through 7 and having to go on the road, we would seed the postseason just based on record and tiebreaker. So based on not winning the division, but where you rank in the NFC overall, you would be slotted in 1 through 7 to make the postseason, and you'd never have a situation, Danny, where a 10-win team is traveling to play a 7-win division champion again, because winning your division doesn't guarantee you a home game anymore. You get one of those two changes. Which would you prefer?
It would have been the assistant runner thing. And
really?
Yeah. The seeding for the postseason, I don't like it, but it's not one of those things that I think is now breaking the game to a degree. I think it's unjust. I think it's wrong. I think it's an easily fixable thing. But this is not just about the stupid brotherly shove or the Eagles do better than everyone else. Mostly because of the debate surrounding it, I find unbelievably irritating. But also beyond that, there's sort of this refusal to acknowledge that football went so great when you couldn't assist runners. It's going great now, I guess, in the big picture, but like that is not what football was, right? It's just not that thing. Like every great run in history is not lineman comes running along and pushes him forward for a handful of yards. Like it's not what it's supposed to be. The runner it's blocked and then it's up to him. It's not anymore though. It's like the runner gets a snap and he gets a push from Dallas Goedert. That's not what it's supposed to be. Like I don't have another way to say it than that. This is a fundamental, we're going to let this go. All right. Well, you could have fixed it. You could have changed it. You could have gotten the right thing that we all grew up with, knowing how good it is. So to me, that's the more fundamental part of this. One, again, the debate surrounding it, how irritating I find it. The stupid folks from Philly and otherwise calling it, yelling at everybody, calling them soft, and the names surrounding it, and the dishonest debate I think that comes from it. But that's 1A. But 2, just in terms of the rule that should be changed, like it's a fundamental part of football to me that the guy with the ball can't get an aid, can't get a boost, can't like run on somebody's back and get thrown. Now. Yeah, now they can. That's fine now.
And they have been able to for a long time.
Right, and this is an exploit for that, and it should be fixed, and they're not doing it. I find it outrageous.
I mean, there's so many rules over that same time that have changed, and we don't still view it as this is not how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like this one, obviously. Right. I don't mean you as much as, I think a lot of people don't like this one. And so they're going, the other way is how it should be. And I get the anguish. I guess this isn't surprising that we'll be on different sides because you were way more bothered by the tush push not being banned. One of my buddies texted me yesterday, who I work with at MLB Radio at SiriusXM. And he said he's like, I listened to you guys for a few minutes. You were such whiny babies. Now he's an Eagles fan.
Right, of course. That's what it is. And this is the dialogue.
And I was like, well, I don't know about that. He's like, oh, you guys think it's the biggest deal in the world. I'm like, well, number one, there's 2 of us. Danny thinks it's a huge deal. I think it's a lot less of a deal. Number 2, I'm probably more on Danny's side than your side because it's a stupid loser play. But we part company a little bit on how big of a deal it was that it wasn't banned. The tush push affects me way less, bothers me way less than I think what is a really, really flawed postseason bracket right now. So if I could change one of these, I would use my sweeping change on the NFL to get the seeding altered. I think a single time moving forward where a 7-10 division champion is hosting probably like an 11-win wildcard team is absolutely unacceptable. One of those to me is a bigger deal than the dozens and dozens of tush pushes over the course of the year. And I'd like to have seen both altered, but to me, it's the seeding. And we've seen it go both ways for Washington. 2020, they benefited from the bad rule. This past year, they were on the wrong end of the bad rule. Where were they better record than Tampa? They had to travel to Raymond James to play an inferior team in terms of record because the Bucs had won a really, really bad NFC South. But I just think it feels amateur to me in the National Football League that you would risk having, and I know it's very unlikely, but like a 6-win team could host a 12-win team. That
because they won a tiebreaker, right?
And eventually could very well happen. That should never. Can we all agree that should never happen? And if that should never happen, then you're telling me this rule shouldn't be in place as it is. It's not that different than an 11-win team traveling to a 7-win team, which we've seen and will happen again, by the way. I hate it. I just think it's unserious.
Yeah, I don't like it either. And the biggest thing that I don't like about it is the reason that it doesn't pass is the potential for a team that's not that good to get one more home game, to get a playoff gate revenue and concessions and whatever else. And that's the argument for it. I'm aware that it's a business, and it's a very good one. They do very well for themselves, talking about the NFL. Whenever I can keep the illusion that there's some integrity with the games and it's about the games and the sport and the excellence of these athletes who do things that no human being ever could up until this point, and these coaches carrying around like nuclear briefcases of secrecy and plays and designs and all sorts of stuff. Whatever, it's the game. Whatever, it's like, nah, man, we want one more gate revenue. It's a little bit about money this time. It just takes the illusion away. It kind of dims the star a little bit for me, where I'm reminded, oh yeah, that's right. It's a greedy businessman at the end of it. That's a bummer.
I'm surprised the tush push wasn't banned just because of the reporting, but I never thought it was going to be banned until all that reporting told me it was going to this week. The reseeding, to me, I don't really know how we're still here, but teams love the romanticism of the division championship home game. And I think it's going to be harder for them to relinquish that than anything else. The tush push will be banned faster and sooner for sure. Phones are open for you guys at 800-636-1067. Neither ended up happening, but if you could have changed one, what would you have chosen? 800-636-1067. I also wonder, how are the Eagles fans, Danny, going to continue to make this their identity more and more and more? So they immediately put out the 26-minute video yesterday as a team, that YouTube clip.
Yep.
Of 26 minutes of successful tush pushes. I don't think they did the one from the 1 yard line where the Commanders forced a fumble and got a takeaway. I think it was Deron Payne punched the ball out from Jalen Hurts in Northwest Stadium. I don't think that made the 26-minute video. But I do think that they're going to find a way to like make this more and more a rallying cry for that organization at Lincoln Financial Field. I think you're going to see
this is their badge of honor.
A certain sound they play, or every time they do the tush push, they flash a picture of like the Matt LaFleur, or I don't know what it is.
They'll play Frankie Louvu's clip going, it's a cheapo play. And then like the T-shirts and signs will be cheapo play. I mean, this is the biggest part of my annoyance about it. Because you already said you're and this is Danny speaking, your idiot Philly friend who's like, you're so warm, you're so soft. That's the only discussion. That's not like a articulated the football merits discussion. It's soft, if you don't like it, stop it. That's not how adults talk to each other. But it doesn't matter for them. And this is their badge of honor now, and they're so proud of it. That's my biggest annoyance.
You get to veto the league's decision, line item style, and you get to shove one through. The tush push is banned, or the reseeding of the playoffs. What do you choose? And that's the question. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. I was just thinking about this, Danny. We've spent way more hours talking about the rules that don't get pushed through over the years than the rules that do, which is not our fault. I mean, that's the game.
Yeah, that's what's
right?
on the table in the offseason. Yeah.
But it is just amazing how oftentimes we think things are trending in one way, and then the owners get together and it doesn't happen. That was certainly the case for the Tush push. We'll talk to Mike Florio coming up in 15 minutes about all the doings in the NFL, all the news the last couple of days. But the question for you guys, 2 of the major items on the table end up not coming to fruition. The banning of the Tush push, the reseeding of the playoffs. Danny and I are on different sides of this. If one of them could have happened, which would you have chosen? I would have much preferred to just go 1 through 7 by way of record and not have division champions host playoff games. Danny really, really wanted the Tush push ban, and that would have been his priority. Let's go to Dave in Bethesda on G&D. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Dave?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, a long time. Absolutely, this is no question should be banning the Tush push. And I'm not just saying this as a Washington fan. I deal with this crap multiple times a year. But you know, the point was made, I think, earlier, maybe not on your show, but there's relation between schedules in divisions now these days.
Your phone's killing me.
Bummer.
Sorry, buddy. Maybe try it on a different line and see if you can get through.
Yeah, the point he was making was it's more equalized with playoff seeding than we might think. Just in a given year, you know, kind of the ups and downs, divisional schedules and the like. And you have a few random bad things that occur, which to us are kind of lines in the sand, but to the league, it's sort of like an oh well bummer. There'll be a year where the NFC South is great and the NFC East stinks, which we saw a couple of seasons ago, where Washington got the benefit of it. So it all equals out. I think that was just general point in between all the bips of the cell phone networking.
Yeah, there's some of that. I think that the equaling out can happen, but the worst thing that happens is when the 7-win team hosts a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
That should not happen. If you go over 500 and you're playing a playoff team that is under 500, you should not be playing in their building. And if it's as simple as that, if we don't want to go all in and saying you're not guaranteed a playoff game as a division champion, if you don't want to completely change the literature, fine. But what I cannot have is a sub 500 team getting to host a really good team just because it won a crap division. That's all. And anything else, while it's not perfect, I can agree with your terms that, well, maybe I'm 10-7 and you're 9-8 because I played a harder schedule. Last year and this year I got an easy schedule, and now you had the really hard schedule. So even though you might be a better team, you played more tough teams than I did, or else you would have been a game better than me. You could convince me of all that. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm working back from if you're 7-10, you can never host a playoff.
Yeah, the same way I go, you just had a tie. Nope. And they're like, no, well, I guess it's
8-9, by the way.
Yeah.
It is also, everyone's like, well, 7-10 doesn't happen that often. It happens, by the way, but fine. Let's go. What is your next point? That 8-9 might be the worst? Great. 8-9, you shouldn't host a playoff game. It just feels amateur.
It feels wrong, yeah.
It's like hanging a banner for a champion in a 6-team league that struggled or whatever. Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. As much as I can't stand the Tush push, I'm totally on board with you all. I think if you have a losing record, you definitely should not host a play. It would only.
What's up with the phone?
What is going on
for these people lately? You there?
But yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. So a division not necessarily has, if they're a team with a 9-8 or 8-9 record to win the division could be beating up each other, and they're all around 500. They're not necessarily all winning 2 or 3 games, and the other team wins by default. So I'd still want the team with 9 wins to get their playoff game at that point.
So I'm missing the point. So you would rather change the seeding, or you would rather change the Tush push?
No, I would rather change the seeding, but it only jumps in if a team has a losing record.
Okay, so
and that's kind of the compromise a lot of people have talked about.
Yeah, the last idea is basically 9-8, you're okay. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, because 9-8 and 10-7 is close enough. You're talking about a missed field goal or a blown call somewhere. That's fine. my issue, so if you just want to cut right to the core of it, sub 500, you don't get to host a playoff game.
Yep.
Period. Unless you're playing another sub 500. I guess that would never happen because a wild card team couldn't be sub 500. There'd never be an 8 and 9 wild card team. So yeah, good. Sign me up. We just compromised. We don't have to change it completely.
Mm-hmm.
You're a round one host as a division champion unless you don't go 500. Well, change that. Put that in the rules right here, right now. Adam is in Walkersville. Where is that?
I'm in Ruckersville. It's right outside Charlottesville.
Ruckersville. Okay.
Right on. Darius Ruckersville.
Yeah. That's right, Darius Ruckersville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm with
Michael
Danny on
Rucker.
this one.
You guys remember Michael Rucker?
Michael Rucker. Is the actor?
It was a pitcher for the Chicago Cubs. Nothing?
No.
All right.
Brent
Anyway.
Rooker, which is different than what you're talking about.
Any hoodles.
Sorry, buddy.
No, I'm with Danny on this one. I would have gotten rid of the Tush push, and all the news leading up until yesterday, I was kind of, getting excited here. And okay, they're going into this privileged session here. It's going to get voted down. This is great. But I just feel like it's such a gimmick play. I always thought you couldn't do this anyway, assisting the runner. So the fact that they were going to allow it and they've gone through and had the conversations about it, I'm hoping and maybe even expecting teams to sort of take advantage of this rule. I think Danny made this point the other day. I want to see Cliff Kingsbury, work up something in there where we have, John Bates or somebody else.
That was what I was saying. Really take advantage. Like what I want to see is, okay, cool, you're allowing this. So my point is Johnny Newton at fullback. And let's put, doesn't really matter, but the biggest guy you can find behind him and a little power eye, hand the ball to Johnny Newton, let him fall forward, and let's bring Pot Roast Knighton back to shove him forward when you need a foot. Let's take real advantage of this thing.
Yeah, let's have all the gimmicks in the world. That's what I want. I want a black eye on the league for this. I want embarrassment. I want, to me, what should have happened is that NFC title game, the Eagles are winning, they're dominating, it's a blowout. They're kicking Washington's butt. We all saw it. That bizarre run of sequence where they jumped off sides a million times and they're trying to stop it because that's what defenses try to do. Spoiler alert, they're going to try to stop the play. And they're like, if they're not nicer, we'll give them a touchdown. That should have been a cringe and a chill down the spine of every NFL executive to go, oh my God, this isn't getting better from here. It's going to get worse. Teams are going to try to stop this. They're going to try to do whatever they possibly can. It's going to be embarrassing. They should have been embarrassed enough to change it, and they fell short.
I got another one for you. Frosty Rucker.
Frosty Rucker.
You don't remember Frosty Rucker?
Defensive tackle?
You sleep a little bit. Pick a team. You got this.
Frosty Rucker played for Baltimore.
No, he did not.
Frosty Rucker played for Cincinnati.
Hell yeah.
It's an AFC North. I had it in there.
Bengals, Browns, Cardinals, Raiders.
So who's Michael Rucker that you referenced?
The pitcher for the Cubs.
Okay.
Let's go to Bernie in Potomac Falls. What's up?
Hey, thanks, gentlemen. I think I'm like a lot of other people. You got to ban the tush push. It's not in the spirit of the game. There's no history to it. A couple of things have happened. One, you've got a team now, and the league as a whole that's going for it a lot more on fourth down. They're going for it on their side of the field, right? So, Grant, I get your point, but I don't want to say you're a straw man, but you're citing one thing or two things that really upset you, but there's no that scenario is going to happen every year or every other year.
It doesn't happen every year.
But what is going to happen is the Eagles are going to run that play 4 times a game.
Totally. But I think, I guess my response would be the Eagles running that play is like a speeding ticket to me when people speed every time they go anywhere. And my thing's an armed robbery. Yeah, you're right.
But if
you're not going to get held up at gunpoint once a night.
Sure.
But when you get held up once at gunpoint, hold on a second. I'll let you finish.
Sure.
Every 3 years, then, that is not that fun. So anyways, go ahead.
Well, no, and look, of course, there's different opinions. That's why you have a show, and I appreciate the calls. But I think that you are not fundamentally affecting the game with that the way you are every time a team lines up to do that play. You are waiting till the end of the season. I was going to have the same thing. You've got to be over 500 to host a home playoff game, one that incentivizes the team to keep. They know they've locked it up, right? They know they have to keep winning. But you're talking about something with the tush push that affects every game the Eagles play in multiple of times. And it's going to become, the league's going to copycat it. Now you're going to have tush pushes everywhere. And I think the league's going to say, well, no, the Eagles were doing it, but now we've got to ban it because this isn't what football, we were a passing league. Now we're 3rd and 4, back-to-back tush pushes from our own 30. We don't need a punter.
It's a good phone call, Bernie. Thank you. I mean, that's what happened last year. The other teams started doing it. I guess more teams could. It's not like no one knows about it. They've been doing it for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So the last 2 years are what you're talking about. Everyone's going to start doing it. Well, we've seen that. The Bills do it a lot. They want it done away with, even though they do it. No one's as good as the Eagles at it. Right. Minor detail. The Bills ran it twice against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game and got stopped. Couldn't convert on it. But I agree with every word of the call. Like, yes, I do want to get rid of the tush push for the reasons that you're suggesting. To me, it's just when you say everyone will be doing it, that's not that big of a deal. It's something I'd prefer everybody wasn't doing. I think they should just go back to the old rules where you can't push a ball carrier forward. But the bigger deal is the one time, 3 years from now, when the 7-10 team hosts the 11-16. That's a bigger deal than the 800 tush pushes that'll happen between now and then, for me, in my opinion. But I would change the tush push, to be clear. And it sounds like we were in agreement because he said if they're sub 500, they don't need a home game. So, yeah.
I think a lot of us would change both of those things, but it's all about what you prioritize. Real quick, by the way, before we go to break, will you read the text I just sent you? Do you have it handy?
The text that
I sent you a text.
New billboard up after tush push survives NFL owners vote. You tried, we tush pushed back. Go Birds. Yeah, I mean, that's tough.
Yep.
That's bad.
So
nobody wants that.
That's what we're doing.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In hockey, the most interesting sport in the world, you get to watch the Eastern Conference Finals Game 2, the Panthers and the Hurricanes. Game 2 tonight, 8 p.m. puck drop. Panthers lead the series 1-0. Western Conference Finals Game 1 last night. The Stars beat the Oilers 6-3 to take a 1-0 series lead. In baseball, Nationals and Braves at 6:45 tonight. You can do the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 5.91 ERA. AJ Smith-Shawver takes the hill for the Braves. He's 3-2 with a 2.33 ERA. In the NBA, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 last night. Pacers and Knicks 138-135. The Pacers win in overtime to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 tonight, Timberwolves and Thunder at 8:30. The Thunder lead the series 1-0. The Nuggets hired interim head coach David Adelman as their next head coach. And in college football, the College Football Playoff Committee changing the seeding. Top 4 seeds going to go to the committee's top 4 teams instead of the top 4 conference winners. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Mike Florio is joining us in just a moment. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We are brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They'll help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, and put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is where we find our guy, Mike Florio. You know him from his work at Pro Football Talk. You see him on NBC Sports as well. Mike, you were on in the nation's capital. We appreciate a couple of minutes. How are you?
Great to be with you guys. Doing well. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Very well. Very busy weeks. There's a lot of ground to cover with you. But I actually want to start with, because we haven't talked to you since, almost a month ago, we found out that D.C. and the Commanders were moving toward a stadium deal. We've had all kinds of council members on since, and the fight is on now to try to get this thing done. What's your take from what you've seen on the deal and whether or not you think this is going to work out in the city in D.C.?
Well, it was a very well-coordinated PR push to launch it. I think it helped to have the announcement of the 2027 draft in D.C. right on the heels of it. The bottom line is you've got to convince people, whether it's individually through a ballot measure, typically those now fail when they happen, or at a higher level, pulling the levers of government, getting the elected officials to support some sort of a device for coming up with the public money necessary to build one of these stadiums. Because at the end of the day, every owner looking for a stadium wants to have some degree of taxpayer money devoted to the project. Very rarely does an owner build his or her own stadium. The most recent one significantly was in LA with Stan Kroenke, but he decided, I'm going to own this, I'm going to profit from it, and I'm going to have as many events and other business activities as possible. Typically, the move is we need taxpayer money, and that's where the fight's going to be. Will D.C. Council approve it? Will the effort, and I assume the deadlines have passed now, and I haven't seen anything about it, to put it on a June ballot. If that fails, the only way that this would be stopped, if it would be stopped, and I'm not saying it should be, but I'm just saying there are forces out there that are opposed to the idea of subsidizing multi-billionaires. If D.C. Council approves it, it goes through. If they don't, then they have to come up with something else.
Mike, we'll get to the specifics of the assisted runner play, tush, push, brother, shove, whatever you want to call it. But I'm not ripping anybody because it wasn't just one person. The reporting seemed to be this is happening. It's going to pass. It's we're going to be without this thing, and all of a sudden they were a couple of votes shy. How did that go down?
Well, people are reporting that it's going to happen because they and we, me specifically, we were reading the tea leaves. The NFL wanted this, and what the commissioner wants, the commissioner usually gets, and the commissioner is adept at twisting the arms necessary to get to 24 when he wants to get to 24. Now, they tried to make this one look like it wasn't something that originated with the league office, but we reported immediately after the vote The Packers were recruited by the league to do this, just like the Lions were recruited by the league to propose a new playoff seating structure because the commissioner wanted it. So the commissioner went into this round of meetings with three things he wanted. NFL active players in the Olympic flag football tournament coming up in 3 years, reseeding of the playoffs, and a ban of the tush push. And he went 1 for 3, which is good in baseball, but not when you're trying to flex your political muscles within the organization that you run.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, on Grant and Danny. So they needed 2 more teams that they couldn't get. Major progress made, though, from what was 16 teams against it to then 22 teams against it. Are we in line for this thing to go away in a year, or do you restart? Like, how do you see the future now of the tush push?
Well, it all depends on how determined the commissioner is to get rid of it. You can look at it and say, hey, we just need to get 2 more teams. And the next occasion to do it is March of 2026. We've seen in the past when the commissioner is determined to get something, he gets it. 2 years ago, he wanted to have a flex option added for Thursday Night Football. He met stiff resistance at the March meetings. By the May meetings, he got the votes he wanted. Yesterday, I think he believed he was going to get them. I think it went to a vote because he thought he was going to get them. If they didn't think they were going to get 24 votes, that thing would have been pulled, like the playoff seating proposal was. So at the end of the day, a lot of stuff happens behind the curtain, whether it's deals made, whether it's retribution for opposing the measure, whatever it may be. If he really wants 24, he's going to get there. And a lot of it also depends on what happens this year. If we see more incidents like what occurred in the NFC Championship when the Washington Commanders jumped repeatedly offside and it created that debacle where referee Sean Hockley had to eventually say, if you do it one more time, I'm awarding a touchdown. I think that was the catalyst for this most recent push against it. If that starts happening on a regular basis when a team is pressed up against its goal line, that's going to make the commissioner more determined to do it. And if they can cobble together data to support the idea that it's a safety risk, that makes it even more likely. So I don't think this effort is going to go away, especially when they got so close. When you think about it, 22 out of 32 is still more than 2/3.
Mm-hmm.
More than 2/3 of the NFL wants to get rid of this. The only reason it's still there is because their supermajority calls for 75%, not 66.667%.
Mike Florio with us here on Grant and Danny. So I wonder, the everybody's got a different reason. Philadelphia probably wants to keep it because they're good at it, but the AFC teams maybe don't have to face it. I mean, who knows exactly what each team's motivation was, Mike, kind of to your point. But was there a sense that from what you were hearing that maybe it was a couple teams felt like they're unfairly singling out somebody in terms of Philadelphia, and if we come up with something really good, we don't want that taken away from us? Is that sense there?
That's the precedent that I think everyone would need to be concerned about, that your reward for coming up with an innovation that others both can't stop and can't duplicate, because there are 2 prongs to something like this.
Yeah.
Your defense should come up with a way to stop it. Your offense should come up with a way to take advantage of it. I think that if you start down that path, it doesn't bode well for the NFL, and it actually deters innovation, because if we crack the code and come up with something good, if we come up with a way to exploit the rules on the books in our favor, they're going to take it away from us. I think the bigger issue is this thing was mishandled by the league from the get-go. Back in 2006, when they changed the rule that previously prevented pushing of a player anywhere on the field, that planted the seeds for this. It was almost like a 17-year cicada. It took 16 years for the Eagles to eventually weaponize this thing and build it into their playbook and use it on a regular basis. And that's when the league should have done it. In 2022, after that season, the league should have said, hey, whoa. We never intended, when we took away a rule that primarily addressed downfield near the sticks or near the goal line, effort by an offensive lineman to come shove the runner to where he was trying to go. We never intended that to be turned into something that's going to activate at the line of scrimmage. We need to get rid of this now. The fact that they waited and the Eagles got so dominant at it, that's what created this perception that the Eagles have found this thing that they've repeatedly used, and now there's enough people who are resentful of it and scared of it, frankly, that they were able to cobble together a bunch of cockamamie reasons. It's the safety issue. Where's the data? We don't have any. It could be a safety issue. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, it doesn't look like football. How about that? It just felt like a disingenuous exercise to come up with what they should have done when this all started and said, we never meant that rule change from 2006 to be used like this.
Terrific NFL guest and insider Mike Florio is with us here on Grant and Danny. Pro Football Talk is where you can find his work. Of course, NBC television as well. Mike, how about the reseeding opportunity that is no more? Am I misunderstanding? Did that not even get voted on? Did the Lions just pull that off the table? What happened there?
The Lions proposed it in March, and it got pulled or tabled to May. And I think they believed they were going to get 24 votes. And then when they realized that wasn't going to happen, it got withdrawn. This was another one the commissioner wanted. Rod Wood, the Lions president, admitted after the March meetings that the league approached them to do this. And this comes from a very simple belief. And I don't think that it logically fits, and I don't think in practice it would ever bear it out. The idea that if you have straight seeding without regard to division championship, your late season games, week 17, week 18, when teams have settled into a seed, hey, I know I've won my division, I'm not going to be any worse than the third seed or the fourth seed. You rest players and you create less compelling games. The argument is if everything's up for grabs 1 through 7, you're going to have more compelling games because everyone's going to be sprinting all the way through to the wire and no one's going to rest starters. You know, the week 18 games this year, other than the games played on Saturday, which weren't as compelling, the Sunday night game, extremely compelling. The Sunday afternoon games, week 18 this year, stunk. There was nothing, or at a minimum, very minimal potential playoff consequences. And I think if they're ever going to do this, the bigger problem that it speaks to is if you're going to determine the playoff seeding in a conference, 1 through 7, based only on record, you better take a step back and look at your scheduling formula. And you better come up with more ways to have more games in the conference between the teams in the conference that are ultimately going to have this apples-to-apples comparison. And you know, I think that conversation needs to be had anyway. Too much of the scheduling is premised on variety and rotation. 8 of your 17 games are based on a rotation that takes you through the 4 divisions of the AFC. If you're in the NFC East, you play all 4 teams of the AFC East one year, NFC or AFC North the next year, AFC South the next year, AFC West the next year, and then there's a rotation in the NFC, the other 3 divisions. You play all 4 teams from one of those divisions every year. That's 8 of your games. It's based on this rotation aimed at ensuring that there's as much variety over time as possible. If you're a season ticket holder, over 8 years, you'll see every team in the league at one time or another. I think if we're going to tear down the walls of the divisions, they need to be more sensitive to the fact that there needs to be more head-to-head play among the teams that ultimately are going to be stacked up 1 through 7.
So, Mike, you referenced both the NFC Championship game moment with the 9,000 offsides, and I would point to another moment we're talking about playoff reseeding, in fact, involving Washington, when they were terrible, 7-9, and they hosted a playoff game. They're usually moments that are almost catalysts for these kinds of rule changes. I guess my question is pretty broad, but what does it take for enough embarrassment or enough like, oh my God, that can't happen again? I think of that the pass interference that should have been called Rams New Orleans Saints. They said, yeah, we'll review pass interference penalties for a little while, just because they were so upset about that individual moment. Of course, they ended up repealing that. But why didn't we reach those thresholds there? And kind of what does it take in general? Walk us through that.
Well, I think it all starts with someone getting the idea, whether it's based upon media coverage, perception of embarrassment, or someone just doesn't like it. I think it just has to reach a critical mass that causes someone to say, we need to do this. And the fact that the effort to get a proposal from a team instead of going through the normal process that's in place to have the competition committee look at it and talk to people about it, formulate a proposal, take it to ownership. We always hear how powerful and influential the competition committee is. Why are they running behind that and instigating teams to make these proposals for things the league office wants? And, you know, I'm a firm believer in Occam's razor because my brain is typically equipped only to understand things in the most simplest terms. I think it's reasonable to conclude that as to the playoff seeding, the commissioner didn't like that there were so many games in Week 18 where teams rested their starters. Hell, the Rams gladly accepted falling from 3 to 4 on the playoff tree, even though it meant they were going to face either the Lions or the Vikings. They were confident that they could beat them, so they rested their starters in Week 18. All it takes is one thing for the commissioner to say, we need something better than that. And with the Tush push, and here's why I think this. Not long after the NFC Championship, Mike Pereira, who was the VP of officiating for years and now is the Fox Sports rules analyst, he said because of that moment from Washington, Philadelphia, they're going to take another run at getting rid of the Tush push. And I'm like, but why would you take a look at getting rid of a rule simply because you don't like the way that one team tried to stop a play that no one can stop? But I think it's as simple as this. The commissioner wanted playoff reseeding. The commissioner wanted the Tush push out, and he went 0 for 2 on those.
Mike, what do you remember going back to 2022 here? We talked about this earlier in the show. I know you wrote a lot about this then, even wrote something about it in the last 24 hours. Jim Irsay was the only owner that came out publicly and said that they should vote to remove Dan Snyder. We played some of the audio today, but he was a hero here in D.C. when he did that. And I know there's plenty of stories in all directions on Irsay's life, but that's probably how in D.C. he's going to be remembered. Why do you think he broke ranks? Was he just a wild card? And how much did that actually matter?
There was a lot that was gurgling among ownership ranks about Daniel Snyder, the Beth Wilkinson investigation that stopped short of a recommendation that he be compelled to sell because the league said, and I think your station did some reporting in this regard, that somebody found the written report that the NFL never wanted because the NFL didn't want it in writing, that Snyder should be compelled to sell. That happened in 2021. By 2022, this was still kind of out there. I think the spark for Irsay was the ESPN report from right around the same time that Snyder supposedly had dirt on multiple owners, dirt on the commissioner, and he was going to use that if anybody dared to come after him. And it's as simple as Irsay saying, well, hell, I don't care. Everybody knows my dirt. You're going to threaten me with something like that? And I think there may have been a level of indignation over this idea that Snyder would dare to threaten his business partners. That may have been the thing that caused Jim Irsay to go off. And he went off multiple times, and he was not backing down, and he didn't care. He said what needed to be said. He said what people in the room were thinking, but no one had the guts to stand up and say it. And I think it was great that he did. And within a year after he said what he said, Snyder was gone.
Small matter just to regular football stuff. Will George Pickens work out in Dallas?
There are reasons to think he will, and there are reasons to think he won't. The reason to think he won't is every time the Steelers have decided they had enough of a receiver, that guy never really does much anywhere else. If anything, it falls apart for him. Look at what happened with Antonio Brown. Look at what happened with the kid from Notre Dame, number 11, Chase Claypool. It took me a little while to remember his name. They got a high second-round pick. It became essentially the last pick in round one that year because the Dolphins had lost their first-rounder for tampering with Tom Brady and Sean Payton. 32nd overall pick for Chase Claypool, and he never did anything with the Bears. So there's reason to think it won't work. Here's the reason to think it will work. George Pickens has never had a good quarterback. George Pickens has never played in an offense that sought to maximize his talents and get the most out of what he can do. And I think of Randy Moss. When he went from the Raiders to the Patriots, we had all thought Randy Moss was done. Randy Moss was playing with quarterbacks. And there's one guy he played with in 2006 that I've even forgotten he existed. That's how bad their quarterbacks were. He goes to Tom Brady the next year and Josh McDaniels and that offense in New England. He has one of the great single receiving seasons of all time. And that's the other thing Pickens has never had in Pittsburgh. Someone to take attention away from him. Someone to take heat off of him. They're going to have their hands full defending CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens this year. So there's a chance this works out very well. And the Steelers look foolish for giving him up for only a third-round pick in 2026.
All right, Mike, we'll let you out on this one. Last one. Joe Burrow complained about the Bengals not having international games the other day. Said he's done a lot to grow the game. I don't know exactly what he's referencing, but I'm guessing he's gone on trips or something. And he's upset that he hasn't had an international game. Is that how most guys feel? I get the sense that they view it as a pain in the butt and don't want to do it. Do a lot of players like the games?
I think he's in the minority when it comes to international play. It is wild to think that of the two Ohio teams, they picked the Browns instead of the Bengals this year. But it's rare to hear that. And you know what? The NFL is going to seize on that because they are determined to continue this. The Vikings getting 2 back-to-back road games in both Ireland and London this year, and they play them consecutively. That's the start of what's going to be a new trend. I think as soon as next year, you'll have 2 or 3 teams that do that. Before too long, there'll be 4 teams that do that. And some think that this is all the test case to see how the logistics will work for the teams that will be traveling to Europe to play one or more teams that are located there permanently at some point in the future.
Mike, pleasure as always, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, always very good with us. I didn't even put him on hold that time before he was 88 out in the gate.
You're not going to have a chance with Mike Florio.
One of the quickest in the game on the hang-up.
He and Mike Lombardi are the two the top couple seats.
I think he's moved ahead. Lombardi was the 1 seat. Now Lombardi's the GM of the University of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So he's taken orders from Bill Belichick's girlfriend. But I think Florio's probably jumped past him on the quickest hang-up in the biz.
So do you think it's landline, finger hovered over the button to hang up, to end the call?
Well, that's a cell phone, so there's definitely no landline. I mean, you could tell that was cell phone. I think it's just, all right, you got it, guys, end. As soon as
that's quick.
I think he said his thank you. I thanked him. He thanked us. Whatever's after that's not his problem.
But I 100% agree. We're talking about a quick exit.
I'm just saying, that's his mindset.
You go from ear to you got to look at the screen, move your thumb, and hit end. He's quicker than everyone else. That's kind of the point.
He's probably got one of those buttons on the side of the phone you can hit that ends the call.
Yeah, there you go.
That's probably he's a side of the phone button.
Side of the phone guy.
Might have to be. At 5:40, you want to quiz me about Rock and Roll Hall of Fame bands?
That's what I want. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. You'll go through and name all their best hits.
6 o'clock, we'll get you ready for Nats baseball. They're playing the Braves. We're looking for 5 in a row, and we got a big debut at Nats Park tonight on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford all month long. This is really cool. Employee pricing. No gimmicks, no fluff, no nonsense, no ballyhoo, just the big, silly inside deal. You pay what they pay. That's really cool.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Braves for Game 3 of the three-game set. They were rained out last night. They'll look to make it their 5th straight win tonight as they take on the Braves. 6:45 first pitch. Getting the game right here on The Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 5.91 ERA. A.J. Smith-Shawver gets the ball for the Braves. He's 3-2 with a 2.33 ERA. In hockey tonight, Panthers and Hurricanes game 2 at 8 o'clock. The Panthers up 1-0 in that series. And in basketball, Western Conference Finals game 2 tonight for the Timberwolves and the Thunder. 8:30 tip-off. The Thunder lead the series 1-0. Celebrate spring this weekend during Meadows Farms Nursery's All Plant Sale. Now through May 28th, VIPs save 20% to 30% on all plants. Not a VIP? Sign up for free at any one of Meadows Farms' 16 locations or at meadowsfarms.com. Hurry and plant a little happiness for less. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D on The Fan. Big thanks to Mike Florio for stopping by. Pro Football Talks, where you can find him. If you missed any part of the show so far today, go to thefandc.com when we are done. That's at 6:15. Nats pregame, and then first pitch of Nats baseball at 6:45. We started the show today talking about how great last night's NBA action was in the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1, the Pacers in overtime. Impressing and beating the Knicks 138-135. Well, after the game last night, Charles Barkley made an appeal to the NBA to try to get Tyrese Halliburton's dad back in the building.
Oh, no.
Moving forward. Yeah, Chuck wants Mr. Halliburton back at games. This is what he had to say on Turner last night.
Great mama talking. It's time to let Mr. Halliburton back in the building.
Yes, it is.
Adam, I'm asking you, hey, my man paid his dues. He did something really, really stupid, but he's been punished. And I'm asking you and the Indiana Pacers to let Mr. Halliburton back in the building for game 3 and 4. I mean, he paid his dues. It shouldn't be indefinite. He's been punished enough. He would never do anything that stupid again. So, Adam, you know how much I love you. And my man Kevin Pritchett, y'all let Mr. Halliburton back in the building for game 3.
So you're saying the game's in Indianapolis?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because let me tell you something. He won't come up to New York.
No, you don't.
Like that.
No, you don't want to. You don't want him in this building.
No,
but back at home.
I'm gonna tell you something. He come up to New York doing that crazy stuff. He won't make it back to Indy.
Well,
he come in New York. He still may not make it back, even if he acting right.
Meantime,
great mama talking.
So that was Charles Barkley last night appealing to the NBA to get Tyrese Halliburton's dad to be allowed back to games. For those of you that forgot, Halliburton's father ran out onto the floor to troll Giannis Antetokounmpo after the Bucks were eliminated by the Pacers on a game-winning shot by his son. So he basically was out at mid-court. One of those things where maybe you just kind of go, what am I doing? Why am I out here? But he didn't stop himself. He got into the face of a player, and they kind of got nose-to-nose, talking trash. It was a really, really bad look for him. I will say, from the moment, pretty much after that back and forth with Giannis ended, he has done and said everything correctly. He apologized, said he really, really regretted it, said it shouldn't have happened. He took away one of the biggest moments of his son's career, oh, by the way, because he became the story. And then, to his credit, he's disappeared for the most part.
Yep, done exactly right things. And that's good.
I haven't seen him. So Charles is saying, all right, he got sent to his room and grounded for the remainder of the night. But it's been 30 minutes. Well, you know, he's quiet. He's acting right. Let's bring him back down and let him watch the rest of the movie. And I got to tell you, I normally agree with everything Charles Barkley says. Well, that's probably too strong. I agree with a lot of
the right things.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of Charles's takes. Not this one. He said he paid his dues. He's paid some dues. He said he did something really, really stupid. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I am willing. I said after it happened that I would never let him back in the arena. That was hyperbolic. I'm going to have a hearing at the start of next season before the games begin. And at that hearing, we'll put him on a little probation, on a little, keep it straight and narrow. And if you don't mess up, no issues with us anymore. But I'll let him back for game 1 next year. I'm not letting him back this postseason.
Yeah, I sent you to bed without your dinner, and 15 minutes later, I'm sneaking you a fig bar. No.
Charles wants him out for good behavior.
And I love me some Charles Barkley. You know how I feel about old Chuck. But not on this one.
I think he's just feeling good in the moment. Halliburton's balling out.
Because Tyrese Halliburton had a great game, Ernie.
I would love for his dad to be able to be there to watch him. I would.
You lost your privilege.
His dad lost that opportunity when he ran onto the court. And thank God it was Giannis. If it was Draymond who's sitting there trying to get
who's agreeing, by the way.
Yeah, trying to get him brought back, Draymond would have swung on him or tackled him or done something stupid because that's, in the heat of the moment.
When a strange person comes onto the court and confronts you, things could happen. I don't know if Giannis knew that was his dad or not. I mean, I don't know, man.
I think he did.
I mean, good for him for knowing. I don't know that I would have known at that point. I mean, good. I can't believe people are so quick to forgive stuff. But I guess that's what we do.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's the 24-hour news cycle. How quickly,
it seems forever ago that it happened. Oh, not long enough.
It's been a couple weeks. It's been a series. He didn't come to some of the there was who did they play last round? Why can't I think of that series?
Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Yep.
He didn't get to come to the Cleveland games.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
But now in the Eastern Conference Final, no, this is like the big one to miss. The Game 3. This is where the punishment really starts to hurt. This is where the punishment becomes a punishment. And by the way, I got to tell you, if he really wanted to go to the game, I'm quite sure he could go to the game and no one would know anything about it. You put on a hat and glasses, you go sit in a suite. Maybe it shows up at, maybe someone gets a picture of you or something.
You do the Bobby Valentine little
exactly.
glasses.
I really do genuinely believe you can't sit in the crowd, but like other parents do of superstar players, you could 100% be in a secluded area where you go into a player's lounge or something and you're sitting with family members watching on TV downstairs, so you're around your son. They could absolutely do something like that, and no one would be the wiser. Like, I'll give you an example. If you're married to one of the Wizards or a kid, or their kid or whatever, you park underneath the building, you go up an elevator to the lounge. No fan's ever going to see you. It's all restricted areas. So, are you sitting watching the game live out and about? No. But if you then went upstairs and made the quickest path to the owner's suite or something like that and sat in the back, you're probably not going to be on camera. They could figure that out if it was that important to them. But I can't go back against my punishment now because I need to make sure nobody does this again. Especially the whole dialogue from players, whether it be Draymond or LeBron or any of these guys, is like the disrespect from fans toward players and the things they're shouting and yelling and cursing.
That's such a good point,
pouring
by the way.
things on us. I mean, how many players have we heard talk about the fans wilding out and this is out of control and the NBA's got to do something about this? Well, they're doing something about it right now. This guy ran on the floor and got in someone's face, and they're making a
big example,
sending a message. They're making a statement out of him. And Draymond's sitting there at the screen a couple months after he probably last wanted some fan kicked out or whatever, going, we got to let him back in the building. He understands he screwed up. Pick a lane, man.
Yeah, that is such a good point. I mean, it's, when it's somebody's dad, it's, it's family. Okay. It's totally fine. When it's, the stranger who, paid for his ticket probably, then that's over the line. I hadn't even thought of that point of comparison. I think that's actually a great point by you. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is the easiest case. I mean, this is the Calvin Ridley asking to not be suspended for gambling 45 minutes after being suspended for gambling. Like, you were the first one. You're the most outspoken not outspoken, but you're the most prominent case that we could possibly have. It's not the time for leniency in this regard. This is one of those, we can't do it, whatever, 72 hours after it last happened. I mean, it's a little bit longer than that, but not by much.
Juan just tweeted me and said, if the Pacers make the finals, his dad should be able to attend. His dad can attend game 1 of next basketball season. That is when I am willing to allow him to attend another game as the commissioner. And by the way, we're having a hearing first because we're chatting about it.
Mm-hmm. Old Commissioner Fannie Mouillet says, you're not going to be courtside. Those feet are off that wood. You're going to go up into a suite.
Wait for the NBA finals?
No. Anytime ever again.
No. Well, totally.
Yeah, he's not going to the finals for me.
That's absolutely part of it is you're not sitting down by the floor. You got to sit in family sections, and you're not allowed to. You've lost your privilege to be by the court because you can't control yourself.
Yeah, the same way. If you here's the guy that ran onto the baseball field and jogged around and dodged a couple security guards, then eventually got tackled. Going, can I sit in the front row again when I go to Major League Baseball games? Nope.
Right.
No, you can't.
So, but I'm on record. I'm going. He's not allowed to return this postseason.
Oh, same. Yeah.
And I will have a hearing with him. Now, he doesn't need to know this, but just so everyone knows, at that hearing, I'm going to tell him a little bit of a probation where you can't sit courtside, but you can be back game 1 next year. You're sure as hell not coming back in the playoffs under my watch. It's just not happening. And if there's a lot of questions about it, I'll say, talk to all the players who wanted us to crack down on fans wilding out.
Yeah, fan entitlement. What's more entitled than going onto the playing surface and trash talking your MVP?
What's worse, pouring popcorn on Russell Westbrook while he walks into the tunnel, or getting in Giannis's face at one of the low points of his life, hoping he doesn't swing on you or do something?
Being fortunate he doesn't do anything to you.
Thank God it was him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a good dude. We've seen it over and over again. Thank goodness he's a grown up and an adult. G&D on the Fan, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame list has been announced. I have no idea who's getting in.
Yeah.
Danny wants to quiz me on some of those bands, so we'll do that. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll hit the headlines and get you ready for the Nats and the Braves on Grant and Danny. At 6 o'clock, we'll hit the headlines, and then we'll give you the leadoff and get you ready for Nats baseball. They're playing the Braves. They're looking for a 5th straight win. They are at home at Nats Park. Weather is not as pretty as you'd like right now, but it is supposed to hold off. They're going to get the game in tonight, it sounds like, after the postponement yesterday. Danny, you've been wanting to quiz me on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class.
Well, you are a music savant. We do this thing where you kind of sandbag and pretend for the radio. It's your commitment to the bit's outstanding, where you pretend not to know certain music. So I wanted to give you a chance to flex your muscles a little bit. This is because the other day when we did Does Grant Know the Band, you had what I thought was a justifiable complaint, going back and listening to it. And for those that weren't listening, Grant's point was these were too obscure. These songs were not like the top songs or like the top artists. So I was like, you know what? There's something to that, right? Like not knowing AC/DC or REM or songs from different eras. So I got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class, which by their nature, you would say pretty influential, pretty important, right?
I don't know. How big is their Hall of Fame? Is it like the NBA or the Major League Baseball where 9 guys get in every year? NFL, there's like 14 Hall of Famers per year.
There's a handful that got in this year.
I
I
have
a lot of
little
music
Hall
artists.
of Fame.
You know,
I
little
like
tiny
a
one.
small Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I thought what we could do is I sent a sample of songs to Toby, and we would play one of the big hits, and you could just tell us about like the origin of the song and the artist and things like that, and then some of those big hits. So Toby, go ahead and play the first one in sequence. Rock and Roll Hall of Famer now. Old school, obviously. You know it.
Let's do the twist.
So you know that song, obviously.
Yeah. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist.
And who's the artist?
Little Richard?
Yeah. There you go.
That's
it.
It's definitely not.
But it's good. That's early Little Richard before his voice would get higher in some of the different things.
Chuck Berry.
That's another great guess.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's Chubby Checker. But like you knew that. Again,
Chubby
you're sandbagging.
I would have gotten that if you gave me a multiple choice.
Some of the other hits from Chubby Checker. Just think of some of the other ones that were super influential rocker from the 50s, 60s. Any of the other hits like that are favorites of yours?
Do I know?
Yeah.
I do not know any of his other songs. If you named others, if you named like 3 songs, I could probably pick his song out.
You think so?
I don't know. Maybe.
What if I gave you, what if I gave you? Pony Time, Limbo Rock, or the Hookah Tuka?
The Limbo Rock.
Trick question. They're all Chubby Checker, which you knew.
Oh, I did know.
They're all
that.
Chubby Checker.
Silly Chubby Checker.
Very good. All right, Tobes, let's move to the next one. This is a more recent band here, from my era a little bit, I would say. I guarantee your older brothers were blaring
Third
this.
Eye Blind.
You know that just from that first guitar riff?
That or 7 Mary 3.
You knew it that fast.
I don't know this.
No, you did. You already said it. Well, the first thing you said.
It's not Third Eye Blind, I'm guessing.
Why?
Because you're acting like I'm Ryan Clary doing Ryan
No,
Explains
but you
It All.
said it right away with the first guitar riff.
It sounded like Third Eye Blind to me.
It is.
I don't believe you. Is it actually?
You recognize the song. It's Black Hole Sun.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. It sounded like Third Eye Blind.
It's Soundgarden, yeah, I tried to lead you down the road. Soundgarden, not the depth of catalog of some of the other Hall of Famers.
Right.
Dubious Hall of Fame selection to me. But, doesn't mean the song
I'd
wasn't a
rather
smash.
Savage Garden be voted into the Hall of Fame.
Let's calm down a little bit. Give me Spoon Man over this, personally, but this was their biggest hit,
Truly
obviously.
Madly Deeply by Savage Garden.
Let's go to the next one. This one's famous. Theme song to a hit television show of the 80s. You'll recognize it in a second. It takes a little bit of a build here.
Theme song to what?
Huge smash television show back in the day.
This slow song? Oh. Yeah, this is the Wonder Years.
Yeah.
Kevin, Winnie, and the crew.
Yeah.
I love this song.
Uh-huh.
What would you do if I sang?
See,
out
you
of
know it.
tune? Peter Frampton. No, not Peter Frampton.
No?
I know this guy.
Do you?
I talk to my dad about him all the time. I actually love this song.
Yeah, it's a great tune, right?
He sings and does weird twitches.
He gyrates in a way, yeah,
Yes.
I would say.
He was at Woodstock.
Uh-huh.
What would you do? I love this guy. Oh, I've watched his Woodstock performance so many times.
Uh-huh.
Damn it. George. Give me multiple choice. I'll kill it.
Is this? Let me think of a couple good ones here. Is it Joe Cocker?
Yes, Joe Cocker.
It is.
Joe Cocker. That's who it is. Joe Cocker. I love Joe Cocker.
Do you?
Joe Cocker guy. I only know this song, but this was my guy.
Yeah.
Woodstock. 1969.
Any other Joe Cocker favorites come to mind for you?
Nothing else, but I love this one.
Not one?
No, definitely not.
What if I told you that I was feeling all right? Nothing there?
Nothing.
All right. Tubbs, let's go to the next one.
You sleep on Joe Cocker, though. I want everyone to know.
Yeah,
that.
it took you a little while to get him, though.
That's my guy.
This one, by the way, I think he gets this one. I think you get this one.
This is Outcast.
Yes,
Andre
it is.
3000.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Andre 3000.
Moving right along.
So we finally picked a good song.
Moving right
And
along.
I should have had 2 in a row because I knew Joe Cocker, too. I just couldn't pull his name.
Outcast Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Appropriate, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Enough breadth of catalog, enough smashes, B-sides, all good. Last one here, Tubbs. Let's get to the last one.
I mean, this sounds terrible.
Mm.
Should take him out of the Hall of Fame for this song. No clue. Something on the run?
Yeah, you're on the run.
Highway
You gotta wait for it, though.
to the danger zone.
Oh, no, that's not Kenny Loggins. You got to build here.
Oh, House of the Rising Sun?
Nope.
I heard Rising Sun.
Who sings House of the Rising Sun, by the way?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
This
the-
song
the
stinks, by
Animals.
the way.
I'm sure.
I'm sure this band should be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, they should be.
Well, I shouldn't say that. This song stinks. Maybe they have other good songs.
Drew Storen had this song as his intro,
No way.
his walkout song, a cover by Five Finger Death Punch.
Was this Bad Company?
It is. From the album.
Bad Company.
From the band.
Bad Company.
The song is.
Bad Company.
That's how we do it.
Let's go.
Bad Company.
Do I get credit for that one?
You do, actually.
Let's
Because you heard him
go.
say Bad Company.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
So do I get credit for Joe Cocker?
No.
I told you who he was. The
did
Twitch
you know?
that was his synonymous thing. He twitched all
Yeah,
the
but
time.
what
when he
I
sang.
gave you you didn't let me get to the second multiple choice.
That's because I knew exactly who he was.
But you didn't just say the name Joe Cocker.
I know, but I'm saying I should get some credit for that.
You get partial. I'll give you partial. You got some. You knew Outcast right away.
For all the wins I got, because I got a bunch of them today, the one that is going to lose sleep over is Joe Cocker. I'll never forget not getting that.
Is DP going to be disappointed in you a little bit?
Well, I can't tell you how many times I've told DP about Joe Cocker and just that song and how much I love it, and we've listened to it. I should have had it.
You should have had it.
I should have had
You
it.
should have had it.
Damn.
You did well.
A little disappointed. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Nats play at 6:45, so we're taking you up to 6:15. We'll hit all the headlines of the day next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. Nationals baseball tonight, 6:45 first pitch against the Atlanta Braves. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 5.91 ERA. AJ Smith-Shawver gets the ball for the Braves. He's 3-2 with a 2.33 ERA. Robert Hassel III, the fourth player acquired in the Juan Soto deal to the San Diego Padres, set to make his debut for the Nationals tonight. He's batting seventh, playing center field tonight. In hockey, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Panthers and Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The Panthers up 1-0 in that series. In the NBA, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, Timberwolves and Thunder at 8:30. Thunder lead that series 1-0. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. If you missed any part of it, thefandc.com is where you can find us when we're done. I actually started the show today discussing Mark Ein, the minority owner of the Commanders, who came on the station today with the Junkies to talk about the stadium in juxtaposition with obviously one of the council members that was just here a couple days ago, Robert White. But I will say Ein seems pretty confident that things are still trending in the right direction. It just depends on who you ask, right? When Robert White's sitting in here a couple days ago, he's making it sound like the July 15th deadline is not an option, is not really on the table, that they're still waiting on the budget. They still need information back from the mayor. I still think that cooler heads will prevail and they'll find a way to get a deal done, because to me, DC had this situation happen once, and we kind of saw the playbook.
Yep.
We're not helping you. We're not giving you the money. We're not helping you. It's not a good investment for us. Go somewhere else. Oh, wait, you guys are going to Virginia? Hey, wait, come back. Here's your money.
You'll never guess what we find, the exact amount of money we need.
Now, someone will say that was basketball and hockey, and it was a better deal for DC. And that's true. That's fine. It's a lot of dates. You need Capital One Arena. You need the Caps and the Wizards here. I get it. But we kind of saw this play out once. They almost made the mistake of losing those teams, and at the last second, they swooped in and said, oh, wait, you're calling our bluff? Okay, here's our cards. I think they'll do the same thing here if push comes to shove.
I'm with you on that. Again, I think there's just too much money changing hands, right? The nuance of what's a good deal, what's a bad deal, what will actually hold this thing up, in the grand scheme of things, will be forgotten about a long time from now. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, the thing to remember is you're not transforming something that already exists into a new thing. There is a blight. There is a rusted bucket of nothing that takes up the full city blocks in the old RFK site, and mud and gravel and nothingness that needs to be transformed into something. This is right here in front of you. They're going to grab the apple.
Here was Mark Ein on the Junkies here on the Fan this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have seen what the teams put out, and making this an extraordinary fan experience, just like we've been talking about at the tennis. But one of the best fan experiences in football is one of the top priorities. Thinking about it from the pregame to the postgame and the entire experience. Again, interestingly, talking about tennis, about how you turn it into an incredible full day experience that you're excited about from beginning to end is sort of the mission. And, look, there's a lot of considerations and trade-offs you have to make, because also this has to be a thriving community every day of the year. I mean, that's really something that we feel passionate about, and obviously the city does too. And I think in the end, it's going to be one of the great sporting experiences going to that site when it's finally built.
It goes without saying that all eyes now of this ownership group are on DC, and they can't hide it, right? For a long time, we're talking to Maryland, we're talking to Virginia. We were having dialogue with DC. Everybody knew they wanted to be in DC. They want to be at the RFK site. And as soon as you're lobbying as hard as they were to get that land, and then you get the land and you're having this press conference with the mayor, the other sites are just fallback options. You got one person you want to go to prom with, and you're following her around like a puppy, and we get it. But if it doesn't work out, what happens? That was a question this morning from Jason Bishop on the Junks. Talking about plan A not working out. What happens after that?
Let's just say it doesn't happen, and maybe it's a very small percentage chance that it doesn't happen. What's plan B?
Let's just stick to plan A.
Okay, all right.
I mean, look, I don't want to, like, people have said we really did have a lot of options here and a number of good options. This was the one that we were all from the beginning the most excited about, and we really do think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If for some reason it didn't happen, there's obviously, you always have backup and contingencies, but we're really focused on plan A.
You should check out the Iron interview. It's very good.
It's really good.
That statement I will disagree with. There weren't that many things that he said where I go, I don't necessarily buy that. But when he says we had a lot of options, I don't think you did. And a lot of good options, I know that's not true. There's two options, best I can tell right now. The RFK site and the Landover site.
Yep.
What other options are there? And if you want to tell me Virginia out in Loudoun County, it seems like that ship has sailed. Now, maybe you can throw some kindling and a match in the pot and get that fire going again. But good luck. I mean, ask Ted Leonsis how much fun it is to deal with Virginia.
Well, even beyond that, who is anybody stepping forward? I haven't seen a single local council member from Leesburg or Loudoun or Ashburn or state senator. Nobody's saying anything about trying to woo them at this point, right? As to your point, the ship has sailed. And if Maryland had other options too, where they go, I know you guys don't love Landover, but what about name the place? I don't know.
There hasn't been one.
And there hasn't been one. So
we bring up stuff all the time. What about when we have guests on? What about National Harbor? You can't do it for this reason. What about this location? Too far from the city. It's in Maryland, the Landover 2.0 FedEx again option. That's the option. And in D.C., it's only the RFK site.
Yeah.
So there's one in D.C., there's one in Maryland, and unless you're willing to introduce Virginia back into the equation, if you wanted to say the Dumfries storyline of yesteryear is back in the fold, which I think based on traffic is a disaster, you could say that's an option. I think that's a stretch. It's not a good one. Loudoun County would be the only good option in Virginia, and it just seems like it's been a year and a half since that was realistic.
Right. So it's a long way of saying, I noticed that too when Mr. Ryan said, we have a lot of good options. I'm going, no, you don't really, and that's okay. But, what are you going to say? Like, yep, we got no leverage. We got nowhere else to turn. A rock in a hard place, and, the hard place stinks, so we'd like to go to the rock. There's nothing really, there's no upside in saying that.
Is it possible we're wrong, though, and we don't know everything we think we do?
But, yeah, that's a fair point given this regime, what they've done in general. They're pretty tight-lipped about stuff, right?
I view it as if DC falls through, then it's got to be the FedEx location. It is possible there's something else that they've got cooking that we just don't know about.
I just feel like we would have heard it somewhere. Just because it's not a one-on-one meeting with two people who can keep a secret.
Yeah, this is not Adam Peters trading for Laramie Tunsil, and him and the GM of the Texans are talking, and no one's allowed to know about it. There's so many politicians, so many, every time we interview one of the council members, they've got 1, 2, 3 people that walk into the room with them. There's just so many folks that would know what's going on. There's no way you would keep that under wraps.
Yeah. So I feel like we would have heard a rumbling or something if there was anything else brewing, and I haven't, so I don't think there is.
I keep telling myself it's going to happen. It just seems like it would be way too big of a loss for DC. But I also say there's no way that DC is going to pass on an NFL stadium. It's too important a city, too big of a deal. They missed out on the World Cup. They can't have when Taylor Swift tells you no and U.S. men's national team soccer tell you no because you don't have a stadium. That might happen in Market 36. It should not happen here. It is unacceptable that it happens here. We should have a venue here to host whatever the hell we want to. And until we do, everyone should be upset that we don't. I can't sit here and pretend like this council is going to pass on the opportunity to have one of the best stadiums in America. I just can't. So I'll assume it's going to happen.
So I read an Economist years ago. I was trying to find the story, and I couldn't. So I apologize. So I'm not even going to give the person their appropriate citation. But the point was that building a new stadium or building a new sports venue is like throwing a great party. It's not always the greatest financial investment, but you know what happened? A great party happened, and everybody got happy. And everybody has good associations with you, the person that threw the party. Everyone's got good associations with the venue, with the place, with the advertisement for your next thing. Hey, you know who threw that party? The same thing they do with movies, with movie trailers. From the mind that brought you this thing that you liked that time. Another thing that this person's doing. Oh, okay, you did that one. I'd like to do the next one. That's kind of the point. This is a flare gun up. Come visit us. Come see us. Come to the National Mall. Come to the all the different things that people would want to do here. It's to the nearby visitors. It's to the national visitors. We want your big event. We want your big concert. We want your Final Four, Super Bowl, World Cup, everything in between. That's kind of the point here. So it may not be a dollar for dollar type deal, which I understand, by the way. But it's also, again, it's the great party. We should want to throw a great party at a time where not that many people are interested in coming by your house.
Right now, the name of the game for DC is tourism. It's down so much that they need the tourism. They need people to want to come in to the city. What better way than with that stadium? There's going to be a lot more on this, obviously. But if you missed the conversation with Ein today on the station or our interview with Councilman Robert White, thefandc.com. By the way, one other thought on that.
Mm-hmm.
The Washington Post had a poll, 55 to 60% of DC residents are willing to pay their tax dollars to build the stadium. And in Ward 7, where the stadium's going to go, it was like 70-some%.
I believe so, yeah.
Wanted the stadium. I would also be worried, too, about going against the will of the people. And I know politics, sometimes you got to do that because you're saying you don't know what you think you know, and my job is to know all the details. That was kind of what Councilman White was saying to some extent. But I'd be careful about that. You know, if it turns into a really popular thing where everybody wants this stadium, Danny, and you end up voting no, I mean, that could end up hurting people politically. So I think that could be something to watch and monitor as well as all these polls to see what is the will of the people. What do your constituents actually want? You might think it's a bad deal, and you might still have to vote for the thing if 65% of your ward is saying they want it. You know, just how politics work. All right, it is time for the leadoff head of Nats Baseball, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free and home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Trevor Williams, leading off playing shortstop, Jake Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood. Batting third, he's playing first. Nathaniel Low. Batting fourth, doing the catching, K-Bear Ruiz. Hitting fifth, your second baseman, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting sixth, your designated hitter, Mr. Josh Bell. And making his debut, snaps. That's Robert Hassel III in center field. Alex Call in right field, batting eighth. And Jose Tena batting ninth at third base.
Robert Hassel, former 8th overall pick, came over in the Juan Soto deal. 9 stolen bases, 4 home runs, a .288 average, and a .745 OPS at AAA this year. Looking forward to watching him play for the first time. You will hear his first at bat right here on The Fan with Charlie and Dave this evening. Thanks to Linnell and Toby, Grant and Danny saying so long.